The best warrior won! Victory beckons. Epic deeds.
Frankly, I do not trust Odysseus.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to part 2 of our Odyssey campaign, playing as good old Odysseus. It's more pre-recorded content today, 11 hours worth, but we're inching closer, ever closer to getting continuing this live campaign. So I'm looking forward to seeing. I hope we see a little bit better battle tactics today, because yesterday, my god, there were a lot of catastrophes yesterday. I think at least 3 battles that did not go super well. The number and at least 4 major setbacks. I think I think we lost at least 3 sieges today. But we've done the Griffin mission. We've finished that up towards the end of yesterday's stream, and we now have the Griffin Patriarch. So we should very soon here. I think if I remember correctly, I think I end up waiting a few turns, because we just canceled our non-aggression pact with the faction that owns this, and it wouldn't be a big deal necessarily, except they've got, well, they're one of the Greek factions, so it's gonna upset all the other Greek factions. Plus, if we take a hit diplomatically, it's gonna be a problem. I can't remember what I did here, to be honest. Comrade Guy says, yellow rag. Comrade Guy, good morning from Scarborough, Ontario, Canada. How is the weather in Moscow, my friend? I guess it's the mid-afternoon for you, or late afternoon. How is the weather out in Russia? It's miserable in Scarborough. The weather is miserable today. It's raining, and people in general, I find in Scarborough quite miserable. It's been a real treat living in Markham the last couple of years, because I find the people a lot more hospitable. But anyway, that's, you know, just a personal opinion. But hope everyone's doing well. We got more Troy Mythos today, so should be good stuff. And yeah, I don't know if you guys have not checked out my video today. I was dying when I made it. But then when I finished it and I watched, I was like, okay, it's not that funny. But you gotta, you know, for it to be funny, you gotta really use your imagination. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do the you know how when people do those meme videos, and, like, you know, someone will take SpongeBob and then they'll put like a Warhammer character's face over SpongeBob or something, that sort of thing. I've got to figure out how to do that kind of stuff. But anyway, it shouldn't be, I don't imagine it'll be very complicated. But anyway, I put a little bit of effort into the video. It worked out a lot better than I was expecting that it would work out. Just as far as the animations, they're just so ridiculous. and you know, the commentary from it. I took commentary from The Office, and just played it over animations and just a couple cuts back and forth between Yao Ming and Scarband. But yeah, anyway, if you haven't checked out my video, it's like 2 minutes. Check it out. It's I'm gonna do more videos like that, but just kind of trolling the Warhammer 2 fanboys and the developers at CA, because I don't know, everybody gets so defensive about Warhammer and in general, and you know, I find that over the past couple of years everybody takes it so seriously. Like if you look at some of the streamers, I mean, not everybody, there's some, you know, there's a lot of meme guys out there and stuff, but what was I gonna say? But you know, the streamers, you know, all take it pretty seriously, like with like, you know, the cheeses and the exploits. Everybody wants the best cheese, the best exploit. So there's an element of seriousness to it. But so I just want to do a little bit later. But yeah, I don't know. I just oh, you know what? I thought of this morning because I'm just not interested in Warhammer 3 just yet. However, I'm gonna start a new series, and there's 20 siege maps in Warhammer 3 right now. So I'm gonna start a new series. I'm just gonna evaluate the siege maps, because I was looking, you know, briefly, and when I had loaded up the game, I was looking at them. So I think that's what I'm gonna start with for Warhammer 3 content, aside from the silliness. So I'll start working on those, and it should be pretty easy to, but yeah, just essentially going over the map and taking a look at the different you know, defensive characteristics, and give my detailed, in-depth analysis. Right, yeah, so I'm doing a faction vote, or not a faction vote, but a commentary vote. Like, what does everyone prefer? Are we going to continue reading Homer's Odyssey? We got through chapter 1 yesterday. Or do you guys want me to critique the gameplay, which has been pretty bad, or just random Ragnarok nonsense? So far, we're at 67% readings of Homer's Odyssey. So yeah, maybe I'll crack that open here in a minute. I'm just doing something on my phone quick while I manage out. Yeah, well, we need more food, because the faction, I don't know what they're called. They've got, it's like a snake on it. I don't know. Snake on a stick, it looks like. The purple emblem there. They occupied the Cyclops Island. So they've got a couple settlements near me, and they've got a couple of big stacks. So I'm just trying to secure some additional food right now, so that I can recruit some more units for defensive, in defense of our main settlements here, our main base of operation, while Odysseus captures the Cyclops Island. So I think it's probably going to be a couple more turns, but we're going to see the Griffin Patriarch in action here soon in its first siege battle. So that should be interesting. See how it performs, because the sieges have been they have not been a lot of fun. But yeah, we'll crack open Homer's Odyssey here in a bit. I'll try and keep up with the chat. If the chat's if it's a quiet chat today, then you know, we can do more of the readings. I would love to be able to get through the whole book, but I just don't think. I mean, we've got 11 hours today, so we'll see how things go. But tomorrow's going to be a little bit wonky, wisdom, because it's all. So this originally aired as a 30-hour continuous stream. The first 22 hours was all pre-recorded, and then the next 10 hours was streamed live. It was live gameplay streamed. So tomorrow, but that's all pre-recorded, so tomorrow will all be commentary over the gameplay. And I believe I'm on camera for parts of it. I don't know about all of it. There might even be a hair reveal in there by accident at some point. Maybe, I'm not sure. Can't remember. But you can watch for that. But yeah, anyway, tomorrow will be a little bit wonky, but I'll be in the chat to participate with you guys and whatnot. So tomorrow will be a little bit wonky, and then Wednesday we're going to do a 4-hour stream in the morning. Live gameplay, pick up the campaign where I've saved it. And in the afternoon, we're going to play a little bit of Napoleon Total War. So, back-to-back streams. On the weekend, what are we playing on the weekend? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Right. On the weekend, we're playing some Warhammer 2 High Elves on Saturday. And then on Sunday it's back to this. And then in the afternoon, it'll probably be a short stream in the morning, and then in the afternoon, I might do something else. What can maybe we'll I don't know. Haven't decided yet. But I wanna mix things up a little bit on the weekend. Friday, I'm gonna be announcing my membership perks club. Finally, it's an hour, a year and a half late. But finally the membership perks are here, so all of the perks for membership, it's gonna be the membership, like, you know, you'll get emojis, badges, and then there's 2 unique perks that I've added to it. And as far as memberships go, it's gonna be cheap. It's gonna be much cheaper, because the way I look than the standard, because the way I look at it, like, you know, you look at a streaming service like Netflix or Disney Plus or whatever, and the price of one of those, and then you know, there are YouTube memberships, YouTubers that will charge, like, you know, 20 or 30% of that, and I'm just thinking, like, how does that, you know, like, is that really a true reflection of the value of content you're providing? Because, I mean, you know, a streaming service like Netflix, you know, like it or love it, critique it however you like, you know, provides a lot more content value, I would think, than an average YouTuber, even like a top of the line, you know, elite content creator on YouTube. So I just feel like the membership pricing for YouTube memberships, I think, is a little bit out of whack. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, that's why I want to go with a little bit of a cheaper price structure for it, and my goal is volume. Like, I want to get as many people onto the memberships as possible, and I want to offer, you know, cool stuff that other people are doing. So if you guys have ideas for something for you know, that you'd like to see
is no one I would rather
in our
speak with.
membership program, let me know. But yeah, I'll be announcing that on Friday. Yeah, before this siege, I think it's going to be a little bit of bartering, because trying to secure that extra food and get a little bit of building done, get a little bit of the necessary resources that we need for building and whatnot. Book 2, Assembly of the People of Ithaca. Speeches of Telemachus and of the suitors. Telemachus makes his preparation and starts for Pylos, with Athene disguised as mentor. Stretch out here a little bit. Get comfortable, because it's going to be another long day. Now, when the child of morning rosy-fingered dawn appeared, Telemachus rose and dressed himself. He bound his sandals onto his comely feet, girded his sword about his shoulder, and left his room looking for an immortal god. He at once sent the criers around to call the people in assembly, so they called them, and the people gathered thereon. Then, when they were got together, he went to the place of assembly, spear in hand, not alone, for his 2 hounds went with him. Athene endowed him with a presence of such divine comeliness that all marveled at him as he went by. And when he took his place in his father's seat, even the oldest counselors made way for him. Egyptus, a man bent double with age and of infinite experience, was the first to speak. His son Antiphus had gone with Odysseus to Ilium, land of noble steeds, but the savage Cyclops had killed him when they were all shut up in the cave, and had cooked his last dinner for him. He had 3 sons left, of whom 2 still worked on their father's land, while the third, Eurynomus, was one of the suitors. Nevertheless, their father could not get over the loss of Antiphus, and was still weeping for him when he began his speech. Men of Ithaca, he said, hear my words. From the day Odysseus left us, there has been no meeting of our counselors until now. How can it be, whether old or young, that finds it so necessary to convene us? Has he got wind of some host approaching, and does he wish to warn us, or would he speak upon some other matter of public moment? I am sure he is an excellent person, and I hope Zeus will grant him his heart's desire. Telemachus took his speech as of good omen, and rose at once, for he was bursting with what he had to say. He stood in the middle of the assembly, and the good herald Pisner brought him his staff. Then, turning to Egyptus, Sir, said he, it is I, as you will shortly learn, who have convened you. For it is I who am the most aggrieved. I have not got wind of any host approaching about which I would warn you, nor is there any matter of public moment on which I would speak. My grievance is purely personal, and turns on 2 great misfortunes which have fallen upon my house. The first of these is the loss of my excellent father, who was chief among all you here present, and was like a father to every one of you. The second is much more serious, and ere long will be the utter ruin of my estate. The sons of all the chief men among you are pestering my mother to marry them against her will. They are afraid to go to her father Icarus, asking him to choose the one he likes best, and to provide marriage gifts for his daughter. But day by day they keep hanging about my father's house, sacrificing our oxen, sheep, and fat goats for their banquets, and never giving so much as a thought to the quantity of wine they drink. No estate can stand such recklessness. We have now no Odysseus to ward off harm from our doors, and I cannot hold my own against them. I shall never all my days be as good a man as he was. Still, I would indeed defend myself if I had power to do so, for I cannot stand such treatment any longer. My house is being disgraced and ruined. Have respect, therefore, to your own consciousness and to public opinion. Fear, too, the wrath of heaven, lest the gods should be displeased and turn upon you. I pray you by Zeus and Themis, who is the beginning and the end of councils. Do not hold back, my friends, and leave me single-handedly, unless it be that my brave father Odysseus did some wrong to the Achaeans, which you would now avenge on me, by aiding and abetting these suitors. Moreover, if I am to be eaten out of house and home at all, I had rather you did the eating yourselves, for I could then take action against you to some purpose, and serve you with notices from house to house, till I get paid in full, whereas now I have no remedy. My God, that was a long paragraph. Huh? I need to take a breath. With this, Telemachus dashed his staff to the ground and burst into tears. Everyone was very sorry for him, but they all sat still, and no one ventured to make him an angry answer, save only
Odysseus no doubt has
Antinous,
some
who
trickery
spoke thus.
planned.
Telemachus, insolent braggart that you are, how dare you try to throw the blame upon us suitors? It is your mother's fault, not ours, for she is very awful. She is a very artful woman.
Odysseus is sure to say
This
something
3 years
worth hearing.
past, and close on 4, she had been driving us out of our minds by encouraging each one of us and sending him messages without meaning one word of what she says. And then there was that other trick she played us. She set up a great timber frame in her room and began to work on an enormous piece of fine
I've heard
needlework.
Odysseus is one of the wisest men
Sweethearts,
around.
said she, Odysseus is indeed dead. Still, do not press me to marry again immediately. Wait, for I would not have skill in needlework perish unrecorded, till I have completed a pall
With
for the
sword
hero
and with
Laertes, to be in readiness against the time when death shall take him. He is very rich, and the woman of the place will talk if he is laid out without a pall. This is what she said, and we assented, whereon we could see her working on her great web all day long, but at night she would unpick the stitches again by torchlight. She fooled us in this way for 3 years, and we never found her out. But as time wore on, and she was now in her 4th year, one of her maids, who knew what she was doing, told us, and we caught her in the act of undoing her work, so she had to finish it, whether she would or no. The suitors, therefore, make you this answer, that both you and the Achaeans may understand. Send your mother away and bid her marry the man of her own and of her father's choice. For I do not know what will happen if she goes on plaguing us much longer with the airs she gives herself on the score of accomplishments of Athene has taught her. And because she is so clever, we never yet heard of such a woman. We know all about Tiro, Alcmena, Mycenae, and other famous women of old, but they were nothing to your mother, any one of them. It was not fair of her to treat us in that way, and as long as she continues in the mind with which heaven has now endowed her, so long shall we go on eating up your estate, and I do not see why she would change, for she gets all the honor and glory, and it is you who pay for it, not she. Understand, then, that we will not go back to our lands, neither here nor elsewhere, till she has made her choice and married some one or other of us. Whew. Telemachus answered, Antinous, how can I drive the mother who bore me from my father's house? My father is abroad, and we do not know whether he is alive or dead. It will be hard on me if I have to pay Icarus the large sum which I must give him if I insist on sending his daughter back to him. Not only will he deal rigorously with me, but heaven will also punish me. For my mother, when she leaves the house, will call on the Furies to avenge her. Besides, it would not be a credible thing to do, and I will have nothing to say to it. If you choose to take offense at this, leave the house and feast elsewhere, at one another's houses at your own cost. Turn and turn about. If, on the other hand, you elect to persist in sponging upon one man, heaven help me, but Zeus shall reckon with you in full, and when you fall in my father's house, there shall be no man to avenge you.
Shining Odysseus.
Alright, here we go. Here we go. We're getting a little siege in, I think. Yeah, this should be this should be fairly easy. I guess I've kind of learned my lesson that the battering rams definitely help out. Getting those doors open, it's kind of important. So, okay, I guess I'm not gonna wait for them. Just get in there, get her done. Yeah, this is our first look with the Griffin Patriarch. That's one of the baby griffins there. We've got a Hydra priest and some giant spearmen as well to help us along.
Odysseus!
Yeah, just briefly this morning, I was working on. I've got a new video tomorrow. I've been recording a Rome 2 series, a Rome 2 challenge series, and I went on a little bit of a rant with the in regards to the siege worker rework for Warhammer 3. I was commenting on the new supply system and being able to build structures, and I don't know, initially I didn't think I was gonna like it, and in the rant I'm pretty critical of that, but when I was looking at it, I loaded up Warhammer 3 this morning just to record a little clip from Warhammer 3 to add to the rant that I did in Rome 2, and just looking at it, the way that it works, I was like, you know what, maybe this is not bad. Like it definitely adds like a little bit more dimension. The thing that I don't like about it is that well, there's a few things I don't like about it. It's that so you've got a in-battle currency of supplies, and you can use those supplies to build structures around the settlement. The thing I don't like about it is that it's an in-battle thing that I think that it should be pre-battle. You should decide pre-battle where that stuff goes. That I don't know, sieges are all about preparation, right? So that's the first thing I don't like about it, is that it's sort of like a real-time thing, and you know, you can demolish, you know, buildings and rebuild them elsewhere. The other thing I don't like about it is there's only certain places in the settlement that you can put the structures, which, I mean, it definitely makes sense from a practical gameplay sort of way of looking at it, because it's you know, like if you can put them anywhere, then you know, you're gonna get a lot of really bizarre behavior from the AI and stuff. I just don't like, I don't know, I just don't like being limited. Like, I want, you know, if they're gonna add, you know, an element of construction and engineering into these games, I want it added in a way that gives the player a lot more flexibility and a lot more options. That's just sort of my take on it. But anyway, when I was playing Rome 2, I went on a bit of a rant about that stuff, and so I just clipped the rant and then edited in you know, a couple other things. So I actually finished the video. It's just another short 2-minute video. I think it's pretty good. I don't know, but yeah, I'm gonna be doing a lot more of little videos, and I think the video that I did for this morning is really good. It's maybe not as funny as I had hoped it would be, but I still think it's I think it's pretty good. So hopefully we can gain a little bit more traction on YouTube with that sort of stuff. But we'll have to wait and see how things go. All takes time. Yeah, it definitely brought overkill here for this siege. But in light of how the sieges have gone already, I think I'm kind of in the mode now where it's like, okay, I'm going to bring overkill to ensure that we take the siege. Because even a small garrison defending force can cause a lot of problems. A lot of problems. I slept in a little bit this morning. I was going to sleep in more, but I don't know, I woke up and then couldn't get back to sleep, so I got up and edited the video. Yesterday in the morning, I recorded a couple hours before the stream, and I was really feeling it. Like I was in a lot of discomfort by the end of the stream yesterday. Like I was just exhausted by the end. So this morning I decided to take the day off from recording the challenge series that I've been working on. Savage Gust causes a small amount of damage in the frontal area. Yeah, the little griffins are not as good, but the Griffin Patriarch is pretty good. It's just too bad you don't have like a healing spell or something to replenish them, because then you could really. And I think so long as you're not attacking spears, should be able to take on units like this without too much trouble. But yeah, I agree. When we were first talking about this, one of the subscribers was saying that I can't remember who it was, that the Griffin looks a little bit cartoony with the unit design. Like probably the textures could be a little bit more detailed and stuff. Could have made the Griffin look a little bit more fearsome, but it's got some not bad animations. Ooh. Oh my gosh, the guy is just bleeding over the wall there. It's too bad the archer towers don't have like a specific amount of ammunition. You just like waste the ammunition of the archer towers and then, you know, be done with it. But yeah, I think, wow, demolish that unit of clubs. I think he'll struggle against spears. It's usually the norm for any kind of big creature, whether it's a fantastical creature or like an elephant or something, or even a cavalry unit. I don't know. I see an opportunity to take the walls there, so I'm sending the troops forward to take the walls. It's probably a bad idea. I should probably just use the Griffin to isolate some of their units, but I don't know. Kind of seeing the opportunity to get a foothold on the settlement, so I decided to take it. As he spoke, Zeus sent 2 eagles from the top of the mountain, and they flew on and on with the wind, sailing side by side in their own lordly flight. When they were right over the middle of the assembly, they wheeled and circled about, beating the air with their wings and glaring death into the eyes of them that were below. Then, Fighting fiercely and tearing at one another, they flew off towards the right over the town. The people wondered as they saw them, and asked each other what all this might be, whereon Halitherses,
You are about to capture
who was
the
the
gates.
best prophet and reader of omens among them, spoke to them plainly and in all honesty, saying, Hear me, men of Ithaca, and I speak more particularly to the suitors, for I see mischief brewing for them. Odysseus is not going to be away much longer. Indeed, he is close at hand to deal out death and destruction, not on them alone, but on many another of us who live in
You have
Ithaca.
captured the enemy tower.
Let us then
have
be
captured the
wise in
gates.
time and put a stop to this wickedness before he comes. Let the suitors do so of their own accord. It will be better for them. For I am not prophesying without due knowledge. Everything has happened to Odysseus as I foretold when the Argives set out for Troy, and he with them. I said that after going through much hardship and losing all his men, he should come home again in the 20th year, and that no one would know him. And now all is coming true. Eurymachus, son of Polybius, then said, Go home, old man, and prophesy to your own children, or it may be worse for them. I can read these omens myself much better than you can. Birds are always flying about in the sunshine, somewhere or other, but they seldom mean anything. Odysseus has died in a far country, and it is a pity you are not dead along with him. Instead of prating here about omens and adding fuel to the anger of Telemachus, which is fierce enough as it is, I suppose you think he will give you something for your family. But I tell you, and shall surely be, when an old man like you, who should know better, talks a young one over till he becomes troublesome, in the first place, his young friend will only fare so much the worse. He will take nothing by it, for the suitors will prevent this, and in the next we will lay a heavier fine, sir, upon yourself than you will at all like praying, for it will bear hardly upon you. As for Telemachus, I warn him in the presence of you all to send his mother back to her father, who will find her a husband and provide her with all the marriage gifts so dear a daughter
Foe
may
has sighted
expect.
your hidden units.
Till then we shall go on harassing him with our suit, for we fear no man and care neither for him with all his fine speeches, nor for any fortune-telling of yours. You may preach as much as you please, but we shall only hate you the more. We shall go back and continue to eat up Telemachus's estate without paying him, till such time as his mother leaves off tormenting us by keeping us day after day on the tippy toes of expectation, each vying with the other in his suit for a prize of such rare perfection. Besides, we cannot go after the other women whom we should marry in due course, but for the way in which she treats us. Then Telemachus said, Eurymachus, and you other suitors, I shall say no more, and entreat you no further, for the gods and the people of Ithaca now know my story.
Your
Give
warriors
me
are
then
losing
a
heart.
ship and a crew of 20 men to take me hither and thither, and I will go to Sparta and to Pylos in quest of my father who has so long been missing. Someone may tell me something, and people often hear things in this way. Some heaven-sent message may direct me. If I can hear of him as alive and on his way
enemy is
home,
trying to
I
capture
will
the
put up
gates.
with the waste you suitors will make for yet another 12 months. If, on the other hand, I hear of his death, I will return at once, celebrate his funeral rites with all due pomp, build a burrow to his memory, and make my mother marry again." With these words he sat down, and Mentor, who had been a friend of Odysseus, and had been left in charge of everything with full authority over the servants, rose to speak. He then plainly and in all honesty addressed them thus: "Hear me, men of Ithaca. I hope that you may never have a kind and well-disposed ruler any more, nor one who will govern you equitably. I hope that all your chiefs henceforth may be cruel and unjust, for there is not one of you but has forgotten Odysseus, who ruled you as though he were your father. I am not half so angry with the suitors, for if they choose to do violence in the naughtiness of their hearts, and wager their heads that Odysseus will not return, they can take the high hand and eat up his estate. But as for you others, I am shocked at the way in which you all sit without even trying to stop such scandalous goings-on, which you could do if you chose, for you are many and they are few." Yeah, having the griffins definitely, oh my gosh, it's makes these sieges so much more manageable. Oh, having a little bit of trouble holding the walls there. I mean, not really. I just caught some of the archers there with some spears. But yeah, this is going way better than any siege we've had so far. Leocritus, son of Evenor, answered him, saying, "Mentor, what folly is this, that you should set the people to stay us? It is a hard thing for one man to fight with many about his victuals. Even though Odysseus himself were to set upon us while we are feasting in his host, and do his best to oust us, his wife, who wants him back so very badly, would have small cause for rejoicing, and his blood would be upon his own head if he thought against such odds. There is no sense in what you have been saying. Now, therefore, do you people go about your business, and let his father's old friends, Mentor and Halitherses, speed this boy on his journey, if he goes at all, which I do not think he will, for he is more likely to stay where he is till someone comes and tells him something." On this he broke up the assembly, and every man went back to his own abode, while the suitors returned to the house of Odysseus. Then Telemachus went all alone by the seaside, washed his hands in the grey waves, and prayed to Athene. "Hear me," he cried, "you God who visited me yesterday, and bade me sail the seas in search of my father who has so long been missing. Excuse me. I would obey you, but the Achaeans, and more particularly the wicked suitors, are hindering me that I cannot do so. As thus he prayed, Athene came close up to him in the likeliness, and with the voice of Mentor. "Telemachus," said she, "if you are made of the same stuff as your father, you will be neither fool nor coward henceforth, for Odysseus never broke his word, nor left his work half done. If then you take after him, your voyage will not be fruitless. But unless you have the blood of Odysseus and the Penelope in your veins, I see no likelihood of your succeeding. Sons are seldom as good men as their fathers. They are generally worse, not better. Still, as you are not going to be either fool or coward henceforth, and are not entirely without some share of your father's wise discernment, I look with hope upon your undertaking. But mind you never make common cause with any of those foolish suitors, for they have neither sense nor virtue, and give no thought to death and to the doom that will shortly fall on one and all of them, so that they shall perish on the same day. As for your voyage, it shall not be long delayed. Your father was such an old friend of mine that I will find you a ship and will come with you myself. Now, however, return home and go about among the suitors. Begin getting provisions ready for your voyage. See everything well stowed, the wine in jars and barley meal, which is the staff of life, in leathern bags, while I go round the town and beat up volunteers at once. There are many ships in Ithaca, both old and new. I will run my eye over them for you, and will choose the best. We will get her ready, and will put out to sea without delay. Thus spoke Athene, daughter of Zeus, and Telemachus lost no time in doing as the goddess told him. He went moodily home, and found the suitors flaying goats and singeing pigs in the outer court. Antinous came up to him at once, and laughed as he took his hand in his own, saying, Telemachus, my fine fire-eater, bear no more ill blood, neither in word nor deed, but eat and drink with us, as you used to do. The Achaeans will find you in everything a ship and a picked crew to boot, so that you can set sail for Pylos at once and get news of your noble father. I think Pylos, I think Pylos is who we just declared war on. Oh, that's hilarious. Decisive victory. Finally, it got a decent siege in. Small garrison, but I mean that's 14 units, and the previous we had almost 4,000 units there, but the Griffins really did a lot of the work. But we lost sieges with 3,000 units against similar numbers, so you cannot be too careful in those sieges. That is for sure. Antinous answered Telemachus, I cannot eat in peace nor take pleasure of any kind with such men as you are. Was it not enough that you should waste so much good property of mine while I was yet a boy? Now that I am older and know more about it, I am also stronger, and whether here among this people or by going to Pylos, I will do you all the harm I can. I shall go, and my going will not be in vain, though. Thanks to you suitors, I have neither ship nor crew of my own, and must be passenger, not captain. As he spoke, he snatched his hand from that of Antinous. Meanwhile, the others went on getting dinner ready about the buildings, jeering at him and taunting as they did so.
Makes the man.
Telemachus, said one youngster, means to be the death of us. I suppose he thinks he can bring friends to help him from Pylos, or again from Sparta, where he seems bent on going. Or will he go to Ephyria as well, for poison to put in our wine and kill us? Another said, perhaps if Telemachus goes on board ship, he will be like his father and perish far from his friends. In this case, we should have plenty to do, for we could then divide up his property amongst us. As for the house, we can let his mother and this man who marries her have that. This was how they talked, but Telemachus went down into the lofty and spacious storeroom where his father's treasure of gold and bronze lay heaped up upon the floor, and where the linen and spare clothes were kept in the open chests. Here, too, there was a store of fragrant olive oil, while casks of old, well-ripened wine, unblended and fit for a god to drink, were ranged against the wall in case Odysseus should come home again after all. The room was closed with well-made doors opening in the middle. Moreover, the faithful old housekeeper, Eursilia, daughter of Ops, the son of Isnor, was in charge of everything both night and day. Telemachus called her to the storeroom and said, Nurse, Draw me off some of the best wine you have, after what you are
Ares'
keeping
name.
for my father's own drinking, in case, poor man, he should escape death and find his way home again after all. Let me have 12 jars, and see that they all have lids. Also, fill me some well-sewn leathern bags with barley meal, about 20 measures in all. Get these things put together at once, and say nothing
With
about it.
sword
I
and
will
with
take
wit.
everything away this evening as soon as my mother has gone upstairs for the night. I am going to Sparta
Odysseus
and
of
to
Ithaca.
Pylos to see if I can hear anything about the return of my dear father.
Dubious skills of use. Traveling by ship.
When Eucelia heard this, she began to cry, and spoke fondly to him, saying, My dear child, whatever can have put such notion as that into your head? Where in the world do you want to go? You, who are the one hope of the house, your poor father is
Words may
dead
avert
and gone in
bloodshed,
some foreign country
they are
nobody knows
honest.
where, and as soon as your back is turned, these wicked ones here will be scheming to get you put out of the way, and will share all your possessions among themselves. Stay where you are among your own people, and do not go wandering
a
and
challenge.
worrying your life out on the barren ocean. Fear not,
shady
nurse,
skills are
answered
yours.
Telemachus. My scheme is not without heaven's sanction, but swear that you will say nothing about all this to my mother till I have been away some 10 or 12 days, unless she hears of my having gone and asks you, for I do not want her to spoil her beauty by crying. The old woman swore most solemnly that she would not, and when she had completed her oath, she began drawing off the wine into jars, and getting the barley meal into the bags, while Telemachus went back to the suitors. Then Athene bethought her of another matter. She took his shape and went round the town to each one of the crew, telling them to meet at the ship by sundown. She went also to Noman, son of Phronius, and asked him to let her have a ship, which he was very ready to do. When the sun had set and darkness was over all the land, she got the ship into the water, put all the tackle on board her that ships generally carry, and stationed her at the end of the harbor. Presently the crew came up, and the goddess spoke encouragingly to each of them.
It will
Furthermore,
be epic.
she went to the house of Odysseus, and threw the suitors into a deep slumber. She caused their drink to fuddle them, and made them drop their cups from their hands, so that instead of sitting over their wine, they went back into the town to sleep, with their eyes heavy and full of drowsiness. Then took the form and voice of Mentor, and called Telemachus to come outside. Telemachus, said she, the men are on board and at their oars, waiting for you to give your
War makes
orders.
the man.
So make haste and let us be off.
Glory
On this,
awaits us.
she led the way, while Telemachus followed in her steps. When they got to the ship, they found the crew waiting
We
by the
will go
waterside,
down in
and
history.
Telemachus said, Now, my men, help me to get the stores on board. They are all put together in the cloister, and my mother does not know anything about it, nor any of the maid servants except one. With these words he led the way, and the others followed after. When they had brought the things as he told them, Telemachus went on board, Athene going before him and taking her seat in the stern of the vessel, while Telemachus sat beside her. Then the men loosed the hawsers and took their places on the benches. Athene sent them a fair wind from the west that whistled over the deep blue waves, whereon Telemachus told them to catch hold of the ropes and hoist sail, and they all did as she told them. They set the mast in its socket in the cross plank, raised it, and made it fast with the forestays. Then they hoisted their white sails aloft with ropes of twisted oxhide. As the sail bellied out of the wind, the ship flew through the deep blue water, and the foam hissed against her bows as she sped onward. Then they made all fast throughout the ship, filling the mixing bowls to the
We
brim,
have
and
plenty
made
to
drink
discuss.
offerings to the immortal gods that are from everlasting, but more particularly to the grey-eyed daughter of Zeus. Thus, then, the ship sped on her way through the watches of the night, from dark till dawn. Woo! That was book 2. I'm going to take a little break from the reading, because it requires a lot of energy. I apologize, guys. I've got fucking Discord open in the background. I'm just going to close it. Hopefully that gets rid of those little beeps and bops. But, super annoying. Super... Oh my god. Didn't get rid of them.
I hope the Master Mariner will not be all at sea today.
I typically don't keep Discord on. How do I sign out? I should be able to... There's got to be a way to turn off the notifications. Sounds. Nope. 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 No. 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 Oh my god. See, this is why I've never managed it. There's like 100 things for notifications in Discord.
For Ithaca.
Just turning them all off. Bingo bango. There, we should be fine. Guys, I need to... I just drank a shit ton of
Wisdom in war.
coffee and tea, so I'm just going to run to the washroom. And I'm probably going to take frequent short breaks, rather
I
than
live for battle.
occasional long breaks. I think. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see how things go, but I just want to get up and stretch. About an hour in. Almost an hour in. This is a good time to get up and stretch.
Never
Continue.
faltering.
And we've got the Island of the Cyclops. Good stuff. Griffin, looking good.
As one. We earned this.
I have a plan.
Fighting for Ares.
Ithaca's lord.
We will claim victory. I live for battle.
Favored by Athena.
March on.
Odysseus the cunning.
I pledge my loyalty.
With sword and with wit.
My knowledge of the area is of great advantage.
With courage.
Ever faithful.
Get going. To the winners, the spoils.
Foes, beware. Odysseus of Ithaca.
allow me to uncover what lies ahead. A lesser man might. Your troops can march on with confidence.
I have a plan.
Sounds like a hungry griffin.
The helping hand.
I don't know. I hope Odysseus is feeding it. Otherwise, otherwise he may end up as the meal himself. But guys, I can't wait to conquer this whole map and unlock the whole thing. But we got a long ways to go for that. So in a way, I'm kind of glad that this pre-recorded stuff got off to a really slow start, because we will have the opportunity to experience and conquer the majority of the map live. So, which will be happening on Wednesday, starting on Wednesday, Thursday. This series will be Sunday to Thursday in the mornings. It'll usually be 4 hours, but today, just because we're kicking it off, yesterday, today, and tomorrow will be all 11-hour streams, and then we'll settle into a 4-hour a day stream in the mornings. Book 3: Telemachus visits Nestor at Pylos.
A favor of the gods, is it?
As the sun was rising from the fair sea into the firmament of heaven to shed light on mortals and immortals, they reached Pylos, the city of Neleus. Now the people of Pylos were gathered on the seashore to offer sacrifice of black bulls to Poseidon, lord of the earthquake. There were 9 guilds with 500 men in each, and there were 9 bulls to each guild. As they were eating the inward meats and burning the thigh bones on the embers, in the name of Poseidon, Telemachus and his crew arrived, furled their seats, brought their ship to anchor, and went ashore. Athene led the way, and Telemachus followed her. Presently she said, "Telemachus, you must not be in the least shy or nervous. You have taken this voyage to try and find out where your father is buried and how he came to his end. So go straight up to Nestor, that we may see what he has got to tell us. Beg of him to speak the truth, and he will tell no lies, for he is an excellent person." "But now, Mentor," replied Telemachus, "dare I go up to Nestor, and how am I to address him? I have never yet been used to holding long conversations with people, and am ashamed to begin questioning one who is so much older than myself." "Some things," Telemachus answered Athene, "will be suggested to you by your own instinct, and heaven will prompt you further. For I am assured that the gods have been with you from the time of your birth until now." She then went quickly on, and Telemachus followed in her steps till they reached the place where the guilds of the Pylian people were assembled. There they found Nestor sitting with his sons, while his company round him were busy getting dinner ready, and putting pieces of meat onto the spits, while other pieces were cooking. When they saw the strangers, they crowded round them, took them by the hand, and bade them take their places. Nestor's son Pisistratus at once offered his hand to each of them, and seated them on some soft sheepskins that were lying on the sands near his father and his brother Thrasymedes. Then he gave them their portions of the inward meats, and poured wine for them into a golden cup, handing it to Athene first, and saluting her at the same time. "Offer a prayer, sir," said he, "to King Poseidon, for it is his feast that you are joining. When you have duly prayed and made your drink offering, pass the cup to your friend, that he may do so also. I doubt Not that he, too,
Your hero
lifts his
is under
hands in
attack.
prayer, for man cannot live without God in the world. Still, he is younger than you are, and is much of an age with myself, so I will give you the precedence. As he spoke, he handed her the cup. Athene thought it very right and proper of him to have given it to herself first. She accordingly began praying heartily to Poseidon. O thou, she cried, that encirclest the earth, vouchsafe to grant the prayers of thy servants that call upon thee. More especially we pray thee, send down thy grace on Nestor and on his sons. Thereafter also make the rest of the Pylian people some handsome return for the godly hecatomb they are offering you. Lastly, grant Telemachus and myself a happy issue, in respect of the matter that has brought us in our ship to Pylos.
Your warriors are losing heart.
When she had thus made an end of praying, she handed the cup to Telemachus, and he prayed likewise. By and by, when the outer meats were roasted and had been taken off the spits, the carvers gave every man his portion, and they all made an excellent dinner. As soon as they had enough to eat and drink, Nestor, knight of Green, began to speak. Now, said he, that our guests have done their dinner, it will be best to ask them who they are. Who then, sir strangers, are you, and from what port have you sailed? Are you traders, or do you sail the seas as rovers, with your hand against every man, and every man's hand against you? Telemachus answered boldly, for Athene had given him courage to ask about his father and get himself a good name. Nestor, said he, son of Neleus, honor to the Achaean name. You ask whence we come, and I will tell you.
Victory
We
is
come
close
from
enough to
Ithaca,
taste.
under Nereidum, and the matter about which I would speak is of private, not public import. I seek news of my unhappy father Odysseus, who is said to have sacked the town of Troy in company with yourself. We know what fate befell each one of the other heroes who fought at Troy. But as regards Odysseus,
One of your
heaven
units
has
has no
hidden him
more
from
ammunition.
us, the knowledge even that he is dead at all, for no one can certify us in what place he perished, nor say whether he fell in battle on the mainland, or was lost to sea amid the waves of Amphitrite. Therefore I am a suppliant to your knees, if haply you may please to tell me of this melancholy end, whether you saw it with your own eyes, or heard it from some other traveler, for he was a man born to trouble. Do not soften things out of any pity for me, but tell me in all plainness exactly what you saw. If my brave father Odysseus ever did you loyal service, either by word or deed, when you Achaeans were harassed among the Trojans, bear it in mind now, as in my favor, and tell me truly all.
Hungry for glory! Death from afar!
My friend, answered Nestor, you recall a time of much sorrow to my mind. For the brave Achaeans suffered much both at sea while privateering under Achilles, and when fighting before the great city of King Priam, our best men, all of them fell there. Ajax, Achilles, Patroclus, peer of gods in council, and my own dear son Antilochus, a man singularly fleet of foot and in fight valiant. But we suffered much more than this. What mortal tongue indeed could tell the whole story? Though you were to stay here and question me for 5 years or even 6, I could not tell you all the Achaeans suffered, and you would turn homeward weary of my tale before it ended. 9 long years did we try every kind of stratagem, but the hand of heaven was against us. During all this time, There was no one who could compare with your father in subtlety. If indeed you are his son, I can hardly believe my eyes, and you talk just like him too. No one would say that the people of such different ages could speak so much alike. He and I never had any kind of difference, from first to last, neither in camp nor council, but in singleness of heart and purpose we advised the Argives how all might be ordered for the best. When, however, we had sacked the city of Priam, and were setting sail in our ships as heaven had dispersed us, then Zeus saw fit to vex the Argives on their homeward voyage, for they had not all been either wise or understanding, and hence many came to a bad end through displeasure of Zeus's daughter Athene, who brought about a quarrel between the two sons of Atreus.
I can make your enemies disappear.
The sons of Atreus called a meeting which was not as it should be, for it was sunset and the Achaeans were heavy with wine. When they explained why they had called the people together, it seemed that Menelaus was for sailing homeward at once, and this displeased Agamemnon, who thought that we should wait till we had offered hecatombs to appease the anger of Athene. Fool that he was, he might have known that he would not prevail with her, for when the gods have made up their minds, they do not change them lightly. So the two stood bandying hard words, whereon the Achaeans sprang to their feet with a cry that rent the air, and were of two minds as to what they should do. That night we rested and nursed our anger, for Zeus was hatching mischief against us. But in the morning some of us drew our ships into the water and put our goods with our women on board, while the rest of us, about half in number, stayed behind with Agamemnon.
We will
We,
claim victory.
the other half, embarked and sailed. And the ships went well,
Odysseus of
for heaven had
Ithaca,
smoothed the sea. When we reached
sharp of mind.
Tenedos, we offered sacrifices to the gods, for we were longing to get home. Cruel Zeus, however, did not yet mean that we should do so, and raised a second quarrel, in the course of which some among us turned their ships back again and sailed away under Odysseus to make their peace with Agamemnon. But I and all the ships that were with me pressed forward, for I saw that mischief was brewing. The son of
I live
Tydeus
for battle.
went on also with me, and his crews with him. Later on,
In
Menelaus
Ares'
joined
name.
us at Lesbos, and found us making up our minds about our course, for we did not know whether to go outside Chios by the island of
Loyal
Isra,
service.
keeping this to our left, or inside Chios, over and against the stormy headland of Nemus. So we asked heaven for a sign, and were shown one to the effect that we should be soonest out of danger if we headed our ships across the open sea to Euboea. This we therefore did, and a fair wind sprang up, which
We will
gave
go
us
down in
a
history.
quick passage during the night of
I'm afraid I
Erestus,
can't.
where we offered many sacrifices to Poseidon for having helped us so
Wisdom,
far on
wit,
our way.
and
For
expedience.
days later, Diomond and his men stationed
Allow
their
me to
ships in
assist.
Argos, but I held on
Not
for
all
Pylos,
rumors are
and the
bad.
wind never fell light from the day when heaven first made it fair for me. It's too bad that we haven't conquered more of the map yet. We could take a look at some of
Favor
these
of the
destinations,
gods
but
is
I mean,
ever
we'll
shifting.
get there. We'll maybe revisit some of these passages later on and take a look at the journeys that the Achaeans took across
That is
the
not
Aegean.
Don't concern yourself with facts.
Well, we're pretty well fortified there for the moment, but looks like there's quite a bit of forces arrayed against us, but we should be okay there to defend. I mean, defensive situation, the AI is usually pretty well incompetent with being able to take. To have the agent to support us as well.
I love a challenge. Set up watches.
To war! That's not possible.
I lost
I
my
know their
place.
weaknesses.
Sorry, guys. Just take me a
I'll
minute
win,
to
or
figure
die
out
trying.
where
As you command.
I was. Where was I? Okay, I think I found it. Alright. Therefore, my dear friend, I returned without hearing anything about the others. I know neither who got home safely nor who were lost. But, as in duty bound, I will give you without reserve the reports that have reached me since I have been here in my house. They say that the Myrmidons returned home safely under Achilles' son Neoptolemus. So also did the valiant son of Poeas, Biliocrates, Idiomones. Again, lost no men at sea, and all his followers who escaped death in the field got safe home with him to Crete. No matter how far out of the world you live, you will have heard of Agamemnon and the bad end he came to at the hands of Aegisthus, and a fearful reckoning did Aegisthus presently pay. See what a good thing it is for a man to leave a son behind him to do as Orestes did, who killed false Aegisthus, the murderer of his noble father. You too, then, for you are a tall, smart-looking fellow. Show your mettle and make yourself a name in story. Nestor, son of Neleus, answered Telemachus. Honor to the Achaean name. The Achaeans applaud Orestes, and his name will live through all time, for he was avenged his father nobly. Would that heaven might grant me to do like vengeance on the insolence of the wicked suitors, who are ill-treating me and plotting my ruin. But the gods have no such happiness in store for me and for my father, so we must bear it as best we may. My friend, said Nestor, now that you remind me, I remember to have heard that your mother has many suitors, who are ill-disposed towards you and are making havoc of your estate. Do you submit to this tamely, or are publicly feeling and the voice of heaven against you? Who knows but what Odysseus may come back after all, and pay these scoundrels in full, either single-handed or with a force of Achaeans behind him. If Athene were to take as great a liking to you as she did to Odysseus when we were fighting before Troy, for I never yet saw the gods so openly fond of anyone as Athene then was of your father. If she would take as good care of you as she did of him, these wonders would soon some of them forget their woeing. Sorry, these wowers would soon some of them forget their woeing. Free Water says back to say, hey, those island skirmishes and archers, nice combo. Yeah, man, I like those sword skirmishers as an early game infantry unit. I find they've got a lot of value. Though in this campaign I struggled huge in the sieges. Yeah. I think I failed on 3 sieges in the previous part, in the first part. Crazy stuff. But I can't wait to start playing this live and continue this campaign, because the army that I have for Odysseus, it's not a doom stack, but it's kind of like a pre-doom stack army for Odysseus. And we do also have we've got the Griffin. I don't know. Freewater, have you played this through with the have you tried out the Hydra or Cerberus? Be interested to see how those units play as well. Telemachus answered, I can expect nothing of the kind. It would be far too much to hope for. I dare not let myself think of it, even though the gods themselves willed it no such good fortune could befall me. Oh, this Athene said, Telemachus, what are you talking about? Heaven has a long arm if it is minded to save a man, and if it were me, I should not care how much I suffered before getting home, provided I could be safe when I was once there. I would rather this than get home quickly, and then be killed in my own house as Agamemnon was, by the treachery of Odysseus and his wife. Still, death is certain, and when a man's hour is come, not even the gods can save him, no matter how fond they are of him. Mentor, answered Telemachus, do not let us talk about it any more. There is no chance of my father's ever coming back. The gods have long since counseled his destruction. There is something else, however, about which I should like to ask Nestor, for he knows much more than anyone else does. They say he has resigned for 3 generations, so that is like talking to an immortal. Tell me, therefore, Nestor, and tell me true, how did Agamemnon come to die in that way? What was Menelaus doing? And how come false Odysseus to kill so far better a man than himself? Was Menelaus away from Achaean Argos, voyaging elsewhere among mankind, that Odysseus took heart and killed Agamemnon? I will tell you truly, answered Nestor, and indeed you have yourself divined how it all happened. If Menelaus, when he got back from Troy, had found Odysseus still alive in his house, there would have been no barrow heaped up for him, not even when he was dead. But he would have been thrown outside the city to dogs and vultures, and not a woman would have mourned him, for he had done a deed of great wickedness. But we were over there fighting hard at Troy, and Odysseus, who was talking his ease quietly in the heart of Argos, cajoled Agamemnon's wife, Clytemnestra, with incessant flattery. At first, she would have nothing to do with his wicked scheme, for she was of a good natural disposition. Moreover, there was a bard with her, to whom Agamemnon had given strict orders on setting out for Troy, that he was to keep guard over his wife. But when heaven had counseled her destruction, Odysseus carried this bard off to a desert island and left him there for crows and seagulls to batten upon, after which she went willingly enough to the house of Odysseus. Then he offered many burnt sacrifices to the gods, and decorated many temples with tapestries and gilding, for he had succeeded far beyond his expectations. Meanwhile, Menelaus and I were on our way home from Troy on good terms with one another. When we got to Sunium, which is the point of Athens, Apollo, with his painless shafts, killed Phrontis, the steersman of Menelaus' ship, and never man knew better how to handle a vessel in rough weather, so that he died then and there with the helm in his hand, and Menelaus, though very anxious to press forward, had to wait in order to bury his comrade and give him his due funeral rites. Presently, when he could put to sea again, and had sailed on as far as the Malayan heads, Zeus counseled evil against him, and made it blow hard till the waves ran mountains high. Here he divided his fleet, and took the one half towards Crete, where the Sidonians dwell around about the waters of the river Eridanus. There is a high headland hereabouts, stretching out into the sea from a place called Gortium, and all along this part of the coast, as far as Pharestus, the sea runs high when there is a south wind blowing. But after Festus, the coast is more protected, for a small headland can make a great shelter. Here, this part of the fleet was driven on to the rocks and wrecked, but the crews just managed to save themselves. As for the other 5 ships, they were taken by winds to seas to Egypt, where Menelaus gathered much gold and substance among people of an alien speech. Meanwhile, Aegisthus here at home plotted his evil deed. For 7 years after he had killed Agamemnon, he ruled in Mycenae, and the people were obedient under him. But in the 8th year, Orestes came back from Athens to be his bane and killed the murderer of his father. Then he celebrated the funeral rites of his mother and of false Aegisthus by a banquet to the people of Argos. And on that very day Menelaus came home with as much treasure as his ships could carry. Take my advice then, and do not go traveling about for long so far from home, nor leave your property with such dangerous people in your house. They will eat up everything you have among them, and you will have been on a fool's errand. Still, I should advise you by all means to go and visit Menelaus, who has lately come off a voyage among such distant peoples as no man could ever hope to get back from. When the winds had once carried him so far out of his reckoning, even birds cannot fly the distance in a 12-month. So vast and terrible are the seas that they must cross. Go to him, therefore, by sea, and take your own men with you. Or if you would rather travel by land, you can have a chariot, you can have horses. And here are my sons, who can escort you to Sparta, where Menelaus lives. Beg of him to speak the truth, and he will tell you no lies, for he is an excellent person. As he spoke, the sun set, and it came on dark, whereon Athene said, Sir, all that you have said is well. Now, however, order the tongues of the victims to be cut, and mix wine, that we may make drink offerings to Poseidon and the other immortals, and then go to bed, for it is bedtime. People should go away early, and not keep late hours at a religious festival. Thus spoke the daughter of Zeus, and they obeyed her saying. Men's servants poured water over the hands of the guests, while pages filled the mixing bowls with wine and water, and handed it round after giving every man his drink offering. Then they threw the tongues of the victims into the fire, and stood up to make their drink offerings. When they had made their offerings, and had drunk each as much as he was minded, Athene and Telemachus were for going on board their ship, but Nestor caught them up at once and stayed them. Heaven and the immortal gods, he explained, forbid that you should leave my house to go on board of a ship. Do you think I am so poor and short of clothes, or that I have so few cloaks and rugs, as to be unable to find comfortable beds both for myself and for my guests? Let me tell you, I have store both of rugs and cloaks, and shall not permit the son of my old friend Odysseus to camp down on the deck of a ship, not while I live, nor yet will my sons after me, but they will keep open house as I have done. Then Athene answered, Sir, you have spoken well, and it will be much better that Telemachus should do as you have said. He therefore shall return with you and sleep at your house. But I must go back to give orders to my crew, and keep them in good heart. I am the only older person among them. The rest are all young men of Telemachus' own age, who have taken this voyage out of friendship. So I must return to the ship and sleep there. Moreover, tomorrow I must go to the Cocanians. My pronunciations are so bad. We have a large sum of money long owing to me. As for Telemachus, now that he is your guest, send him to Sparta in a chariot, and let one of your sons go with him. Be pleased to also provide him with your best and fleetest horses. I need to refill my coffee here soon. I can get through this chapter, and then I'm gonna get up and refill the old coffee jug.
Eager for action.
Keep the
You
keep
can
the
count
beam
on me.
flowing.
For glory!
When she had thus spoken, she flew away in the form of an eagle, and all marveled as they beheld it. Nestor was astonished and took Telemachus by the hand. "My friend,"
At the
said
road.
he, "I see that you are going to be a great hero someday, since the
Make
gods
count.
wait upon you thus,
I love
while
a
you are still
challenge.
so young. This can have been none other than of those who dwell in heaven than Zeus's redoubtable daughter, the Trito born,
Fighting fit!
who showed us such favor toward your brave, who showed such favor toward your brave father among the Argives. Holy Queen," he continued, "vouchsafe to send down thy grace upon myself, my good wife, and my children. In return, I will offer you in sacrifice a broad-bowed heifer of a year old, unbroken and never yet brought by man under the yoke. I will gild her horns and will offer her up to you in sacrifice." Thus did he pray, and Athene heard his prayer. He then led the way to his own house, followed by his sons and sons-in-law. When they had got there, and had taken their places on the benches and seats, he mixed them a bowl of sweet wine that was 11 years old, when the housekeeper took the lid off the jar that held it. As he mixed the wine, he prayed much and made drink offerings to Athene, daughter of Aegis-bearing Zeus. When they had made their drink offerings, and had drunk each as much as he was minded, the others went home to bed, each in his own abode. But Nestor
The
put
gods
Telemachus to
smile.
sleep in the room
Reinforcements are here.
that was over the gateway along Phistratus, who was the only unmarried son now left him. As for himself, he slept in an inner room of the house, with the queen, his wife, by his side. Now, when the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn, appeared, Nestor left his couch and took his seat on the benches of white and polished marble that stood in front of his house. Here, aforetime, sat Neleus, peer of gods in council, but he was now dead, and had gone to the house of Hades. So Nestor sat in his seat, scepter in hand, as guardian of the public weal. His sons, as they left their rooms, gathered round him. Ecatheron, Stratius, Perseus, Aretus, and Thrasmedes. The sixth son was Pistratus, and when Telemachus joined them, they made him sit with them. Nestor then addressed them. "My sons," said he, "make haste to do as I shall bid you. I wish first and foremost to propitiate the great goddess Athene, who manifested herself visibly to me during yesterday's festivities. Go then, one or other of you, to the plain. Tell the stockman to look me out a heifer, and come on here with it at once. Another must go to Telemachus' ship, and invite all the crew, leaving 2 men only in charge of the vessel. Someone else will run and fetch Phaleresius, the goldsmith, to gild the horns of the heifer. The rest, stay all of you where you are. Tell the maids in the house to prepare an excellent dinner, and to fetch seats and logs of wood for a burnt offering. Tell them also to bring me some clear spring water." Comrade Guy says, "I'm back. What did I miss, Rag?" Well, the campaign-wise, I'm not entirely sure. We're actually putting together some decent armies. I mean, by decent armies, just larger armies, basically. We're just going volume-wise, clearly. In the southwestern sea corner, we've taken the island of the Cyclops, and then on the mainland, we've just been fighting with, I think it's Pylos, which coincidentally is the where Telemachus is visiting in the Odyssey. Telemachus, son of Odysseus, is in search of his father with the goddess Athene, who is daughter of Zeus, and they're visiting, I think, Nestor. Yeah, Nestor, who was friend with a friend of Odysseus. DM Wyvern says, good morning, and Team Raggy. What's up, my good man, DM Wyvern? This is actually a good time to take a little break from the reading. I've never finished this, and I'm hoping we can finish it through the series, and I think we will. I think we will. I might not finish it all today. Obviously, I won't finish it all today, but I think I'll find a way to get through the entirety of the book. Wyvern, what's your plan for today, cowboy? Anything exciting? I'm loving the Cyberpunk series, but I'm so like torn because Cyberpunk is a game that I wanted to play since it was released, but because the release went so poorly, I stayed away from it. And I want to watch your series, but at the same time I don't want any spoilers, so I'm watching it, but I'm like, oh, I don't want to watch it. I don't want anything to be spoiled for me. So yeah, I've been watching it with a little bit of trepidation. And yeah, how late did Wyvern says working in the background here. Ah, nice. Usually that's yeah, last night I was working usually yeah, while I'm watching your series I'm working on either some video or some thumbnails or something. Wyvern says, yo, Comrade Guy. Comrade Guy says, how's it going, Wyvern? Wyvern says, honestly, they have done a great job getting the game into good shape. That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. I just like watching your Let's Play. The one thing that some of the nitpicky things that I didn't really so much like were the I don't like the way the map looks really confusing for me, and especially like it's like Cyberpunk, the city, it's layered, right? Like it's like the city goes into the sky kind of thing, I think is my understanding. So the maps, I didn't like. The map looked kind of confusing, and I didn't like the sort of the interfaces for, you know, the missions and the information and stuff that you get, whether it's like messages and things like that. But I don't know. I mean, I haven't played it myself, so I'll have to, you know, I guess usually stuff like that just takes a little getting used to, right? Wyvern says, I avoid Baldur's Gate streams for the same reason. Don't want to spoil the story for myself. Yeah. Are we? So Baldur's Gate 3, it's a multiplayer thing. Is that how it works? Like the other Baldur's Gate? My God, Wyvern, I don't know if you're into Magic the Gathering, but I am so excited. Like last year, Wizards of the Coast released the first ever set in the well, I say set, the set of cards, the collection of cards that's set in the Dungeons and Dragons the Forgotten Realms. So I picked up a bunch of packs the other day. My brother and I, we each have 10 packs, and so 20 packs in total, and we're gonna do a good old-fashioned Magic the Gathering draft and build our armies. But I'm super excited to see all of the characters from Dungeons and Dragons, characters from the books and stuff, and you know, like yeah, whether it's the novels or you know, creatures and monsters from the monster manuals and stuff like that in a set of Magic the Gathering cards. So I don't know if you play Magic the Gathering, if you've got a collection, but I've got a pretty hefty collection here, and we've got a few of the old school cards. Nothing from the original sets, but some pretty solid cards from the revised sets. Wyvern says Baldur's Gate can be played single player or multiplayer. Interesting. Yeah, you know, if it can be played multiplayer, I wouldn't mind hopping in with you and Red Mage for a multiplayer. You know, I probably won't necessarily stream it, but like if you're thinking about streaming a Baldur's Gate series on your channel, I would be interested in checking it out, because that's a game I would love to play. Worm says got to step away for a few minutes and check back on more and be right back. Alright, have fun. Tell Morin I said hello. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is a good time. I'm gonna grab a coffee, refill my mug. I will also be right back.
Nice. We will go down in history. I'll win or die trying. Defeat is unacceptable. For glory! Break some heads. Let them go. My reputation grows. I know their weaknesses. To victory! Send them packing! All out attack! Bring their deaths! You can count on me! Kill the lot! Don't hold back! It's ours now. It will be epic. Off we go. Courage and strong tactics. Eager for action. No rest yet.
If you speak some sense, I'll listen to it.
Alright, I'm back, boys. Sorry about that. I refilled the coffee and took the opportunity to stretch a little bit as well. It's I don't know, doing these long streams, even though it's like, you know, pretty laid back because it's all pre-recorded stuff. You know, doing it in an 11-hour stream, it's still, you know, sitting in the same computer chair for the entire time is exhausting in its own right. So yeah, getting up and stretching occasionally, I think, is important. I just want to check quickly if just see how my my video today is doing. I have high hopes for it. I think the click-through rate was pretty high, but I don't know. It's always, you know, click-through rate is really important metrics, but more important than the click-through rate is the average view duration, right? And I think that's an area that I desperately need to improve for my videos. So it doesn't look bad, like in terms of percentage, but it's the thing is, it's a very short video, so you know, it's hard to keep people's attention spans sometimes. But yeah, like the punchline for the joke is, or for the joke is basically at the end of the video. I mean, it's, I don't know. Anyway, it's ridiculous. You kind of use your imagination to find it funny. It's amusing, maybe not funny, but definitely amusing. We got a couple comments.
Wisdom, wit,
okay.
and any disaffected types.
It's doing okay in relation to videos. But if you haven't watched it, guys, what's going on? You know, let me just drop a link in the chat for anyone who's here that wants to check it out. Actually, if I can figure out how to do that. Sorry, I'm partially handicapped with oh, Dr. Disrespect streaming a little bit of Elden Ring right now. 9.9k watching. God, I love what he does. He's when you or oh my gosh, when I hovered over the thumbnail, he's in his spaceship thing, which looks so ridiculous. It's hilarious, but oh my gosh, he puts on such a great show, and he talks so much smack. We're playing some Divinity Original Sin 2 tonight. I have no, oh, with free water. Interesting. I'll have to tune in, but it's early. I won't be quite finished. I wish I would have started earlier today so that I could tune into that, but I think we'll be still going at that point. Ah, shit, wrong video. Looking for, give me 1 second, guys. If we can find the video. Here it is. Put the link in. Anyone who hasn't watched it, check it out. I think it's amusing. So it's stupid. It's so stupid, but it's my my quote-unquote review for Warhammer 2, or my first impressions.
Bring chaos in Athena's name.
Consider an alternative.
I'll drop it. Let me see here. Live streaming. Osbin is here. Osbin, what's up, brother? How are you? There's the link. Unreliable Odysseus. He's getting more reliable. His army now. I don't think you're gonna see any more instances where he's being defeated. I think now we will have a much more reliable army. Osbin, if you have my first official Warhammer 3 video is in the link there. It's 1.5 minutes long. Please check it out and drop it a like if you like it, or a dislike if you don't like it. But Michael Scott of the Dunder Mifflin Paper Company has given us some expert insight into what he thinks of Warhammer 3. So Osmond says he's fine. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, we've got another 9 hours of this today, and then I think about 10.5 hours tomorrow, and then Wednesday we're live, continuing on from where we are. Odysseus has traveled a long way to head down to the Cyclops. Next destination for Odysseus, I think, is Kenosis, but he may have to come back to the mainland to sort some stuff out. I'm pretty sure actually we do go back to the mainland before we head to Kenosis. But my plan all along was from Ithaca to the island of the Colossus, to Kenosis. Like, I wasn't really interested in conquering Greece. So aside from the setbacks, the major setbacks that I've had, aside from the major setbacks, part of the reason why things have gone slow is I wasn't interested in, you know, conquest right away during this campaign. But yeah, I think we're gonna start to see Odysseus become a bit more reliable. Maybe.
I interpret the will of the gods.
But yeah, for now, if the chat is not too active, we'll read a little bit more. I think we're almost through book 3. I think we're getting close. All right, where were we? All right, so Nestor had just sent off his sons on a number of tasks in service of Telemachus, who is the son of Odysseus, and Odysseus is in search of his father, and he's had the blessing of Athene, who's been aiding him in his quest, and actually has been you know, encouraging him. Probably the reason why he mustered up the courage to leave his home, and his home is basically under siege by suitors for his mother. His mother is being courted by a bunch of assholes from in Ithaca, and they're basically eating up Telemachus's estate, or Odysseus's estate, but and they're after his mom, the wife of Odysseus, and Odysseus is MIA. Nobody knows where he is. Nobody knows what's happened to him, and Telemachus is in search. So where we left off, Telemachus is visiting Nestor, and Nestor has just sent out his sons on a bunch of errands in service of Telemachus. On this they hurried off on their several errands. The heifer was brought in from the plain, and Telemachus's crew came from the ship. The goldsmith brought the anvil, hammer, and tongs with which he worked his gold, and Athene herself came to accept the sacrifice. Nestor gave out the gold, and the smith gilded the horns of the heifer, that the goddess might have pleasure in their beauty. Then Stratius and Echephron brought her in by the horns. Eurytus fetched water from the house in an ewer that had a flower pattern on it, and his brother hand he held a basket of barley meat. Sturdy Thrasymedes stood by with a sharp axe, ready to strike the heifer, while Perseus held a bucket. Then Nestor began with washing his hands and sprinkling the barley meal, and he offered many a prayer to Athene as he threw a lock from the heifer's head upon the fire.
The words of Odysseus will be heard.
When they had done praying and sprinkling the barley meal, Thrasymedes dealt his blow, and brought the heifer down with a stroke that cut through the tendons to the base of her neck, whereon the daughters and daughters-in-law of Nestor and his venerable wife Eurydice, who was eldest daughter to Clymenus, screamed with delight. Then they lifted the heifer's head from off the ground, and Phistratus cut her throat. When she had done bleeding and was quite dead, they cut her up. They cut out the high bones all in due course, wrapped them round in 2 layers of fat, and set some pieces of raw meat on the top of them. Then Nestor laid them upon the wood fire and poured wine over them, while the young men stood near him with 5-pronged spits in their hands. When the thighs were burned, and they had tasted their inward meats, they cut the rest of the meat up small, put the pieces on the spits, and roasted them over the fire. Meanwhile, lovely Polycast, Nestor's youngest daughter, washed Telemachus. When she had washed him and anointed him with oil, she brought him a fair mantle and shirt, and he looked like a god as he came from the bath and took his seat by the side of Nestor. When the outer meats were done, they drew them off the spits and sat down to dinner, where they were waited upon by some worthy henchmen, who kept pouring them out their wine in cups of gold. As soon as they had had enough to eat and drink, Nestor said, "Sons, put Telemachus's horses to the chariot, that he may start at once." Thus did he speak, and they did even as he had said, and yoked the fleet horses to the chariot. The housekeeper packed them up a provision of bread, wine, and sweet meats, fit for the sons of princes. Then Telemachus got into the chariot, while Pistratus gathered up the reins and took his seat beside him. He lashed the horses on, and they flew forward, nothing loath, into the open country, leaving the high citadel of Pylos behind him. All that day did they travel, swaying the yoke upon their necks till the sun went down and darkness was over all the land. Then they reached Phery, where Diocles lived, who was son of Ortolocus and grandson of Alphus. Here they passed the night of Diocles, entertained them hospitably. When the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn, appeared, they again yoked their horses and drove out through the gateway under the echoing gatehouse. Pistratus lashed the horses on, and they flew forward, nothing loath. Presently they came to the corn lands of the open country, and in the course of time completed their journey. So well did their steeds take them. Oh, that's the end of the chapter. A really cool thing, like I don't know, guys. One of the reasons, I've done readings on the channel before, and I want to continue in that spirit and start getting more readings on the channel. It's not something that's we're gonna do all the time, but occasionally we're gonna crack open some books, because I'm a book guy. I love books. I grew up with books and studied writing, and I'm a philosopher or a philosophy guy. Maybe not qualified to be a philosopher, but one of the cool things about books, and I believe this in a very real sense, is that they are time machines in a sort of way. That anytime you pick up a book and you read it, you're transported back in time. And in this particular work, that's been translated into prose from the original poem by someone of the name of
Odysseus of Ithaca.
I forget his name. But it was translated in 1897. So, first off, we're kind of transported in a way back to 1897, because the language and the way that, it was translated is definitely a reflection of that time period. You can definitely tell that the way some of the sentences are put together and things like that, the language is very different than how we speak nowadays. And you get a sense, a little bit of the period, that anytime you're writing, it's even if you're writing about the past, if you're writing about a historical event, it's influenced by your own viewpoint of the world and the own time that you live in. So in a way, they're sort of always have that connection. You can't lose it. And then, so that's the first, so picking up this text, we're first transported back to 1897, but then we are also transported back to 3,000 years to when this story actually took place, which is the really cool thing. And it's hard to envision what the world looked like back then, because the world is so different now. Like, our modern world and technological world is so different, just in terms of, if you just think of it in terms of just population wise, like how many people live in the world now. in comparison to how many people lived in the world then. Just on that level, it's incredibly different. And then just imagine how, you know, how wild the terrain of ancient Greece must have been, with wild animals and things like that, and their lifestyles, like living so much more connected to the land. Like, in a lot of ways, we have become so disconnected from nature in the ways that our economy and our modern lifestyles have sort of influenced us. But you know, just listening to that part where they've tethered the fleet, the fastest horses, to the chariot, and they're riding the chariot, you know, across. I think they're headed from they're headed from Pylos to Sparta. So Pylos is down in the south there. It's too bad I don't have the game open right now. I should open the game, but I don't want to spoil where we are in the campaign right now. I could open the game and just give you guys a little bit more of an indication where they're traveling on the map. But yeah, they're riding in a chariot from Pylos east to Sparta is where they're headed right now in the story, which is super cool. Yeah, but like I was saying, books are, in a very real sense, time machines. Yeah, so they're traveling across that way, and you know, a big part of the reason, you know, all of these ancient traditions, you know, like taking in strangers and being hospitable to them, and rules of hospitality and stuff. Big part of the reason why, you know, why I think those are so inherent in our cultures, in at least ancient cultures, is because, you know, when you're traveling across this terrain, like the modes of transportation are much slower. Like you would have to stop and stay overnight somewhere, right? Like, it's not like today where you can, you know, drive across half a continent in, you know, 20 hours, or you can fly to the other side of the world in a few hours, basically, in a plane. So just a totally different world. And yeah, I don't know, one of the many reasons why I love books so much is it, in a way, is able to transport you back in time. And having said that, same thing goes for video games. You know, this, and why I love Troy Mythos, or one of the things that I love about Troy Mythos, is that it transports you back to this this time period, and it really, it's I think one of the things that they've done really great, CA has done really great with this game, is they've captured the mood, that the ambiance and the setting, I think they really nailed it. Feels really great. I wish the battle maps were a little bit bigger and stuff like that. But you know, I have a few critiques here and there, but in general, the ambiance, the mood, the atmosphere, it's all top notch. You know, I wouldn't mind for there to be a little bit more diversity in the music as well. I think that would add a bit to the game, but I think they've done a super job. Styric Shadow Wolf is here. What's up, brother? Good to see you. We're cruising through some old. I'm pretty sure you watched a little bit of the when we originally aired this. This was the footage that we did the 30-hour marathon stream back in September. I guess the stream probably was in October, but this was recorded at the end of September. So we're just re-airing this stuff because I want to get it up on the channel, and then I want to continue this campaign. So we'll be continuing this campaign live on Wednesday, but we've got another, we did 11 hours yesterday, we've got another 11 hours today, and just under 11 hours tomorrow of pre-recorded stuff that we're going to get through. And then Wednesday we'll be continuing live with more Odysseus. But for today we're going to be reading, I'm going to try and push through as much of Homer's Odyssey. We just finished book 3. We're going to pick up book 4 here in a second after I was going to say I might get up and have a stretch, but I think I'm okay for now. But Steric, good to see you, man. How was your day going so far? What do you got planned for the afternoon? It's kind of miserable here in. I'm staying in Scarborough now. I'm a little bit south of. Styric says, "Yeah, I watch an unusually large amount of that 30-hour thing." LOL. Oh, okay. So you're one of the few that has seen most of this already. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. I mean, you know, like I think, you know, like, you know, having rewatched a lot of this yesterday, I was paying attention a fair bit to some of the gameplay, and you know, because I'm still learning the game at this point, it's kind of like my first real foray into a longer campaign in Troy, that I'm still learning the interface, I'm still learning the mechanics, all of that stuff. Because of that, the gameplay was very clunky and very, you know, very slow, and there's a lot of catastrophic battles in it. But I think there's definitely, if you can keep the pace up, and you offer good strategies and stuff, I think there's definitely some value in gameplay that doesn't have voiceover commentary. Sarek says, my plan for today is taking a break from Elden Ring. I've heard it's very good. Dr. Disrespect is playing it right now. Styric, have you seen my new video, my first Warhammer 3 video? My first official Warhammer 3 video. I enlisted the manager of the Dunder Mifflin Scranton branch to give his deep, detailed analysis of Warhammer 3. It's about 1 minute and 25 seconds long. If you haven't checked it out, the link is just above you there in the chat. I urge you to give it a like. Try and get the video a little bit of I don't know, it's amusing. I wouldn't say it's necessarily funny, but it's amusing if you can use your imagination a little bit. But yeah, I put that together last night. I was yeah, I have a pretty twisted mind. But yeah, Elden Ring, I heard it's solid. And the Doctor of Disrespect is playing it right now. He's got about 10k worth of folks watching, so we're about 9,995 less viewers. So yeah, we're getting there. We'll catch up to the Doctor at one of these days. One day we'll catch up to him. Stark says, no, I haven't seen that yet. Michael Scott, gotta be good. Oh, good old Michael Scott, classic. It's a little interaction between him and Phyllis. Phyllis is played by Yao Ming, and Michael Scott is played by Scarband. But let me know your honest opinion on if you do happen to watch it. Let me know your honest opinion on what you think. Styric says, I've already got like 50 hours in that game already. Son of a gun, eh? Son of a gun. It looks fun. But I want to see, like, I don't know, that kind of game, and I mean it's the same thing for Total War, is I want to see I want to be able to play a game like that where it's all cinematic. I don't want to, like, I feel like we live in an age of games where we don't need all of these cluttered user interfaces, right? That we should be able to play the games in a cinematic sense, that the mechanics should be good enough to play it in a cinematic sense. And yeah, like when you pause the game and manage your inventory and stuff like that, yeah, you need like tables and an interface to do that stuff. But when you're actually in the combat and stuff like that, I don't want to see all kinds of crap on the screen. I want to play it as if it's like a movie. So like, that's my only criticism with games like that. Starrick said, I saw that you posted that and made me want to rewatch The Office. My god, The Office is one of the best sitcoms ever. I mean, it's right up there with Seinfeld, and you could argue maybe that it's better than Seinfeld because it it makes you really care for the characters. Like Seinfeld, you care, you know, it's funny and stuff, but the characters are kind of assholes, and that's, you know, in the final episode that really comes through, right? But with The Office, my gosh, the final season, let alone the final episode, is so emotional. It's you know, my gosh, it's incredible show from start to finish. You know, maybe you could argue there's maybe like a little bit of, you know, towards the end, a little bit of a lull, but what a show. But for me, a show like that, like I can't watch it alone. Like I need, you know, a great female companion by my side. Otherwise I get, you know, I don't enjoy it as much. Yeah, I need a great female companion to watch it with so I can express my emotional side without feeling like a lesser man. Styric says it really is. I like it better than Seinfeld, really. Yeah, I mean, I love Seinfeld. You know, I love Seinfeld for its cleverness and its absurdity. But I mean, The Office has those elements as well. So both shows, I don't know. I've never really compared them until just now, and now that we're talking about it, yeah, I could make a really. I've always said Seinfeld is the best sitcom, but now that we're talking about it, The Office is right there. Another one that's pretty close, though I haven't watched any of the new stuff, but it's much darker than both of those. Much darker is. It's always it's always sunny in Philadelphia. My God, they pull some crazy stuff in. They're more than any other show, I think. In It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, there are points. Starrick says, "Express my emotional side equals have sex." Yes, yes, indeed. That's gotta have those female companions around for expressing the emotional side, 100%. So I'm trying to, I think it's a bad idea to place those guys over there, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, this is a great, is this an ambush settlement? But yeah, what I was going to say about It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is every once in a while, it doesn't happen all the time, but every once in a while there was a clip that the show would build up to a point, and there was a clip that had me dying, and I couldn't stop laughing, like dying for a good couple minutes. And that's more than I can say for Seinfeld or The Office. Like they're both really funny shows, but every once in a while there was something and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and I'm just thinking of some of the things. Usually it's with Danny DeVito. Usually Danny DeVito. For example, like when I forget. Oh, man, it's so long since I've watched it. So long since I've watched it, but I can't remember what the exact. They're like. I feel like they're spying on like an office or something, or it's an office party or something. And there's the Frank, Danny DeVito's character. He to spy them, he climbs in the sofa, and it's like a leather sofa, I think. And like you don't see him climb in, right? But you can, like, his shape is, it's obvious that he's in there, right? Like his shape, his contour is in the sofa, and it looks so absurd. And it's there for a little while, like in a scene or two. And then at some point, he climbs out of the sofa and he's like, I don't know if he's naked or if he's just in his underwear, but he's like so sweaty, and the way he comes out, it's like it's like it's like the sofa gave birth to him. But when it comes, like the way that they did it just, I mean, it's expected, but it's unexpected the way that he makes his exit, right? And I remember having just died during that scene and just laughed my ass off. And yeah, Sunny in Philadelphia, there was a couple instances where stuff like that happened. Cyrus says, always Sunny Philadelphia. I saw all of those. Yeah, that's freaking hilarious. That's another one I need to rewatch. Yeah, it's a hilarious show. I haven't seen the new seasons. Like, I can't remember. It's been a few years since I've watched any of them. I know they took, like, a little bit of a hiatus, I think, maybe. But I think they come back and done a couple new seasons. And some of the actors have gone on to do some different shows. Like, I was watching the guy who's on Netflix, the guy who plays Dennis, has like a show where he plays like a school teacher, and he's a philosopher. He's a philosopher and a school teacher. It's not bad, but I mean, he's an asshole in that. He's an asshole, but he's kind of, you know, the kids bring the good out in him. It's not bad. But and then the Mac, is that the show that D she's in? But yeah, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is classic as well. So those are probably my top 3. But I mean, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, like, probably you know, find it maybe a little bit funnier than it is because I smoke way too much weed, or at least I used to. I've given up the green. No more. Cyrix says, I remember how they were always making fun of how the chick looked in there. I never understood that. I thought she was hot. Which chick? The waitress or D? I don't know. Yeah, it was such a good show. Charlie's my guy. I love Charlie. And Frank. Like, Danny DeVito on that show is classic. And it's hilarious. Like, my mom was telling me that he he was on The View. He was a guest on The View, and my mom said he was hammered. But he was. Have you ever heard of a show called Taxi? He was in a classic sitcom called Taxi in the 70s, I think. 70s or maybe early. Maybe that was early 80s, but old show. With some big name comedians in it. Uh-oh. One of our birds is in trouble. Yeah, the baby griffins don't flex the muscles quite as much as the griffin patriarch. And just having a unit of cavalry, even though they're kind of squishy, is nice. Though those are cyclopses, those bad boys. The Sister D, yeah. Oh yeah, I grew up on Taxi. Oh, cool, man. Yeah, I've never watched a little bit of Taxi, but I've watched only a tiny bit of it here and there. But watched another show, like a radio show, CKBW or something. Something like that. And we used to watch. My brother and I used to watch like the ridiculous Canadian show SCTV, stands for Second City TV. It was a studio and a comedy place in downtown Toronto, and they used to run a show where the theme of the show was they were running this Canadian comedy, like a lot of big actors like John Candy and I think Eugene Levy was on it, and a bunch of older classic big name Canadian actors. But the theme of the show was SCTV. They were running. SCTV was so it stands for Second City TV. But in the show, they were running a TV network. So they would have like different bits that were different shows on the show, and then they would have behind the scene things with like the actors. There would be drama between the actor and the producer of the show. It was really good. It was really, really solid comedy. Starrick says it's 70s for Taxi. Yeah, that's what I thought. I wasn't sure. But yeah, that's another good one. Yeah, WKRP in Cincinnati, LOL. Yeah, we used to watch a lot of that. Growing up, I only had 3 channels. Like, where my dad built our house is about, it's almost a kilometer off of the main road, and when I say the main road, it's sort of like the main road, one of the main roads in the country. So like even on the main road, there's not a ton of, it's not like, you know, it's not like a city or even a town. It's just sort of like a road with a string of houses on it, and then our house was a kilometer off of the main road. It's a dirt road and then up a hill. And so growing up, because our driveway was almost a kilometer long, the city or the municipality wouldn't pay to run the cable lines back there. So for us to get cable, we would have had to pay thousands of dollars to run the actual cable on the telephone poles. So we never had a lot of channels. All we could get were 3 channels, and I think CBC, so the Canadian Broadcast Corporation, CTV, the Canadian Television, and Global were the 3 channels we got. So I could only watch what was available, and that was one of the things that was on CKRP in Cincinnati. It was good. It was funny. There were some hot chicks on it too. Some some hotties on there. I'm gonna take a quick break, guys, and I'll be right back. Close victory. Didn't go quite as well as I shouldn't have positioned those units down off the ridge, but that ridge was beautiful for the way the settlement, and we were outnumbered 3,000 to 2,000. Got quite a bit of work done. Styric says, well, we didn't even have cable when I was young. Yeah, we're really spoiled. Styric says, wasn't even thought of yet, lol. Oh shit, I had no idea. That's wild. We live in a golden age of television now. It's crazy, the choices and the variety and quality. I mean, you have to sift through a lot of crap to get to the quality, but the quality is out there. Yeah, anyway, guys, I'm gonna get up, have a stretch. I'll be back in less than 5. Should be less than 5.
The helping hand of fate. Swift as a shadow. You may find my dubious skills of use. A new challenge awaits.
I'll win or die trying.
I can make your enemies
I go as instructed.
Cut them down. Hold nothing back.
Alright, I'm back. My apologies. But yeah, I'm gonna try and take multiple short breaks today, because yesterday I took a fair bit of breaks yesterday, but longer breaks. I want to try and avoid the longer breaks, but I will, in an hour or two, I will probably take a bit of a break for lunch. But I mean, the gameplay will continue. It's the advantage of doing the stream this way, that the gameplay doesn't pause. But yeah, whoa, we got another siege, guys. Hold your breath, because yeah, the sieges haven't gone well. Though now that we have the Griffin, my God, sieges no problem, no problemo. Yeah, you know what? I was loading, so I was doing something, and I was looking for in Attila a siege map that was like a naval assault on a siege map of a major settlement, but it doesn't exist. I don't think it exists anywhere in Total War. Maybe Thrones of Britannia, but I'm gonna be revisiting Thrones of Britannia here in a couple of weeks, I think. But I gotta install it. But Thrones of Britannia, I think the battles are very underrated. Like, the battles look really good. The campaign was lackluster, to put it mildly. But Thrones of Britannia might have naval assaults for settlements. But I feel like Thrones of Britannia had naval battles, but no fleet. as ridiculous as that sound, I think that's how it worked, but I can't remember. Maybe Thrones didn't have naval battles. I can't remember. It's been so long since I played it. But a settlement like this, for example, would be perfect for a naval assault, though. Yeah, anyway. Or a map like this would be perfect for that sort of thing. But yeah, let's continue. We're on Book 4, The Visit to King Menelaus, who tells his story. Meanwhile, the suitors in Ithaca plot against Telemachus. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Now, when the sun had set and darkness was over the land, they reached the low-lying city of Sparta, where they drove straight to the abode of Menelaus and found him in his own house, feasting with his many clansmen in honor of the wedding of his son, and also of his daughter, whom he was marrying to the son of that valiant warrior Achilles. He had given his consent and promised her to him while he was still at Troy, and now the gods were bringing the marriage about. So he was sending her with chariots and horses to the city of the Myrmidons, over whom Achilles' son was reigning. For his son, he had found a bride from Sparta, the daughter of Alector. This son, Megapenthes, was born to him of a bondwoman. For heaven vouchsafed Helen no more children after she had borne Hermione, who was fair as golden Aphrodite herself. Starrick says, I usually play very aggressive in these games. Just early today was the first time some laid siege to me. So that was the first time I really got to play as defender in a siege. So I had to figure out what I was doing, LOL. Yeah, you know, like, it's like the siege defenses are, you know, like the AI, you'll demolish the AI in a siege defense. But this particular campaign, I wasn't, because I wanted to have it themed a little bit with Odysseus. I wanted him to go all the way down to the Cyclops Island, and then I wanted the next plan is to go to Knossos, but we've got to wrap up this war here. I've screwed up the diplomacy, but yeah, I had a rude awakening when I started this. You know, I assumed it would be much easier to take these walled settlements, and got demolished a number of times. taking these settlements, but it's usually much better to be aggressive in these games, as per the way that guys like Legend of Total War play. And then when, you know, Mercy the Mad, guys like that, where they, you know, figure out step by step what the optimal thing to do early on to get the best, most aggressive start is. Axiom Razor, another one. Axiom Razor probably even more aggressive than Legend, maybe. But yeah, blitzing. You always want to, you know, be taking the fight to the AI. You don't want the AI to be taking the fight to you. When you start, you know, playing defensive, that's when the AI can cause you problems and stuff, right? Passivity is not rewarded in Total War at all. But yeah, having the Griffin now changes the literal game changer for these sieges. I mean, there's only one of them in the game, one Griffin Patriarch. The baby Griffins, there's a cap how many you can get, but you can continually increase the capacity for them. But the Patriarch itself is a beast, literally. It's too bad you can't heal it. Maybe there's a way to heal it that I don't know of, but yeah, she is doing a fantastic job. Griffin looks amazing, says Derek. Yeah, it looks good. I think it looks good. It just I would have liked a little bit more finer detail. Like, it looks a little bit rounded, almost a cartoony element to it. Like, the textures are not quite as defined as I would have liked, but the Griffin is awesome. Don't know if it doesn't look like any of the baby Griffins are here. Where's the baby Griffins? Or maybe they're in behind. But yeah, the Griffin, you can land it like the units in Warhammer 3. This is where they first started doing that. The flying units in this, you can land them. At least you can do it with the Griffins. I don't know about. I was looking on the Sirens, and it looked like, okay, yeah, there's our baby Griffin. Yeah, keeping it in behind because it's so low on health from the previous battle. So the neighbors and kinsmen of Menelaus were feasting and making merry in his house. There was a bard also to sing to them and play his lyre, while two tumblers went about performing in the midst of them, when the man struck up with his tune. Telemachus and the son of Nestor stayed their horses at the gate, whereon Etonius, servant to Menelaus, came out, and as soon as he saw them, ran hurrying back into the house to tell his master. He went close up to him and said, "Menelaus, there are some strangers come here, 2 men who look like sons of Zeus. What are we to do? Shall we take their horses out, or tell them to find friends elsewhere as they best can?" Menelaus was very angry and said, "Etonius, son of Boethius, you never used to be a fool, but now you talk like a simpleton. Take their horses out, of course, and show the strangers in, that they may have supper. You and I have stayed often enough at the other people's houses before we got back here, where heaven grant that we may rest in peace henceforward." So Etonius bustled back and bade the other servants come with him. They took their sweating steeds from under the yoke, made them fast to the managers, and gave them a feed of oats and barley mixed. Then they leaned the chariot against the end wall of the courtyard and led the way into the house. Telemachus and Pistratus were astonished when they saw it, for its splendor was as that of the sun and moon. Then, when they had admired everything to their heart's content, they went into the bathroom and washed themselves. When the servants had washed them and anointed them with oil, they brought them woolen cloaks and shirts, and the two took their seats by the side of Menelaus. A maidservant brought them water in a beautiful golden ewer, and poured it into a silver basin for them to wash their hands. And she drew a clean table beside them. An upper servant brought them bread and offered them many good things of what there was in the house, while the carver fetched them plates of all manner of meats, and set up cups of gold by their side. Menelaus then greeted them, saying, "Fall to and welcome. When you have done supper, I shall ask who you are, for the lineage of such men as you cannot have been lost. You must be descended from a line of scepter-bearing kings, for poor people do not have such sons as you are." On this he handed them a piece of fat roast loin, which had been set near him as being a prime part, and they laid their hands on the good things that were before them. As soon as they had had enough to eat and drink, Telemachus said to the son of Nestor, with his head so close that no one might hear, "Look, Phistratus, man after my own heart, see the gleam of bronze and gold, of amber, ivory, and silver. Everything is so splendid that it is like seeing the palace of Olympian Zeus. I am lost in admiration." I think I'm testing out. I want to see if the Griffin can take on this garrison on its own, with a little bit of support from Odysseus. But yeah, the Griffin is doing a pretty good job so far. Though those spears are really gonna bog him down. Probably, yeah. See, they're doing a bit of damage, even though that unit is beat up. What was I gonna say? He probably could cheese it a little bit, similar to Altharion and the some of the bigger flying units in Warhammer, where the animation will hit, but the unit doesn't quite land. Now try to get these guys to capture that gate. Maybe we can slip through the back door there as well. Menelaus overheard him and said, "No one of my sons can hold his own with Zeus, for his house and everything about him is immortal. But among mortal men, well, there may be another who has as much wealth as I have, or there may not. But at all events I have traveled much and have undergone much hardship, for it was nearly 8 years before I could get home with my fleet. I went to Cyprus, Phoenicia, and the Egyptians. I went also to the Ethiopians, the Sidonians, and the Erebeans, and to Libya, where the lambs have horns as soon as they are born, and the sheep lamb down there 3 times a year. Everyone in that country, whether master or man, has plenty of cheese, meat, and good milk, for the ewes yield all year round. But while I was traveling and getting great riches among these people, my brother was secretly and shockingly murdered through the perfidy of his wicked wife, so that I have no pleasure in being lord of all this wealth. Whoever your parents may be, they must have told you about all this, and of my heavy loss in the ruin of a stately mansion, fully and magnificently furnished. Would that I had only a third of what I now have, so that I had stayed at home, and all those who were living in Paris on the plain of Troy, far from Argos. I often grieve as I sit here in my house, for one and all of them. At times I cry aloud for sorrow, but presently I leave off again, for crying is cold comfort, and one soon tires of it. Yet grieve for these as I may, I do so for one man more than for them all. I cannot even think of him without loathing both food and sleep, so miserable does he make me. For no one of all the Achaeans worked so hard or risked so much as he did. He took nothing by it, and has left a legacy of sorrow to myself, for he has been gone a long time, and we know not whether he is alive or dead. His old father, his long-suffering wife Penelope, and his son Telemachus, whom he left behind him an infant in arms, are plunged in grief on his account. Thus spoke Menelaus, and
You
the
will
heart
soon
of
hold the
Telemachus
enemy's victory
yearned
point.
as he bethought of him of his father. Tears fell from his eyes as he heard him thus mentioned, so that he held his cloak before his face with both hands. When Menelaus saw this, he doubted whether to let him choose his own time for speaking, or to ask him at once and find what it was all about. While he was thus in two minds, Helen came down from her high, vaulted, and perfumed room, looking as lovely as Artemis herself. Adraste brought her a seat, Eclippi a soft woolen rug, while Philo fetched her the silver workbox which Alcandra, wife of Polybus, had given her. Polybus lived in Egyptian Thebes, which is the richest city in the whole world. He gave Menelaus 2 baths, both of pure silver, 2 tripods, and 10 talents of gold. Besides all this, his wife gave Helen some beautiful presents, to wit, a golden distaff and a silver workbox that ran on wheels with a gold band round the top of it. Philo now placed this by her side, full of fine spun yarn, and a distaff charged with violet-colored wool was laid upon the top of it. Then Helen took her seat, put her feet upon the footstool, and began to question her husband.
Odysseus!
"Do we know, Menelaus," said she, "the names of these strangers who have come to visit us? Shall I guess right or wrong? But I cannot help saying what I think. Yet never yet have I seen either man or woman so like somebody else. Indeed, when I look at him, I hardly know what to think. As this young man is like Telemachus, whom Odysseus left as a baby behind him, when you Achaeans went to Troy with battle in your hearts, on account of my most shameless self." "My dear wife," replied Menelaus, "I see the likeness just as you do. His hands and feet are just like Odysseus, so is his hair, and the shape of his head, and the expression of his eyes. Moreover, when I was talking about Odysseus, and saying how much he had suffered on my account, tears fell from his eyes, and he hid his face in his mantle." Then Pistratus said, "Menelaus, son of Atreus, you are right in thinking that this young man is Telemachus, but he is very modest, and is ashamed to come here and begin opening up discourse with one whose conversation is so divinely interesting as your own. My father Nestor sent me to escort him hither, for he wanted to know whether you could give him any counsel or suggestion. A son has always trouble at home when his father has gone away, leaving him without supporters. And this is how Telemachus is now placed, for his father is absent, and there is no one among his own people to stand by him." "Bless my heart," replied Menelaus, "then I am receiving a visit from the son of a very dear friend, who suffered much hardship for my sake. I had always hoped to entertain him with most marked distinction when heaven had granted us a safe return from beyond the seas. I should have founded a city for him in Argos, and built him a house. I should have made him leave Ithaca with his gods, his son, and all his people, and should have sacked for them some one of the neighboring cities that are subject to me. We should thus have seen one another continually, and nothing but death could have interrupted so close and happy an intercourse. I suppose, however, that heaven grudged us such great good fortune, for it has prevented the poor fellow from ever getting home at all." I just paused there for 1 second because I was just thinking, so Menelaus is king of Sparta, I think. That's right? Like, he's king of Sparta. And just listening to him living in this, he's quite rich, and but he's quite miserable because he lost all his friends in either in the war with Troy or the fallout afterwards. Which is an interesting thing to talk about in itself. But what I was just thinking is that, this is before, the age of the Spartan, the legendary Spartans that you know, Leonidas and
Your
those
warriors
guys.
are losing heart.
So I'm just kind of thinking, like, at what point did the Spartans become, you know, this military? You know, the Spartans were, you know, Menelaus, you know, and his soldiers were known for their fearsomeness, but they weren't the same kind of austere, disciplined Spartans that we have in the story of the Spartans. So I'm just wondering, at what point did Sparta, you know, make that transition? Kind of curious to think about.
You have lost a victory point.
Thus did he speak, and his words set them all a-weeping. Helen wept, Telemachus wept, and so did Menelaus. Nor could Pisistratus keep his eyes from filling, when he remembered his dear brother Antilochus, whom the son of the bright dawn had killed. Thereon he said to Menelaus, Sir, my father, Nestor, when we used to talk about you at home, told me you were a person of rare and excellent understanding. If then it be possible, do as I would urge you. I am not fond of crying while I am getting my supper. Morning will come in due course, and in the forenoon I care not how much I cry for those that are dead and gone. This is all we can do for the poor things. We can only shave our heads for them and wring the tears from our cheeks. I had a brother who died at Troy. He was by no means the worst man there. You are sure to have known him. His name was Antilochus. I never set eyes upon him myself, but they say that he was singularly fleet of foot and in fight valiant. Your discretion, my friend, answered Menelaus, is beyond your years. It is plain you take after your father. One can soon see when a man is son to one whom heaven has blessed both as regards wife and offspring. And it has blessed Nestor from first to last all his days, giving him a green old age in his own house, with sons about him who are both well disposed and valiant. We will put an end, therefore, to all this weeping, and attend to our supper again. Let water be poured over our hands. Telemachus and I can talk with one another fully in the morning. Starrick says, yeah, Menelaus was the king. Yeah, Menelaus was the king, but yeah, I'm just wondering when Sparta became sort of like a military, you know, a military governed, a militaristic and more austere lifestyle based place, because Menelaus definitely, you know, sounds like he was living in some comfort.
Ithaca.
Starrick says Agamemnon was his brother, I believe. Yeah, I think you're right, Starrick. 100% right. On this Asphalion, one of the servants poured water over their hands, and they laid their hands on the good things that were before them. Then Zeus's daughter Helen bethought her of another matter. She drugged the wine with an herb that banishes all care, sorrow, and ill humor. Whoever drinks wine thus drugged cannot shed a single tear all the rest of the day, not even though his father and mother, both of them, drop down dead, or he sees a brother or a son hewn in pieces before his very eyes. This drug of such sovereign power and virtue had been given to Helen by Polydamna, wife of Thon, a woman of Egypt, where there grow all sorts of herbs, some good to put into the mixing bowl and others poisonous. Moreover, every one in the whole country is a skilled physician, for they are of the race of Paeon. When Helen had put this drug in the bowl and had told the servants to serve the wine round, she said, Menelaus, son of Atreus, and you, my good friends, sons of honorable men. Starrick says, that I'm not sure of, really. I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure they're brothers, Agamemnon and Menelaus. Agamemnon uses, like, I just recently watched Troy, you know, before I watched, started this series, I'm like, you know what, I really want to get in the mood for this, so let me put Troy on. And Menelaus and Agamemnon are depicted in that as brothers, so I'm pretty sure that's accurate. And I think when we were just reading through, and Menelaus was I don't want to say complaining is the wrong word, but describing his sorrow for the people that he's lost. Pretty sure he mentions Agamemnon as his brother. Menelaus, son of Atreus, and you, my good friends, sons of honorable men, which is as Zeus wills, for he is the giver both of good and evil, and can do what he chooses. Feast here as you will, and listen while I tell you a tale in season. I cannot indeed name every single one of the exploits of Odysseus, but I can say what he did when he was before Troy, and you Achaeans were in all sorts of difficulties. He covered himself with wounds and bruises, dressed himself all in rags, and entered the enemy's city, looking like a menial or a beggar, and quite different from what he did when he was among his own people. In this disguise he entered the city of Troy, and no one said anything to him. I alone recognized him and began to question him, but he was too cunning for me. When, however, I had washed and anointed him, and had given him clothes, and after I had sworn a solemn oath not to betray him to the Trojans till he had got safely back to his own camp and to the ships, he told me all that the Achaeans meant to do. He killed many Trojans, and got much information before he reached the Argive camp, for all which things the Trojan women made lamentation. But for my own part I was glad, for my heart was beginning to yearn after my home, and I was unhappy about the wrong that Aphrodite had done me in taking me over there, away from my country, my little girl, and my lawful wedded husband, who is indeed by no means deficient either in person or understanding. Oh, Starrick says, no, I wasn't sure when they started militaristic society. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Well, the thing is, so during the time of Troy, like, and I don't think, when you look at the settlements in this game, especially the major settlements, I don't think they're depicted accurately. Like, history, or at least CA's view of the history is that they're very unsophisticated at this point of history in terms of their archaeological, not archaeological, but their architecture in building their fortresses. But there is a lot of evidence that during the time of Troy and before Troy, that there was a golden age of the Bronze Age, and then there was a fall and like a dark age. That the Bronze Age, watch some documentaries on this where they talk about how the Bronze Age trade and economy that was, in a sense, a global economy for the day, completely collapsed, and then there comes like a dark age after that. And so these guys are very much living in the golden age of that time, and maybe the Spartan lifestyle comes out of the dark age, the fall, from that golden age that comes afterwards. And then when you get to the time of the pre-Socratic philosophers and Plato and Socrates and the height of Athens, the Athenian Empire, and the
Defeat is
the
unacceptable.
glory days of Sparta, and then the Persian Wars, by the time you get to that age, you have like a reemergence of Greek culture, like almost a second golden age of Greek culture. But yeah, there's a lot of evidence that maybe the Greeks were more, in certain ways more sophisticated than they were later on. I don't know. Our history is a lot murkier than the some of the traditional or mainstream historians might lead us to believe, and especially when you start investigating Egypt and some of the places in the Americas and stuff like that. But yeah, that would be something interesting. Maybe that'll be something I'll start to look into and research a little bit and see if we can learn a little bit more about Spartan culture and when it started. It'd be interesting to cover something like that on the channel. I don't know. Interesting stuff. Whew. Alright. Shit. Lost my place. Okay, yeah. Okay, here we are. Alright, so Helen just gave us a very in-depth description of Odysseus and his cunning, actually, in being able to defeat or spy on the Trojans, dressing himself as a beggar and infiltrating Troy to gain information on the Trojans.
Believe the people believe.
Showing his cunning. Alright, so then Menelaus said, "All that you have been saying, my dear wife, is true. I have traveled much and I have much to do with the heroes, but I have never seen such another man as Odysseus. What endurance, too, and what courage he displayed within the wooden horse, wherein all the bravest of the Argives were lying in wait to bring death and destruction upon the Trojans. At that moment you came up to us. Some god who wished well to the Trojans must have set you on it, and you had Deiphobus with you. 3 times did you go all around our hiding place and pat it. You called our chiefs each by his own name, and mimicked all our wives, Diomed, Odysseus, and I from our seats inside heard what a noise you made. Diomed and I could not make up our minds whether to spring out then and there, or to answer you from inside. But Odysseus held us all in check, so we sat quiet still, all except Anticulus, who was beginning to answer you, when Odysseus clapped his 2 brawny hands over his mouth and kept them there. It was this that saved us all, for he muzzled Anticulus till Athene took you away again." Starrick says, yeah, now I'm kind of interested in this. I've noticed that it's not really covered by documentaries. Yeah, well, I'll when I have a little bit of spare time, maybe actually tomorrow, because of the way that the stream is going to be set up tomorrow, I'll actually have, I'll be here monitoring it. I'll be in the chat, but because it's a previously recorded stream, I won't be providing live commentary. The commentary will be from that 30-hour stream that we did back a few months ago. So I'll have a little bit of time to maybe look into it tomorrow if I think about it. Starrick says, gotta be careful on what you watch on things like this, though. People like to inject their own version of it. If I wanted your opinion, I would have asked. Just give me the facts. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But yeah, it's true. It's hard to, and I mean, even like, even when you're trying to not to bias things, like when you research something and you're just trying to give the absolute facts of what had happened, it's even difficult to do that because your own biases, whether they're implicit or inherent to the culture and time that you live in, seep into that. And I think Tolstoy covers that really well in War and Peace. War and Peace is like, my gosh, it's such a magnificent work of literature, because it's both, like there's so many. It's a historical text in some sense, but it's a fictional text in another sense. It's a novel in one sense. It's a reflection of life in another sense, and it's a work of very powerful philosophy as well. Just my goodness. But yeah, I was telling Alexander, one of the Russian crew, for the channel. I was telling him that we're gonna do a Russia campaign in Napoleon Total War.
I'm looking forward to hearing what
in the
Odysseus
future.
has to
We're
say.
gonna continue our Napoleon campaign in Napoleon Total War. We'll finish the Italian campaign, then we'll do the Egyptian campaign, then we'll do the Napoleon Grand campaign. But after that, we're going to play a Russian campaign, and I'm gonna do a little bit of readings from one or two of my favorite chapters from War and Peace, because it's, oh my gosh, it's such an incredible book. Probably just my one favorite chapter, because Napoleon shouldn't take too much time. It's a relatively big map, but I mean, the battles take long in Napoleon, but the auto resolve can be abused in Napoleon Total War, I think, which can speed up a campaign drastically. But yeah, we'll cover that a little bit. We'll cover a little bit of Tolstoy at some point in the near future. I would say in the next month or two, because for the next 2 or 3 months at least, I'll have a lot of extra time to work on the channel. Like I've basically got nothing but time, so I'm going to be putting in as much work to the channel as possible before I actually get back to work myself. But yeah, one more thing to look forward to.
Knowledge is the weapon I wield.
Great deeds.
How
Ever
sad,
faithful.
explained Telemachus, that all this was of no avail to save him, nor yet his own iron courage. But now, sir, be pleased to send us all to bed, that we may lie down and enjoy the blessed boon of sleep. Starrick says, War and Peace, I never actually finished that, I don't think. It is a hefty book, for sure. I think I attempted it 2 times and never got through it, and then the 3rd time I had like quite a bit of time. You know, I was maybe off a week or 2 of work or something, and just forced myself to go through the whole thing and not put it down. And it's definitely worth the ride. It's an incredible book. But yeah, it is a hefty work. I've heard that Tolstoy's what is it, Anna Karenina or something? I've heard that that's actually better than War and Peace, but I've never read it. I don't think I have it. The one thing I would say is that before we do the Russian campaign, I actually have to find my copy of War and Peace, which could be just about anywhere right now. All of my books are in bangers boxes, and everything is either I'm moving everything presently to most everything to my brother's place, and the rest of my stuff is at my apartment, which I'm going to be moving out of, and I'll be shipping anything that I don't move to my brother's place. I'll be shipping to Nova Scotia because I'm kind of in a little bit of trouble right now. I've got a pending some pending court appearances that are gonna drag on for a little while. My lawyer says probably 8 to 12 months these things are gonna drag on for. So until that's cleared up, or once that's cleared up, I'll be moving to Nova Scotia. So I'm just sort of planning for that. But I'm moving out of my apartment. I'm going to be staying at my brother's for the next 8 to 12 months, and then moving to Nova Scotia. So my books and everything are kind of all over the place. Steric says, I know now, 1,225 pages. Yeah, that is something. That is something. And the writing style back then, it's a lot more elaborate, I want to say, or eloquent, or I don't know, like that age of writing, the Enlightenment writing is totally different than writing nowadays. Now I think writing has there's a, I don't know, I mean, It's hard to compare, but the Enlightenment, it's coming out of an age where, you know, after the Gutenberg press, and that was the main form of communication, you know, writing letters to one another. Styric says, Court, wow, okay, I'm not going to ask what you did this time, lol. Yeah, I got myself into some trouble, Styric. It's a long story. It's a long, sad story. But I can't talk too much about it because, you know, yeah, I can't talk about the details too much because it has to go through the court. But I'm technically I'm under house arrest right now. Like, I'm not allowed to leave my brother's place without my brother. But I assure you that I believe that I'm completely innocent of what I'm being charged with, and that you know, that all of the charges will eventually be dropped. And yeah, like, I didn't do anything wrong. No one was harmed, no property was damaged, nothing like that. But I was not in my right mindset at the time, so I can see why it's been construed in a certain way. But yeah, anyway, it's just going to take time. The courts are slow, right? Which in a way it's kind of good, because if they were faster, then I don't know, I feel like the truth of the matter might not actually see the light of day. But yeah, this past month I spent 3 weeks in jail. It was quite the quite the time, quite the experience. Anyway, let's continue with the Odyssey. Alright, so on this, Helen told the maidservants to set beds in the room that was in the gatehouse, and to make them with good red rugs, and spread coverlets on the top of them with woolen cloaks for the guests to wear. So the maids went out, carrying a torch, and made the beds, to which a manservant presently conducted the strangers. Thus then did Telemachus and Pistratus sleep there in the forecourt, while the son of Atreus lay in an inner room with the lovely Helen by his side. When the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn, appeared, Menelaus rose and dressed himself. He bound his sandals onto his comely feet, girded his sword about his shoulders, and left his room looking like an immortal god. Then, taking a seat near Telemachus, he said, "And what, Telemachus, has led you to take this long sea voyage to Sparta? Are you on public or private business? Tell me all about it." Styric says, "Gel, well, you are all grown up now. It's just a rite of passage." Yeah, you know what? I was thinking that. I was definitely thinking that while I was there. You know, in one sense, it's not as bad as you might think, and in another sense, it is quite miserable. You're treated, you know, in a very inhumane way. But anyway, we maybe talk about that stuff another time. But yeah, you're right. It is in a lot of ways a rite of passage. "I have come, sir," replied Telemachus, "to see if you can tell me anything about my father. I am being eaten out of house and home, my fair estate is being wasted, and my house is full of miscreants who keep killing great numbers of my sheep and oxen, on the pretense of paying their addresses to my mother. Therefore I am suppliant at your knees, if haply you may tell me about my father's melancholy end, whether you saw it with your own eyes or heard it from some other traveler, for he was a man born to trouble. Do not soften things out of any pity for myself, but tell me in all plainness exactly what you saw. If my brave father Odysseus ever did you loyal service, either by word or deed, when you Achaeans were harassed by the Trojans, bear it in mind now as in my favor, and tell me truly all." Menelaus, on hearing this, was very much shocked. So he exclaimed, "These cowards would usurp a brave man's bed. A hind might as well lay her newborn young in the lair of a lion, and then go off to feed in the forest or in some grassy dell. The lion, when he comes back to his lair, will make short work with the pair of them, and so will Odysseus with these suitors. By Father Zeus, Athene, and
Words
Apollo,
may avert
if Odysseus
bloodshed,
is still the man that he
if they
was
are
when he
honest.
wrestled with Philomelides in Lesbos, and threw him so heavily that all the Achaeans cheered him. If he is still such, and were to come near these suitors, they would have a short shrift and a sorry wedding. As regards your question, however, I will not prevaricate nor deceive you, but will tell you without concealment all that the old men of the sea tell me.
We will go down in history.
I was trying to come on here, but the gods detained me in Egypt, for my hecatombs had not given them full satisfaction, and the gods are very strict about having their dues. Now off Egypt, about as far as a ship can sail in a day, with a good stiff breeze behind her, there is an island called Pharos. It is a good harbor from which vessels can get out into the open sea when they have taken in water. And there the gods becalmed me 20 days without so much as a breath of fair wind to help me forward. We should have run clean out of provisions, and my men would have starved, if a goddess had not taken pity upon me and saved me in the person of Idothea, daughter of Proteus, the old man of the sea, for she had taken a great fancy to me. She came to me one day when I was by myself, as I often was, for the man used to go with their barbed hooks all over the island in the hope of catching a fish or two to save them from the pangs of hunger. Stranger, said she, it seems to me that you like starving in this way. At any rate, it does not greatly trouble you, for you stick here day after day without even trying to get away, though your men are dying by inches. I forgot my name. Says hello. About time you started streaming again. LOL. Yeah, you you missed it, brother. Styric and I were just talking about where I've been for the last little while, what I've been up to. But we're just starting light. I mean, light in a certain sense. It's gonna be. Yesterday we did 11 hours. Today we are doing another 11 hours. So we've got about 8 more hours of this to go. But this was pre-recorded footage from September of last year, where we did a 30-hour continuous stream. So I'm just getting this re-uploaded on YouTube, because you can't actually watch that stream. Like, you have to like anything over 12 hours, YouTube won't allow a playback. So just re-uploading this, and we're going to continue this campaign live on Wednesday. We've got another 11 hours tomorrow, or 10 hours tomorrow, and then live on Wednesday. And then Wednesday we'll also be playing a little bit of Napoleon Total War. But I'm excited to be back. We're going to be playing some Warhammer 3 as soon as they release the Warhammer 3 map. I mean, right now, what is it? It's like half the Warhammer 1 map and like half of the new crap that they're putting in Warhammer. But good to see you, brother. How's life been treating you? And have you seen my new video? I released my first Warhammer 3, my first official Warhammer 3 video. I did a Warhammer 3 preview video, but my first official Warhammer 3 video today, I enlisted the legendary manager of the Scranton paper company branch, Michael Scott, to give his deep, detailed analysis of Warhammer 3, what his thoughts are on it. So it's just a minute and a half. I think the link, if you scroll up a little bit in the chat, the link is there. But yeah. It's ridiculous and amusing, but anyway. Warhammer 3. Yeah, I actually, you know what? Before I continue with more of book 4 of the Odyssey here, I am planning to do the first thing that I'm going to do for Warhammer is I want to take a I forgot my name. Says you went to prison neat. Yeah, it wasn't, you know, it didn't feel neat at the time. And honestly, I'm lucky to be where I am right now, because my bail hearing, had my bail hearing gone a different way, I would still be there right now. I'm technically, I'm on house arrest right now, so I'm not allowed. My brother is my surety, what's called an surety here in Canada, and so he's responsible for me. He's put up several $1,000s. I mean, he doesn't have to pay this several $1,000s, but if I don't follow all of the guidelines to the bail, then he can potentially lose that money. Plus, I will get sent back to jail. I forgot my name says I've been good, and no, I will check it out at some point. Warhammer 3 has been fun so far. Good. I want to, the very first thing I'm gonna do a series on the siege maps. I'm just gonna do short, maybe 5-minute videos, maybe 10-minute videos, just analyzing the siege maps, the way that they're laid out, and the potential ways to attack it and stuff like that. Because I want to start like a monthly thing, like once a month. I want to do a siege tournament, just a small tournament, 4 teams of 3 people, once a month. So I'm currently in the process of ironing out how the rules for that will work, and then I'm gonna start to, I'm starting to put the word out a little bit, but I want to do sort of like an inaugural one where we try it out and just make sure everything, you know, everything is organized well, and it you know, there's no hitches along the way, because I've been a part of tournaments in the past, and there's always tournaments and collaborations and stuff, and when you're working with other content creators, especially, you know, in different time zones and stuff, which is the norm, obviously, and everyone's got busy lives and their own schedules, there's always things that go wrong. So I just want to try and iron out all the details. Osmond says you got caught near the trucker protest, didn't you? Something like that. Something like that. But yeah, first thing I'm going to do for Warhammer 3 is I want to analyze the siege maps, because I don't think it's been covered, and I've been asking people. I asked Mercy the Mad during his stream, and I asked Turin during his stream what they thought of the sieges, and like, the responses were kind of lukewarm and just not very, and from what I've seen, no one's really covered the sieges for Warhammer 3. Everybody's more interested in the campaign and the multiplayer stuff, right? Which has been the standard for ages now for Warhammer. Sieges have been, for all intensive purposes, you know, forgotten about or just belittled. But yeah, Odysseus' army is looking much better, much better organized. We've gotten rid of some of the dead weight. We've got those warriors of Artemis, those lovely lady archers, which are way better than the other archers, and we're using the sword skirmishers. Oh, and we've also got a griffin and some giant spearmen. So the army is shaping up a lot better. I don't think you're going to see too much more instances where Odysseus is defeated. Alright, back to Homer's Odyssey. Let me tell you, said I, whichever of the goddesses you may happen to be, that I am not staying here for my own accord, but must have offended the gods that live in heaven. Tell me, therefore, for the gods know everything, which of the immortals it is that is hindering me in this way, and tell me also how I may sail the sea so as to reach my home. I forgot my name says that's exciting, going to be fun, couple months coming up. Let's go, Exactly. I should really save this for Clueless, but this is the first appearance of my personal trainer, Izzy, right here. Don't tell Clue that I'm showing you guys without you, but he'll make many more appearances, and we'll program him to say many more things. But
Yeah, that's it. It's go time.
it's go time, boys.
Yeah, that's it. It's go time.
I'm gonna have to give him a little boost in volume too. He's a little bit under. Oh my God, we're gonna have so much fun, boys. So much fun. Oh, I amuse myself endlessly. Alright. Stranger, replied she, I will make it all quite clear to you. There is an old immortal who lives under the sea hereabouts, and whose name is Proteus. He is an Egyptian, and people say he is my father. He is Poseidon's head man, and knows every inch of ground all over the bottom of the sea. If you can snare him and hold him tight, he will tell you about your voyage, what courses you are to take, and how you are to sail the sea so as to reach your home. He will also tell you, if you so will, all that has been going on at your house, both good and bad, while you have been away on your long and dangerous journey. Can you show me, said I, some stratagem by means of which I may catch this old god without his suspecting it and finding me out? For a god is not easily caught, but a mortal man. Stranger, said she, I will make it all quite clear to you. About the time when the sun shall have reached mid-heaven, the old man of the sea comes up from under the waves, heralded by the west wind that furs the water over his head. As soon as he comes up, he lies down and goes to sleep in a great sea cave, where the seals, Halisoidin, chickens as they call them, come up also from the grey sea and go to sleep in shoals all around him. And a very strong and fish-like smell do they bring with them. Early morning I will take you to this place and will lay you in ambush. Pick out, therefore, the 3 best men you have in your fleet, and I will tell you all the tricks that the old man will play you. First, he will look over all his seals and count them. Then, when he has seen them and tallied them on his 5 fingers, he will go to sleep among them, as a shepherd among his sheep. The moment you see that he is asleep, seize him, put forth all your strength, and hold him fast, for he will do his very utmost to get away from you. He will turn himself into every kind of creature that goes upon the earth, and will become also both fire and water. But you must hold him fast and grip him tighter and tighter till he begins to talk to you and comes back to what he was when you saw him go to sleep. When you may slacken your hold and let him go, and you can ask him which of the gods it is that is angry with you, and what you must do to reach your home over the seas. Having so said, she dived under the waves, whereon I turned back to the place where my ships were ranged upon the shore, and my heart was clouded with care as I went along. When I reached my ship, we got supper ready, for night was falling, and camped down upon the beach. When the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn, appeared, I took 3 men on whose prowess of all kinds I could most rely, and went along by the seaside, praying heartily to heaven. Meanwhile the goddess fetched me up 4 seal skins from the bottom of the sea, all of them just skinned, for she meant playing a trick upon her father. Then she dug 4 pits for us to lie in, and sat down to wait till we should come up. When we were close to her, she made us lie down in the pits, one after the other, and threw a sealskin over each of us. Our ambuscade would have been intolerable, for the stench of the fishy seals was most distressing. who would go to bed with a sea monster if he could help it? But here, too, the goddess helped us and thought of something that gave us great relief. For she put some ambrosia under each man's nostril, which was so fragrant that it killed the smell of the seals. We waited the whole morning and made the best of it, watching the seals come up in hundreds to bask upon the seashore, till at noon the old man of the sea came up too, and when he had found his fat seals, he went over them and counted them. We were among the first he counted, and he never suspected any guile, but laid himself down to sleep as soon as he had done counting. Then we rushed upon him with a shout and seized him, on which he began at once with his old tricks and changed himself first into a lion with a great mane. Then all of a sudden he became a dragon, a leopard, a wild boar. The next moment he was running water, and then again directly he was a tree. But we stuck to him and never lost hold, till at last the cunning old creature became distressed and said, "Which of the gods was it, son of Atreus, that hatched this plot with you, snaring me and seizing me against my will? What do you want?" "You know that yourself, old man," I answered. "You will gain nothing by trying to put me off. It is because I have been kept so long in this island and see no sign of me being able to get away. I am losing all heart. Tell me then, for you gods know everything, which of the immortals is hindering me, and tell me also how I may sail the sea so as to reach my home." Then he said, "If you would finish your voyage and get home quickly, you must offer sacrifices to Zeus and to the rest of the gods before embarking, for it is decreed that you shall not get back to your friends and to your own house till you have returned to the heaven-fed stream of Egypt and offered holy hecatombs to the immortal gods that reign in heaven. When you have done this, they will let you finish your voyage." I was broken-hearted when I heard that I must go back all that long and terrible voyage to Egypt. Nevertheless, I answered, "I will do all, old man, that you have laid upon me. But now tell me, and tell me true, whether all the Achaeans whom Nestor and I left behind us when we set sail from Troy have got home safely, or whether any one of them came to a bad end on board his own ship or among his friends when the days of his fighting were done." "Son of Atreus," he answered, "why ask me? You had better not know what I can tell you, for your eyes will surely fill. You have heard my story. Many of those about whom you ask are dead and gone, but many still remain, and only 2 of the chief men among the Achaeans perished during their return home. As for what happened on the field of battle, you were there yourself. A 3rd Achaean leader is still at sea, alive but hindered from returning. Ajax was wrecked, for Poseidon drove him on the great rocks of Gyre. Nevertheless, he let him go safe out of the water, and in spite of all Athene's hatred, he would have escaped death if he had not ruined himself by boasting. He said the gods could not drown him, even though they had tried to do so, and when Poseidon heard this large talk, he seized his trident in his 2 brawny hands and split the rock of Gyre in 2 pieces. The base remained where it was, but the part on which Ajax was sitting fell headlong into the sea and carried Ajax with it. So he drank salt water and was drowned.
The disaffected will be happy to listen.
Your brother
Problem has gone away.
Your brother and his ships escaped, for Hera protected him. But when he was just about to reach the high promontory of Malea, he was caught by a heavy gale, which carried him out to sea again, sorely against his will, and drove him to the foreland where Thyestes used to dwell, but where Aegisthus was then living. By and by, however, it seemed as though he was to return safely after all, for the gods backed the wind into its old quarter, and they reached home, whereon Agamemnon kissed his native soil and shed tears of joy at finding himself in his own country. Now there was a watchman who Aegisthus kept always on the watch, and to whom he had promised 2 talents of gold. This man had been looking out for a whole year to make sure that Agamemnon did not give him the slip, and prepare war. When therefore this man saw Agamemnon go by, he went and told Aegisthus, who at once began to lay a plot for him. He picked 20 of his bravest warriors and placed them in ambuscade on one side of the cloister, while on the opposite side he prepared a banquet. Then he sent his chariots and horsemen to Agamemnon and invited him to feast, but he meant foul play. He got him there all unsuspicious of the doom that was awaiting him, and killed him when the banquet was over, though he were butchering an ox in the shambles. Not one of Agamemnon's followers was left alive, nor yet one of Aegisthus's, but they were all killed there in the cloisters. Thus spoke Proteus, and I was broken-hearted as I heard him. I sat down upon the sands and wept. I felt as though I could no longer bear to live, nor look upon the light of the sun. Presently, when I had my fill of weeping and writhing upon the ground, the old man of the sea said, Son of Atreus, do not waste any more time in crying so bitterly. It can do no manner of good. Find your way home as fast as you can, for I guess this may be still alive. And even though Orestes has been beforehand with you in killing him, you may yet come in for his funeral. I forgot my name says, well, I gotta go to work, dude. But I'm looking forward to some Warhammer 3. Have a good stream. Thank you very much. It's great to see you, brother. I am gonna be here for a bit, and actually that was quite the story, and there's a lot more of this chapter left than I was expecting. And I've been I thought that was gonna finish up the chapter. I think this is a good place for me to take a quick 5-minute break as well. You guys got a little battle here, but yeah, I'm loving the army that Odysseus has, and he's got these guys have Vanguard deployment as well. It's looking good. I don't think we're gonna see too many defeats, but yeah, more or Warhammer 3 coverage coming soon to Ragnarok Total War. It should be a good fun. I'm looking forward to it as well.
Athena, guard me!
Bones strong! Acknowledged!
Masters of war!
The gods smile. Reinforcements are here.
It will happen. Willingly. Awaiting orders.
Victory is close enough to taste.
Looking good. Hold for it. For the Achaeans. Combat ready, you coward.
The foe has sighted your hidden units.
Hungry for glory. Advance, men. Bows. As you say. Trained and ready.
One of your units has no more ammunition.
Hungry for glory. Yes. ready! Your time is now! I shout! Attack! Akia forever! I smell the stench of fear.
Are you done talking? Your hero is under attack.
Hey Pontifex, what's up, brother? I just got up to do a little bit of a stretch. I'm gonna break for lunch here soon, but I'll sit here and chat with you a bit if you're still there. Thanks for popping by. I hope you caught my video today, my first official Warhammer 3 video. We got a little inside information from an expert analyst from the Scranton Paper Company branch manager, Michael Scott, weighed in on his thoughts of Warhammer 3. So if you haven't seen it, definitely check it out. But yeah, how are you today, my friend? I'm just brewing a tea. I'll be right back in like 2 seconds. He says, have 15 minutes before I have to go back to work. That is unfortunate. Unfortunate. Well, work. But I mean, we're 4 hours in. I'm sure we'll be here finishing things up before you gotta head back. But things are going much better. Odysseus' army is starting to look a little bit beastly. So yeah, things are going good. Pontifex says, I saw that but didn't watch it yet. Alright, cool. Take your time. Give me your honest feedback when you do watch it. It's amusing. I wouldn't say it's funny, but it's amusing. Or at least I think it's amusing. My twisted sense of humor. I'll be doing more videos like that in the future, and we've got I'm gonna start my first serious Warhammer 3 video series.
My reputation grows
Tomorrow. Tomorrow I've got a little bit of a rant video. Thursday we'll start some more Warhammer 3 videos. But tomorrow I got something a little bit different planned.
Odysseus the cunning, with sword and with wit.
To victory!
Was that order given in error?
But yeah, let's push through. Push through the last bit. There's I think like 4 pages left to this chapter. Oh my God, 6.5 pages left to this chapter. So we got a little bit more of book 4 of the Odyssey here. We're getting
some watches.
Menelaus' story here. The king of Sparta is giving his account to Telemachus of his journey and the sufferings that he experienced.
I know their weaknesses.
All right. Menelaus says, "On this I took comfort in spite of all my sorrow, and said, I know then about these two. Tell me therefore about the third man of whom you spoke. Is he still alive, but at sea, and unable to get home? Or is he dead? Tell me, no matter how much it may grieve me." The third man, he answered, is Odysseus, who dwells in Ithaca. I can see him in an island sorrowing bitterly in the house of the nymph Calypso, who is keeping him prisoner, and he cannot reach his home, for he has no ships nor sailors to take him over the sea. As for your own end, Menelaus, you shall not die in Argos, but the gods will take you to the Elysian plain,
We've got a long hike.
which is at the ends of the world. There fair-haired Rhadamanthus reigns, and men lead an easier life than anywhere else in the world. For in Elysium there falls not rain, nor hail, nor snow, but Oceanus breathes ever with a west wind that sings softly from the sea and gives fresh life to all men. This will happen to you because you have married Helen and are Zeus's son-in-law. As he spoke, he dived under the waves, whereon I turned back to the ships with my companions, and my heart was clouded with care as I went along. When we reached the ships, we got supper ready, for night was falling, and camped down upon the beach. When the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn, appeared, we drew our ships into the water, and put our masts and sails within them. Then we went on board ourselves, took our seats on the benches, and smote the great sea with our oars. I again stationed my ships in the heaven-fed stream of Egypt, and offered hecatombs that were full and sufficient. When I had thus appeased heaven's anger, I raised a barrow to the memory of Agamemnon, that his name might live forever. After which I had a quick passage home, for the gods sent me a fair wind. And now for yourself, stay here some 10 or 12 days longer, and I will then speed you on your way. I will make you a noble present of a chariot and 3 horses. I will also give you a beautiful chalice, that so long as you live, you may think of me whenever you make a drink offering to the immortal gods. Son of Atreus, replied Telemachus, do not press me to stay longer. I should be contented to remain with you for another 12 months. I find your conversation so delightful that I should never once wish myself at home with my parents, but my crew whom I have left at Pylos are already impatient, and you are detaining me from them. As for any present you may be disposed to make, I had rather that it should be a piece of plate. I will take no horse back with me to Ithaca, but will leave them to adorn your own stables, for you have much flat ground in your kingdom where lotus thrives, and also meadows sweet, and wheat and barley and oats with their white and spreading ears, whereas in Ithaca we have neither open fields nor race courses, and the country is more fit for goats than horses, and I like it the better for that. None of our islands have much level ground suitable for horses, and Ithaca is least of all. Menelaus smiled and took Telemachus's hand with his own. What you say, said he, shows that you come of good family. I both can and will make this exchange for you, by giving you the finest and most precious piece of plate in all my house. It is a mixing bowl by Hephaestus' own hand, of pure silver, except the rim, which is inlaid with gold. Phadimus king of the Sidonians, gave it to me in the course of a visit I paid him when I returned thither on my homeward journey. I will make you a present of it." Thus did they converse while guests kept coming to the king's house. They brought sheep and wine, while their wives had put up bread for them to take with them. So they were busy cooking their dinners in the courts. Meanwhile, in Ithaca, the suitors were throwing discs or aiming with spears at a mark on the leveled ground in front of Odysseus's house, and were behaving with all their old insolence. Antinous and Eurymachus, who were their ringleaders and much the foremost among them all, were sitting together when Noman, son of Phronius, came up and said to Antonius, "Have we any idea, Antonius, on what day Telemachus returns from Pylos? He has a ship of mine, and I want it to cross over to Elis. I have 12 brood mares there with a yearling mule fowls by their side, not yet broken in, and I want to bring one of them over here and break him.
I'll win or die trying.
They were astounded when they heard this, for they had made sure that Telemachus had not gone to the city of Neleus. They thought he was only away somewhere on the farms, and was with the sheep, or with the swineherd. So Antonius said, "When did he go? Tell me truly, and what young men did he take with him? Were they freemen or his own bondsmen? Where he might manage that too. Tell me also, did you let him have the ship of your own free will because he asked you, or did he take it without your leave?" "I lent it to him," answered Neumann. "What else could I do? When a man of his position said he was in a difficulty and asked me to oblige him, I could not possibly refuse. As for those who went with him, they were the best young men we have, and I saw a mentor go on board as captain, or some god who is exactly like him. I cannot understand it, for I saw a mentor here myself yesterday morning, and yet he was then setting out for Pylos." Noman then went back to his father's house, but Antonius and Eurymachus were very angry. They told the others to leave off playing and to come and sit down along with themselves. When they came, Antonius, son of Eupithes, spoke in anger. His heart was black with rage, and his eyes flashed fire as he said, "Good heavens, this voyage of Telemachus is a very serious matter. We had made sure that it would come to nothing, but the young fellow has got away in spite of us, and with a picked crew too. He will be giving us trouble presently. May Zeus take him before he is full grown. Find me a ship, therefore, with a crew of 20 men, and I will lie in wait for him in the straits between Ithaca and Same. He will then rue the day that he set out to try and get news of his father." Thus did he speak, and the others applauded his saying. They then all of them went inside the buildings. It was not long ere Penelope came to know what the suitors were plotting, for a manservant, Medon, overheard them from outside the outer court as they were laying their schemes within, and went to tell his mistress. As he crossed the threshold of her room, Penelope said, "Medon, what have the suitors sent you here for? Is it to tell the maids to leave their master's business and cook dinner for them? I wish they may neither woo nor dine henceforward, neither here nor anywhere else. But let this be the very last time for the waste you all make of my son's estate. Did not your fathers tell you when you were children how good Odysseus had been to them, never doing anything high-handed nor speaking harshly to anybody? Kings may say things sometimes, and they may take a fancy to one man and dislike another, but Odysseus never did any unjust thing by anybody, which shows what bad hearts you have, and that there is no such thing as gratitude left in this world." Then Medon said, "I wish, madam, that this were all, but they are plotting something much more dreadful now. May heaven frustrate their design. They are going to try They're going to try and murder Telemachus as he is coming home from Pylos and Sparta, where he has been to get news of his father. Then Penelope's heart sank within her, and for a long time she was speechless. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she could find no utterance. At last, however, she said, "Why did my son leave me? What business did he have to go sailing off in ships that make long voyages over the ocean, like seahorses? Does he want to die without leaving anyone behind him to keep his name?" "I do not know," answered Medon, "whether some god set him on to it, or whether he went on his own impulse to see if he could find out if his father was dead, or alive and on his way home." Then he went downstairs again, leaving Penelope in an agony of grief. There were plenty of seats in the house, but she had no heart for sitting on any one of them. She could only fling herself on the floor of her own room and cry, wherein all the maids in the house, both old and young, gathered round her and began to cry too, till at last, in a transport of sorrow, she exclaimed, "My dears, heaven has been pleased to try me with more affliction than any other woman of my age and country. First I lost my brave and lion-hearted husband, who led every good quality under heaven, and whose name was great over all Hellas and middle Argos. And now my darling son is at the mercy of the winds and waves, without my having heard one word about his leaving home. You hussies, there was not one of you would so much as think of giving me a call out of my bed, though all of you very well knew when he was starting. If I had known he meant taking this voyage, would have had to give it up, no matter how much he was bent upon it, or leave me a corpse behind him, one or other. Now, however, go some of you and call old Odysseus, who was given me by my father on my marriage, and who is my gardener. Bid him go at once and tell everything to Laertes, who may be able to hit on some plan for enlisting public sympathy on our side, as against those who are trying to exterminate his own race and that of Odysseus." Then the dear old nurse, Ursilia, said, "You may kill me, madam, or let me live on in your house, whichever you please, but I will tell you the real truth. I knew all about it, and gave him everything he wanted in the way of bread and wine, but he made me take my solemn oath, and I would not tell you anything for some 10 or 12 days, unless you asked or happened to hear of his having gone, for he did not want you to spoil your beauty by crying. And now, madam, wash your face, change your dress, and go upstairs with your maids to offer prayers to Athene, daughter of aegis-bearing Zeus, for she can save him even though to be in the jaws of death. Do not trouble Laertes, he has trouble enough already. Besides, I cannot think that the gods hate the race of the son of Odysseus so much, but there will be a son left to come up after him, and inherit both the house and the fair fields that lie far all around it." With these words, she made her mistress leave off crying, and dried the tears from her eyes. Penelope washed her face, changed her dress, and went upstairs with her maids. She then put some bruised barley into a basket and began praying to Athene. "Hear me," she cried, "daughter of aegis-bearing Zeus, unwearable. If ever Odysseus, while he was here, burned you fat thigh bones of sheep or heifer, bear it in mind now as in my favor, and save my darling son from the villainy of the suitors." She cried aloud as she spoke, and the goddess heard her prayer. Meanwhile, the suitors were clamorous throughout the covered cloister, and one of them said, "The queen is preparing for her marriage with one or other of us. Little does she dream that her son has now been doomed to die." This was what they said, but they did not know what was going to happen. Then Antinous said, "Comrades, let there be no loud talking, lest some of it get carried inside. Let us be up and do that in silence, about which we are all of a mind." He then chose 20 men And they went down to their ship and to the seaside. They drew the vessel into the water and got her mast and sails inside her. They bound the oars to the thole-pins and twisted thongs of leather, all in due course, and spread the white sails aloft, while their fine servants brought them their armor. Then they made the ship fast a little way out, came on shore again, got their suppers, and waited till night should fall. But Penelope lay in her own room upstairs, unable to eat or drink, and wondering whether her brave son would escape or be overpowered by the wicked suitors. Like a lioness caught in the toils, with huntsmen hemming her on every side, she thought and thought till she sank into a slumber and lay on her bed, bereft of thought and motion. Then Athene bethought her of another matter, and made a vision in the likeness of Penelope's sister Iphithome, daughter of Icarus, who had married Eumelus and lived in Pheræ. She told the vision to go to the house of Odysseus and to make Penelope leave off crying. So it came into her room by the hole through which the thong went for pulling the door to, and hovered over her head, saying, "You are asleep, Penelope. The gods who live at ease will not suffer you to weep and be so sad. Your son has done them no wrong, so he will yet come back to you." Penelope, who was sleeping sweetly at the gates of dreamland, answered, "Sister, why have you come here? You do not come very often, but I suppose that is because you live such a long way off. Am I, then, to leave off crying and refrain from all the sad thoughts that torture me? I, who have lost my brave and lion-hearted husband, who had every good quality under heaven, and whose name was great over all Hellas and Middle Argos. And now my darling son has gone off on board of a ship, a foolish fellow who has never been used to roughing it, nor to going about among gatherings of men. I am even more anxious about him than about my husband. I am all in a tremble when I think of him, lest something should happen to him, either from the people among whom he has gone, or by sea, for he has many enemies who are plotting against him, and are bent on killing him before he can return home." Then the vision said, "Take heart, and be not so much dismayed. There is one gone with him whom many a man would be glad enough to have stand by his side. I mean Athene. It is she who has compassion upon you, and who has sent me to bear your message." Then said Penelope, "If you are a god, or have been sent here by divine commission, tell me also about that other unhappy one. Is he still alive, or is he already dead and in the house of Hades?" And the vision said, "I shall not tell you for certain whether he is alive or dead, and there is no use in idle conversation." Then it vanished through the thong hole of the door, and was dissipated into thin air. But Penelope rose from her sleep refreshed and comforted, so vivid had been her dream. Meantime the suitors went on board and sailed their ways over the sea, intent on murdering Telemachus. Now there is a rocky islet called Asteris, of no great size, in mid-channel between Ithaca and Same, and there is a harbor on either side of it where a ship can lie. Here, then, the Achaeans placed themselves in ambush. Whew. Alright, that does it for Book 4. Got Book 5 up next. We'll continue some more of that in a bit. Got a little battle here to enjoy. While this starts off, I'm gonna go put a pizza in the oven. I'm gonna come back and enjoy this battle. I will be just a moment, guys.
Trained and ready! Without question! Of course!
Sons of Achaea! For the Achaeans! Ready to serve! Awaiting orders! Yes! Foes, beware! At your command! We'll swap them! For the Achaeans! Masters of war! We got them outnumbered! Arrow knocked! Hungry for glory! Combat ready! Yes! Ready to serve! Looking good! Trained and ready! They're in trouble now! Awaiting orders! Alright? As you say. Foes, beware! Without question. Now we're talking!
The enemy is receiving reinforcements.
Can't wait! Just watch me! Combat ready! Combat ready! Sons of Achaea!
Okay, I'm back. In about 20 minutes, I'm gonna have. Oh, this is a relatively big battle here. It's not a bad settlement, or not settlement, but map. But yeah, it is a settlement map. It's a pretty big force we're up against. Enjoy my tea while I wait for my lunch to cook. What do we got going on? Not much going on in the chat. Kind of quiet. Oh shit, readings of Homer's Odyssey is down to 54%. So I feel like the new people, the people who have been tuning in and listening to my reading of the Odyssey have not so much enjoyed it as much. As it was as high as 80%. So we'll take a break from the Odyssey maybe later on. I mean, we've got 8 more hours of stream to go today, so we got heaps more time to go.
Move up! We will!
Oh, this is a defensive battle. Son of a bitch! I thought we were on the attack. Oh, this is not looking good. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them, and it doesn't look like we have many. Let's try and set up a kill zone there. Ranking by views, my new video is 6 of 10, so, but the impressions, the click-through rate is high, so that's hopeful, and the average view duration in terms of percentage is high as well, so that is, those are all good signs, but I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna focus a lot more on my analytics and see if we... Oh, look at this. We got some flyers. What the hell are those?
Don't hold back.
One of your units has no more ammunition.
Birds. What are those hawks? I've been...
Ready to shoot.
Huh.
There'll be history. Hungry for glory.
I don't recall seeing those previously.
Understood. Hungry for glory.
Hungry for glory. I'm hungry for lunch. We've been going for, how long have we been going for? Let me...
To glory. Moving.
God, my eyes are so bad.
Forward we go.
4 hours and 11 minutes.
We are Achaeans.
4 hours and 11. Not bad. Good time for a break. For lunch. Another 20 minutes. I'm going to take a break for lunch. The gameplay obviously will continue, but they're blobbing in pretty good, and the strategy of leaving them in those longer lines. I don't know. Can we hold them back? I think there's just too many of them here. We're holding for now, but there's just not. We just don't have enough ammunition.
Ready.
Or at least I don't think we're gonna have enough ammunition.
Foes beware. Let's see blood.
What are those giants or are those? No, they're just club warriors.
Here we go.
Man, I'd kill for a mortar right about now. Good God, mortar, good old-fashioned winds of death. Just mop this up real fast.
Hungry for glory.
But yeah, right in there, just have it go lengthways right through the middle of that troop, down the hill there. Same thing on this side. We'll mop this situation real fast. Frickin' stupid ancient Greeks. Why, you know, should have figured out how to make some mortars. God, yeah, mortar would really, we would do so much damage. Even a catapult, ballista, onager would make such a difference. But I'm surprised we're holding as long as we are. But I think we're just, our garrison is just too thin. Hopefully, we'll deal a bit of damage to them here.
Your hero is under attack.
The other problem is their heroes are going to be hard to deal with. And some of our units are starting to break.
Massacre them! Retreat! Come on now! They die!
38%. 38% want random Ragnarok nonsense in the vote. Only 8% want gameplay, insight, and critique. 54% want readings of the Odyssey. So, interesting. Interesting.
For the Achaeans! Masters of war! No mercy!
Your warriors have been routed.
Well, yeah, we got another 8 hours, so we got plenty of time for lots. I'm sure there'll be plenty of time. Maybe at some point I'll give T-Bone a call and we'll get some real Ragnarok nonsense. But probably after lunch. Yeah, it looks like they're starting to overwhelm us now.
Take care. You are losing ground.
Don't expect mercy. Arrow knocked! Swords! Sons of Achaea! Death from afar! Hungry for glory! You will not be missed. I've heard enough!
Well, held up longer than I was anticipating.
Ever mighty! Got it!
I don't think I think because they had such a large force, a lot of the casualties got spread pretty evenly. throw out their troops. We got a little showdown in the back there.
The foe is capturing your victory point.
Decisive defeat. Yeah, we were outnumbered more than 2 to 1. Almost 3 to 1. 2.5 to 1 roughly. Ooh. I like the combat and the after battle combat. See that the emblems are of the factions there are so similar that faction kind of flew under the radar there for me. Otherwise, I would have had a little bit stronger defenses there to deal with them. I would have tried to defend it. Let me check if there's any news on Total War blog about announce FAQ. Total War Warhammer 3 FAQ. Frequently asked questions. Patch notes 1.01. When was this FAQ released? November 4th, 2021. Yikes. Patch 1.01. When was this released? February 24th. When was the game released? February 17th. So a week after the game was released, it already had a patch. I guess that's kind of standard.
I'll win. Time's right.
Knowledge is the weapon I wield. Your troops can march on with...
I'm willing to bet that the people who are experiencing performance issues with Warhammer 3 are running Intel processors, and that, like, I'm willing to bet that I don't know, I haven't really run it much myself, so I'll be testing out, doing some stress tests and stuff on my own system, but I'm willing to bet that the Ryzen processors do a better job at managing the game, because they're better chips. They're better chips than the Intel chips. Intel is no longer the king of chips. I want to know though. Total War Warhammer 3 Immortal Empires release date. Is there any news or rumors about that?
Odysseus of Ithaca.
No, that was dated. That was 8 days ago. 8 days ago is at the time of writing. There's no confirmed release date for Warhammer 3 Immortal Empires. Yeah, so still no news. 4 days ago, combined maps sooner versus later by Italian Spartacus. I'll watch that later. Italian Spartacus in the know, maybe?
Naturally. Courage and strong tactics.
Yeah, sooner versus later, says Italian Spartacus in the title. So I will definitely hear what he's got to say. I need to know. When's it coming out? Because I won't be doing any campaigns for Warhammer 3 until that map comes out. I don't have any interest in the map that's out right now. However, having said that, there are 20 siege maps in all in the game. So on Thursday, I'll be releasing my first of 20 videos, just looking at the siege maps and giving some analysis of the siege maps. So it'll probably just be in between like 5 and 10 minutes long. But I want to do that because I want to start a series once the rest of the factions are available I want to start a monthly tournament on the channel called King of the Castle, and it'll be just a small tournament, 4 teams of 3, and it'll be a siege tournament. And I'm just in the process right now of working on the rules for the tournament. I think it'll be a pretty cool thing. So I'm looking forward to that. But because I'm going to do that, I think, yeah, and sieges, as far as I know, as far as what I've seen, they haven't really been covered much for any of Warhammer, really, dating back to the first game. And I'm actually kind of surprised that no one's looked into sieges for Warhammer 3 yet. So, I don't know, check it out. Oh, I can smell my pizza. Should be ready in 5 minutes or so. I am freaking hungry. Hungry. But yeah, I wish there was you know, a timeline. I wish we knew when the grand campaign for Warhammer 3 is coming out.
Glory awaits.
We're just keeping this guy down to bolster the garrison until we expand the settlement a little bit and maybe build a garrison. Then we could probably disband him. Probably won't disband him because those archers have a decent amount of experience. So we'll probably want to bring that army to the mainland. But there's no point keeping a general down here for too long. Actually, it's probably, as is, we probably don't even need him down here. It's so isolated that even with that small garrison, we don't have really anything to worry about. I'm just overly cautious, I guess. Plus, to the public order, we're trying to get a bit of a buffer, but the public order is quite good. Dang, sounds like my pizza's ready. I'm gonna go check on it.
Wisdom, wit, not all rumors are bad.
I interpret the will. The gods indulge those who show respect.
Dang it! Pizza's burnt. I mean, it's not burnt, but it's gonna be crispy. Guys, I'm gonna take about a 15, maybe 20-minute break for lunch. But of course, this is all pre-recorded gameplay, so it'll continue. I'll be back with more riveting commentary after my lunch break. See you shortly.
Odysseus the cunning.
I solve your problems.
Do not concern yourself with my methods. Consider me gone. That cannot be done. Shining Odysseus. With sword and with wit. Move up. Move off, men. My journey begins. Great deeds. Wisdom in war.
to refuse. To victory! Not yet, you can't.
I have a plan. We must pause here a while.
I know their weaknesses.
I live for battle.
I know that wars can also be won off the battlefield.
Let's hear some of this legendary wisdom then.
They'll fall to us. Might prevails.
Defeat is unacceptable. I cannot do that.
Odysseus of Ithaca. I cannot do that. That's beyond me. By my wits.
In Athena's name.
Fall back! Favored by Athena. Odysseus the Cunning. For Ithaca. Not happening.
You can count on me. We've docked. I'll make my mark. Eager for action. Courage and strong tactics. We'll camp here. Move it. We will go down in history. Acknowledged.
Ever faithful. That will never work.
Make me proud.
The gods smile. Reinforcements are here.
That'll work. Masters of war! Awaiting orders! Odysseus!
Archers ready! Difference breeds strength. Moving up.
For the Achaeans!
Your warriors have spotted hidden foes. The foe has sighted your hidden units. Your warriors are losing heart.
Giants! For the Achaeans! Now we're talking! I've got this! Trained and ready! Odysseus! War away! Now we'll see! Bring death!
One of your units has no more ammunition.
Don't hold back! Ready to serve! To glory! For the Achaeans! Combat ready! Destroy the foe!
Ruthless aggression!
Trained and ready! Forward march! Sons of Achaea!
Archers ready!
Odysseus! Trained and ready! Athena, guard me! To glory! Foes beware! Sons of Achaea! In good order! Awaiting orders! Moving up! How can we prevail? I can and will. We're set there. Willingly. Absolutely. It will happen. Strike true.
Enemies beware!
Hungry for glory.
Victory is close enough to taste.
For glory! Feel the power! Agreed!
Your warriors have been routed.
For Ithaca! I can!
Bow strong! Onward, sisters!
Strike hard!
and ready! Odysseus! Awaiting orders! Wreak havoc! Hungry for glory!
Thy Ares, your warriors are rallying. The enemy hero has sustained a wound.
Do it right, get rewarded.
Odysseus of Ithaca. Words win through.
Forward march. Make camp.
Favored by Athena.
I'll make my mark. Victory tastes sweet. That will never work.
I keep the rituals.
Wisdom, wit, and not all rumors are bad.
Not a chance. I love a challenge. That's clear enough.
I solve your problems. Out into the world. They won't see me. That cannot be done. Leaving now. You ask the impossible.
I cannot do that.
Odysseus of Ithaca. Odysseus the Cunning.
It will be epic. I know their weaknesses. Courage and strong tactics. Defeat is unacceptable. I know their weaknesses. Hit the road. By the numbers. Companion of Ares. No rest yet. On the march. The best warrior won!
War makes the man.
Oh, alright, boys. I'm back. Lunch break is over.
I have a plan.
Was quite lovely. It's lunch at 3 in the afternoon.
With sword and
you know,
with wit.
I had a late breakfast before the stream. Actually, it worked out pretty good, so I should be good for a few hours now.
My knowledge of the area is of great advantage.
Yeah, should be good for a few hours. We're almost 5 hours in, so we're in a half an hour. We're gonna hit the halfway point, and I honestly, today's stream I've felt much better than I did yesterday. Yesterday I was burning the candle at both ends a little bit too much, whereas I took the time to get proper night's rest, slept in a little bit, and took a break from my challenge campaign that I'm working on, that I've been working on last week. So I'll get back to that tomorrow. Tomorrow actually will be a really easy day for me. It's going to be another long stream, but it'll be a super easy day for me. And then on Wednesday, we will settle into the schedule that I'll be going forward. Like we'll be doing a double stream. We'll be doing an early stream in the morning until from 11 to 3 in the afternoon, and then we'll be doing a stream in the evening at probably 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock roughly. So that's the schedule streaming wise I'm going to be flirting with, and there'll be a schedule roughly for each series, but like we'll be mixing it up. We'll be playing multiple series, but we'll be playing some series to completion, and some series will reach a point and be like, okay, this is good, we'll leave it off here. But yeah, this is one where we will be playing to full map completion, because after this campaign, I don't know how much of Mythos we'll be playing. We'll probably say goodbye to Mythos for quite a while, and then oh yeah, we're scouting out Knossos. Looking good. We've got a scout down there taking a look at the island of the Minotaur, and just getting ready hopefully to make our invasion. Though I think it's, my goodness, turn 58. Turn 58. Yeah, it's more of a flavor campaign than a strategically this is definitely not a campaign where my best gameplay is on display. It's more me just experimenting with the game,
keep the rituals.
Playing more of a a campaign, like a themed campaign. And I think once we conquer Knossos, which I think where I've left the save, we haven't completed the conquest of Knossos, so I don't want to spoil too much for anyone who's been who this is new to. But once we conquer Knossos, what I want to do is we'll focus on the quests, the missions for the Homeric victory. We'll work towards the Homeric victory for Odysseus. We won't worry about conquest necessarily, except for the conquest that we have to do for achieving that victory. And then once we've achieved the Homeric victory, we'll go, of course, for full map completion. So this is a long campaign, and it's gonna be a fun campaign. Looking forward to it. There's, even though I put in 30 hours of gameplay 6 months ago, I haven't really achieved much. It's more of just laying the foundation. When we pick things up, we're gonna have basically like a pre-doom stack, like it's for Odysseus. I mean, arguably it'll be a doom stack, but Odysseus's army will be there will be one more upgrade potential for his army. But also we've got the Griffin, and we've got our home base of operations. It's gonna be good. I'm getting more as we inch closer to the live gameplay. I'm getting more and more excited for that. I'm really looking forward to playing this. So on my lunch break, I watched that Italian Spartacus video, or at least the first part of it. I got the information that I wanted from it while I was having lunch, and so the Immortal Empires map, the Grand Campaign map, or aka the combined map for Warhammer 3, his video was all speculation. It's not based on anything released, anything official released, but it's good speculation in that it's logical. So he was talking about the games in terms of the game Warhammer 3 in terms of peak players on Steam. So he said it peaked around 160,000 people, 170,000, and it was concurrently, when he released the video like a week ago, it was concurrently and 40,000. So like a third of what it hit on release. Now he said that probably a big part of that was because you know, Elden Ring was released, and a large part of the player base, including himself, have been playing Elden Ring instead of Warhammer 3. But he was saying that, you know, with what's been released for Warhammer 3, it's no surprise that the player base, you know, for the game has been so voracious, so hungry to play it, and there's been so much information given for Warhammer 3 that he's not surprised that the player base has played through the majority of that content and are, you know, kind of ready to move on, sort of thing, or just eagerly waiting the combined campaign map and the rest of the factions for the game. Now why he thinks that the reason why he thinks that the map will be out sooner than later is because of that player base dropping off, that big drop off of player base. Like 2 weeks after the game was released, the player base was down 60% basically. Let me actually shit. I apologize, guys. A little problem with my internet. Usually, like my old setup was directly into the Wi-Fi, or into the plugged directly into the router, whereas now I'm relying on wireless internet. And even though I've got a solid wireless internet adapter, and the internet here is solid as well, because it's wireless, it does occasionally come with hiccups. So I don't know what happened there. I'm glad I noticed it before too long. But anyway, where was I? I was talking about Italian Spartacus. So yeah, he was saying because the player base is dropping, that CA will be will want to get the rest of the content out to the community as soon as possible, because in business terms, you know, it's much harder to, it's much more expensive to gain new customers and to bring customers back after they leave than it is to keep customers happy and keep customers, you know, coming back. So if a large portion of the player base leaves the game, even though the new map comes out, you know, there will be some of them that don't necessarily return, at least not right away. But I don't know, I feel like the nature of Total War, the nature of you know, the fan base, that once that comes out, it's gonna be off to the races. Like, there's gonna be so much replayability for the game that people will be playing this game for 10 years to come. Is my speculation, maybe, because I mean, Warhammer 2, like Warhammer 2, we've been playing for what, how many years? 4 or 5 years, something like that.
We've docked.
Patch March 3rd. Developer Diary patch 1.02 and ongoing investigations. March 3rd. What's the date? So this is 4 days ago. Good day, Commanders. It's been about a week since we updated you on about the team's current work plan, so we wanted to drop back in here with some insight into where we are at as we continue to prioritize and package fixes for our next patch. Note that this is far from the comprehensive roadmap many of you are looking for right now, but don't worry, that will come later on as we're able to shift our focus from establishing a strong baseline that in future content to the game rather we want to highlight our focus on the game's foundation right now.
War is my business.
No confidence from the field. Don't worry, they'll come later. When we shift our focus from establishing a strong baseline to adding future content to the game. So, okay, this was 4 days ago. So right now they're not even focused on the future content, which obviously the combined map is future content. Rather, we want to highlight our focus on the game's foundation. So they want to make sure that the foundation is stable before they move forward with adding stuff. So until the issues are sorted, I don't think we're going to get the map. Talk about some of the worst issues impacting certain players and what they can do while waiting, and when you can expect changes to the game in the near future. I don't want to read through this. You guys are better acquainted with the problems with the game. I haven't played it myself, so I haven't experienced any of the problems. So I hope to avoid that by not playing it right away.
Not a chance.
Yeah, that for me that's a little bit disconcerting. That sounds like Italian Spartacus is mistaken in his assumption that, or his speculation that the Mortal Empires map will come out sooner or later. That his speculation was that because the player base is dropping. So in his video published about a week ago, he said that the peak concurrent gamers was it peaked at about 160,000, close to 170,000 I think, and that it had dropped down to 40,000, and that was 2 weeks after the game was released. So now we're 3 weeks after the game was released, I think. Yeah, 3 weeks. In game right now, it's 32,437 players. So yeah, so the player base is dropping, and his speculation was that because the player base is dropping and that there's not a lot of content that's out right now. Oh, sorry guys.
This won't work.
Sorry guys, sorry about that. How long was that up like that? God damn it, I'm an idiot. Anyway, yeah, he believes that because the player base is dropping fairly rapidly, that CA will want to get the big map out as soon as possible. But based on what the developers had written in that patch update, that they want to focus on the foundation for the game, it sounds like the combined map for Warhammer 3 will come out later rather than sooner. But you know, whatever. It'll come out when it's ready. It'll be out when it's out. You know, there's nothing we as players can do about it, so we just patiently wait and try not to be too hard on the developers, because that never ends well. But I've got some stuff I'm going to cover. I'm going to start analyzing the siege maps, is the type of content I'll make for Warhammer 3 in the meantime, because the campaign, the chaos campaign does not appeal to me in any way, shape, or form. But these armies here for Odysseus are looking a little bit better. We've almost got 2 full stacks working together, which should be very effective. Not sure what I'm thinking here.
Move off, man.
Yeah.
To victory.
So it sounds like we've got a little bit more of a wait for the big map.
Best foot forward.
But as per our campaign here, we've got
Poseidon protect us.
Mercy the Mad just uploaded a video titled "Kill All Rift Armies in One Turn," and it's titled But the the thumbnail is hilarious. His face is on the thumbnail, like he's on the thumbnail, and he's got a little farmer's hat on. It's hilarious. 20 seconds ago.
I'll win. On time trying.
Sorry. Watch that later. I'd be interested to see that. But yeah, as per our campaign here, we've got another. We're almost to the halfway point of the stream. Oh no, we're not. No, we're not. What am I saying? Wait. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we just passed 5 hours. So we've got about 20 minutes or half an hour to the halfway point, and then it's just all downhill after that. Smooth sailing, so to speak. But in the meantime, why don't we kick off another, since the chat is kind of quiet, why don't we kick off some more readings from the Odyssey. We'll get through another book of the Odyssey. Because I wouldn't mind getting through. I'd like to get through a big chunk of this. Because I think I'd like to finish the Odyssey as well. Because I've never finished it in my own time. So so far we've gone through stuff I've already read, but we're getting close to where it's all new stuff for me. So I've never finished this version of the Odyssey, or any version of the Odyssey. And my god, I watched Troy, or I started watching Troy the other night before resurrecting this campaign, and I can't help but feel that, like, it's such a pity that they never made the second part to the story for the Odyssey. What's the name of the actor? He always gets the shaft. Sean Bean. Yeah, he always gets the shaft. In GoldenEye, he got the shaft. In Game of Thrones, he got the shaft. And with Troy, he got the shaft. And yeah, they never made the second part. It's a travesty. I guess they could still make it because, you know, technically it you know, like, the events of the Odyssey happen many years after the events of the Iliad. So you know, Odysseus would be aged. So they could do it now, and Sean Bean could retake the part. I wouldn't mind seeing it. This could be a tough fight, but I mean, we do have a defensive settlement. I'm just wondering. The Iliad. Handsome Paris, you woman drunk liar, I wish you hadn't been born or had died unwed. It would have been much better than to suffer the dishonor of your presence or endure the laughter of the long-haired Achaeans when you stand before them championing beauty, but lacking strength, courage, and character. Hector rebukes his brother for lack of honor. It's pretty harsh, brother saying that to you. Yikes. But, I mean, Paris, you know, kind of brings about the whole, you know, whole downfall of Troy. But, yeah, it all depends on the reinforcements. I mean, we do have the reinforcements here, so where will they come in? there's a lot of entrances into the victory point. Like, there's not a lot of... The reinforcements show up right on top of the enemy as well. They're a little bit spread out. So I think what I want to do here is, because our reinforcements are going to show up right on top of the force there, is I think I want to send maybe my fastest units to go and support them and see if we can defeat that small force of that portion of the enemy army. Maybe. But they've basically surrounded the whole settlement. They're going to come in four different groups, 4 different points, and there's a lot of ways into the main, into the victory point, to the town center. There's not a lot of choke points. It's not going to be an easy defense, especially with the limited amount of troops that we have.
Swords! Foes beware! Hungry for glory! Making it up! Slingers ready! Hungry for glory!
Yeah, because it's crucial that we get the reinforcements onto the field to be able to defend the town center.
Death from afar! Awaiting orders!
Alright, well, while we get set up here, figure out what we're doing, I start reading book 5
Masters of war! Ready to serve!
of the Odyssey. Calypso Odysseus reaches Scheria on a raft. Oh. And now as dawn rose from her couch beside Tithonus, harbinger of light alike to mortals and immortals, the gods met in council, and with them Zeus, the Lord of Thunder, who is their king. Thereon Athene began to tell them of the many sufferings of Odysseus, for she pitied him away there in the house of the nymph Calypso. Father Zeus, said she, and all you other gods that live in everything bliss, I hope there may never be such a thing as a kind and well-disposed ruler any more, nor one who will govern equitably. I hope they will be all henceforth cruel and unjust, for there is not one of his subjects but has forgotten Odysseus, who ruled them as though he were their father. There he is, lying in great pain in an island where dwells the nymph Calypso, who will not let him go, and he cannot get back to his own country, for he can find neither ships nor sailors to take him over the sea. Furthermore, wicked people are now trying to murder his only son Telemachus, who is coming home from Pylos and Sparta, where he has been to see if he can get news of his father. What, my dear, are you talking about? Replied her father. Did you not tell him there yourself, because you thought it would help Odysseus to get home and punish the suitors? Besides, You are perfectly able to protect Telemachus and to see him safely home again, while the suitors have come hurry scurrying back without having killed him. Alright, there the reinforcements are popping on there. Where are the rest of them? Why didn't the reinforcements all come on at once? That's weird. Huh.
Your hero is under attack.
I don't know. I don't think we're gonna win this battle. We're just too thin, and for some reason, the
warriors are losing heart.
Reinforcements haven't shown up. I think you know what? I remember this battle, and I remember being really annoyed that the reinforcements didn't show up. I think Troy. So the way that the reinforcements in Warhammer 3 work is that there's a timer, I guess. I think they introduced that in Troy, but they just didn't.
Your warriors.
It's not overtly introduced. It's more implicitly introduced, where the reinforcements, depending on where they're positioned, take time to show up. But you don't know how long it'll be before they show up. I really like how in Warhammer 3 they introduced that you get to pick where your reinforcements enter the battlefield, and based on where they enter the battlefield, it takes more time for them to get there. That's really cool. That's definitely a cool feature. But yeah, I put those 2 units there to support the reinforcements coming on the field. The reinforcements never showed up. Or they haven't shown up yet. I don't know if they're going to. Yeah, see, I'm looking, but I'm like, where are these guys? What the hell? Savalon says hello, guys. Savalon, how are you, my man? Good to see you.
Your warriors are rallying.
Yeah, we are definitely gonna lose this. There's no chance.
The foe is capturing your victory point.
Savalon, what have you been up to? How is the Skyrim, the epic Skyrim quest going these days? The legendary Savalon.
The gods smile. Reinforcements are here. The foe has sighted your hidden units.
Combat ready! The swordsmen! For the Achaeans! No mercy!
You have lost a victory point.
Bring death! Ready! Achaea forever!
Yeah. Now the reinforcements show up. Look at that. Like, that would have made such a huge difference had they shown up right away. Ridiculous. But now, because they've basically defeated the garrison, now these guys are gonna have no chance. Though the one lucky thing, the army that's sitting outside the settlement, they may survive. Maybe. But we can't even withdraw them because they're not standing inside the settlement. But yeah, unfortunately, we're definitely gonna lose this.
Your stronghold is about to fall.
In our sights.
Well, that's too bad. I mean, we might have had a little bit of a chance. The balance of power, the auto-resolve, was pretty tilted in their favor, but we might have had a little bit of a chance if our reinforcements had shown up right away. Oh well. What can you do? Alright, where were we here? Alright. When he had thus spoken, so that's Zeus speaking to his daughter, I believe. So when he had thus spoken, he had said to his son Hermes, Hermes, you are our messenger. Go therefore, and tell Calypso, we have decreed that poor Odysseus is to return home. He is to be convoyed neither by gods nor men, but after a perilous voyage of 20 days upon a raft, he is to reach fertile Scaria, the land of Phaeacians, who are near the kin to the gods, and will honor him as though he were one of ourselves. They will send him in a ship to his own country, and will give him more bronze and gold and raiment than he would have brought back from Troy. If he had all his prize money and had got home without disaster, this is how we have settled, that he shall return to his country and his friends. Yunsagi is here as well. Big friend of the channel. How are you, Yunsagi? And a huge friend. I first met Yunsagi, I believe, on Saw's channel, Saw Valon's channel. And I think Saw first met on DM Wyvern's channel. And actually, I want to take a look at what Saw's been up to. I'm just in the side here. I'm gonna pop by what the recent Fallout 76, 2 weeks ago. Playing the Fallout 76, and 1 month ago Skyrim. What if Skyrim was like Doom Eternal? Interesting stuff. Looks like Saw hasn't been too active recently. Anybody who's out there who's interested in Skyrim content, Saw Valon's Skyrim content is top of the line. Yunsagi says hello to everyone who is in the chat or was in the chat. I think Pontifex and Oz been popping in and out the chat. It's been a quiet chat today, for the most part. I've been reading a lot of Steric and I had a nice conversation earlier. Steric is a great time. I love that guy. He and I have very similar, I think, similar interests. Yunsagi says, I'm good. Got killed a few times by aliens today during the invasion. What game are you playing, Yunsagi? It sounds wild. Sounds like a good time. You know what we might have to play on the channel sometime is XCOM. That's an awesome game, but I'm not very good at it. That's the only thing. So I don't know. But yeah, Alien Invasion, that's another Alien Invasion game. Yeah, I don't know. The aliens always win, right? They're Alien invasion. Thus he spoke, and Hermes, guide and guardian, slayer of Argus, did as he was told. Forthwith he bound on his glittering golden sandals, with which he could fly like the wind over land and sea. He took the wand with which he seals men's eyes in sleep, or wakes them just as he pleases, and flew, holding in his hand over Pieria. Then he swooped down through the firmament till he reached the level of the sea, whose waves he skimmed like a cormorant that flies, fishing every hole and corner of the ocean, and drenching its thick plumage in the spray. He flew and flew over many a weary wave, but when at last he got to the island, which was his journey's end, he left the sea and went on by land till he came to the cave where the nymph Calypso lived. Saga says Fallout 76, the latest season. They will go away after March 15th. Oh shit, I thought Fallout 76 was like zombies. I didn't realize there were aliens in it. That's nuts. Oh man, I'm gonna have to watch a little bit more Fallout 76. I know DM Wyvern actually bought me a copy of Fallout 76, but at the time I was just like, I'm not really interested in that game. Like, it's just not my cup of tea. But if there's aliens in it, that's a whole new ball game. But yeah, DM super nice. He got me it as a gift, but I declined it. I'm like, listen, man, you know, I really appreciate it, but I'm not gonna play this game, so I don't want you to waste the gift on me. But my goodness, if there's aliens in the game, that's a game changer for me. I mean, I'm not really interested in zombies, but aliens, now we're talking. He found her at home. There was a large fire burning on the hearth, and one could smell from far the fragrant reek of burning cedar and sandalwood. As for herself, she was busy at her loom, shooting her golden shuttle through the warp and singing beautifully. Round her cave there was a thick wood of alder, poplar, and sweet-smelling cypress trees, wherein all kinds of great birds had built their nests, owls, hawks, and chattering sea crows that occupy their busyness in the waters. A vine loaded with grapes was trained and grew luxuriantly about the mouth of the cave. There were also 4 running rills of water in channels cut pretty close together and turned hither and thither so as to irrigate the beds of violets and luscious herbage over which they flowed. Even a god could not help being charmed with such a lovely spot, so Hermes stood still and looked at it. But when he had admired it sufficiently, he went inside the cave. Yunsagi says they just brought them in a few days ago. Oh, really? So the aliens just showed up. That's freaking cool. I think that's definitely a cool addition to the game. And it makes me interested in playing. They will go, as far as I know, around March 15th. I'm looking forward to a more peaceful time in West Virginia. Oh, so they're causing some trouble, are they? Got killed a few times by aliens today. Yeah, causing some trouble. Alien invasion to West Virginia. That's wild. Calypso knew him at once, for the gods all know each other, no matter how far they live from one another. But Odysseus was not within. He was on the seashore as usual, looking out upon the barren ocean with tears in his eyes, groaning and breaking his heart for sorrow. Calypso gave Hermes a seat and said, "Why have you come to see me, Hermes? Honored and ever welcome, for you do not visit me often. Say what you want. I will do it for you at once if I can, and if it can be done at all, but come inside and let me set refreshment before you." As she spoke, she drew a table loaded with ambrosia beside him and mixed him some red nectar. So Hermes ate and drank till he had enough, and then said,
"I'm ready to talk."
We are speaking God and Goddess to one another, and you ask me why I have come here, and I will tell you truly as you would have me do. Zeus sent me. It was no doing of mine. Who could possibly want to come all this way over the sea, where there are no cities full of people to offer my sacrifices or choice hecatombs? Nevertheless, I had to come, for none of us other gods can cross Zeus, nor transgress his orders. He says that you here, the most ill-starred of all those who fought 9 years before the city of King Priam, and sailed home in the 10th year after having sacked it. On their way home they sinned against Athene, who raised both wind and waves against them, so that all his brave companions perished, and he alone was carried hither by wind and tide. Zeus says that you are to let this man go at once, for it is decreed that he shall not perish here, far from his own people, but shall return to his house and country and see his friends again. Yunsagi says, DM Wyvern tried to get me to play Fallout 76. I didn't want to. Saj suggested I get the game so that we can play together. Then I got it. Nice. Yeah, DM Wyvern seems to he really loves it. I don't know. I think initially, like, I mean, I don't know. The last 2 months my life was very chaotic, and that was around the time when DM offered me. But my opinion of the game was very much biased on Angry Joe's review of it, which was like right after the game first came out, and the game has come a long way since then, is my understanding. So
that's beyond me.
Yeah, but I don't know. I like Bethesda. I'm wary of Bethesda as a developer. Some of their games and stuff, a little bit wary of it, but it's a cool concept of the game, and it's great that they're continuing to give the game love. I think
I decline.
Games continually getting better and better over the course of their lifetime as players play them, and continues to support the games, I think is a beautiful thing. Yunsagi says now he wants me to play Conan Exiles. That's DM Wyvern. Yeah, he was asking me early, just like when I was on my lunch break from the stream today, he was asking me to play Conan Exiles. But I think I'm gonna pass. I think as far as like Wyvern, I'll play as much Total War with him as he wants to play, because the channel is gonna be primarily, we're gonna be primarily focused on Total War from now on. As has been usual. I mean, we got a little bit distracted with the Freedom events happening in Canada, which was super exciting. But I
know their weaknesses.
I want to continue focusing on Total War, so tried to mix in some different stuff, some Skyrim, some MechWarrior and stuff like that, but it just doesn't jive super well with the channel. But
wait for it.
I will be playing more MechWarrior with Wyvern, but just not on the channel. But yeah, oh my god, I love MechWarrior. But probably my DM Wyvern Let's Plays and gaming will probably be isolated to Total War games and MechWarrior. But yeah, he loves playing lots of different games. He's a variety gamer for sure. Yeah, loves his video games. I've been enjoying his Cyberpunk Let's Play. I've been dying to play that game myself, actually. But it's I'm kind of torn. I want to watch his Let's Play, but at the same time I want to play the game myself and experience it myself. I don't want to spoil anything from the game, so it's puts me in a little bit of an awkward situation. Shadow of No One says, would love to play more MechWarrior with you. Dude, there will be some MechWarrior announcements on the channel. You're more than welcome to join us. That's kind of what we're going for Wyvern. Like, Wyvern will stream it on his channel, and I'll post an announcement video on my channel, and anyone who catches the video is welcome to come join us. And if we get a lot of people, we'll rotate people in. But we'll get you on Wyvern's Discord and have you in the game, man. That would be awesome. Would love to have you. Yunsagi says, I'm more used to playing one game at a time and play that for ages. Yeah, you know what? That's, you know, if that's what you love to do. And the thing is, the way that games are built now, with, you know, used to, when I was growing up, when I was growing up, you could play a game and complete it in a couple of hours in an evening. Like I remember we used to on the weekends, if we were lucky, we would be allowed to rent like a game system, like a Nintendo or a Genesis, and you know, eventually our parents got us a Nintendo. But you'd go to the game store, rent a game, and you'd be able to complete it, depending on the game. But some of the games, you would be able to complete the game to completion in a couple of hours. Whereas games now, if you can complete it, you know, in 30 hours, it's considered a small game. Like it's a, you know, people are like, where's the rest of it? This is not enough content, right? And yeah, especially, you know, games like Fallout 76, games like Skyrim, you know, and like a lot of the online games, you can really play them for a long time, you know, put years into them if you really want. So yeah, if that's what you love to do, why not? Find a really great game and stick with it. I mean, I'm sort of that way with Total War. Like, I love the Total War franchise, you know, and I love the fact that Total War games have different settings, and each game has its own unique feel. So you know, if there was only one Total War game that existed, I could probably play, you know, stick with that one game and stick with it. But yeah, I dabble with some other games. Miss my sports games. Gonna have to play some Madden and some FIFA and some Pro Evolution Soccer a little bit. But yeah, Calypso trembled with rage when she heard this. You gods, she explained, ought to be ashamed of yourselves. You are always jealous and hate seeing a goddess take a fancy to a mortal man and live with him in open matrimony. So when rosy-fingered Dawn made love to Orion, you precious gods were all of you furious till Artemis went and killed him in Ortygia. So again, when Circe fell in love with Iason and yielded to him in thrice-plowed fallow field, Zeus came to hear of it before so very long and killed Iason with his thunderbolts. And now you are angry with me too, because I have a man here. I found the poor creature sitting all alone astride of a keel, for Zeus had struck his ship with lightning and sunk it in mid-ocean, so that all his crew were drowned, while he himself was driven by wind and waves on to my island. I got fond of him and cherished him, and had set my heart on making him immortal, so that he should never grow old all his days. Still, I cannot cross Zeus, nor bring his counsels to nothing. Therefore, if he insists upon it, let the man go beyond the seas again, but I cannot send him anywhere myself, for I have neither ships nor men who can take him. Nevertheless, I will readily give him such advice, in all good faith, as will be the likely to bring him safely to his own country. Oh, Calypso sounds upset that Zeus has decreed that Odysseus is to be let home. That's hilarious. She just threw a temper tantrum there. Then send him away, said Hermes, or Zeus will be angry with you and punish you. On this he took his leave, and Calypso went out to look for Odysseus, for she had heard Zeus's message. She found him sitting upon the beach, with his eyes ever filled with tears, and dying of sheer homesickness, for he had got tired of Calypso, and though he was forced to sleep with her in a cave by night, it was she, not he, that would have it so. As for the daytime, he spent it on the rocks and on the seashore, weeping, crying aloud for his despair, and always looking out upon the sea. Calypso then went close up to him and said, "My poor fellow, you shall not stay here grieving and fretting your life out any longer. I am going to send you away of my own free will. So go cut some beams of wood and make yourself a large raft with an upper deck, that it may carry you safely over the sea. I will put bread, wine, and water on board to save you from starving. I will also give you clothes, and will send you a fair wind to take you home, if the gods in heaven so will it, for they know more about these things and can settle them better than I can." Yunsagi says those gods are a very dysfunctional family. No kidding, no kidding. Yeah, but Odysseus, though, man, the consummate family man. He's home. He's sitting there on an island, on a probably tropical like a island. I mean, it's in the Mediterranean. I mean, maybe not tropical, but a very, comfortable island with a goddess. She's not even mortal, a goddess, and he's tired of her and homesick. My goodness, I don't know that I would get tired alone on an island with a goddess, but that's just my personal feelings. I don't know. Odysseus shuddered as he heard her. "Now, goddess," he answered, "there is something behind all this. You cannot be really meaning to help me home when you bid me to do such dreadful thing as put to sea on a raft. Not even a well-found ship with a fair wind could venture on such a distant voyage. Nothing that you can say or do shall make me go on board a raft unless you first solemnly swear that you mean me no mischief." Yunsagi said I felt sorry for him. Yeah, no, most definitely. The guy, went and endured all kinds of hardships in, the war with the Trojans, and then endured all kinds of hardships in the voyage, to the point where the voyage home, to the point where he becomes shipwrecked. All of his friends, in his crew, they all perish, they all die in the shipwreck, and he ends up on an island for years, away from his beautiful wife and his son. So you got to really feel for the guy, but but at the same time, it's not a bad rap to end up on an island with a goddess who could potentially make you immortal. I mean, and I feel like you could probably have a good time with a goddess. Sky's the limit, right? But like I said, the consummate family man. He wants to get home to his family, so you got to really feel for that. There's quite a bit of honor in that sort of thing, right? Calypso smiled at this and caressed him with her hand. "You know a great deal," said she, "but you are quite wrong here. May heaven above and earth below be my witness, with the waters of the river Styx. And this is the most solemn oath which a blessed god can take, that I mean you no sort of harm, and am only advising you to do exactly what I should do myself in your place. I am dealing with you straightforwardly. My heart is not made of iron, and I am very sorry for you." When she had thus spoken, she led the way rapidly before him, and Odysseus followed in her steps. So the pair, goddess and man, went on and on till they came to Calypso's cave, where Odysseus took the seat that Hermes had just left. Calypso set meat and drink before him, of the food that mortals eat, but her maids brought ambrosia and nectar for herself, and they laid their hands on the good things that were before them. When they had satisfied themselves with meat and drink, Calypso spoke, saying, "Odysseus, noble son of Laertes, so you would start home to your own land at once. Good luck go with you. But if you could
War is
only
my
know
business.
how much suffering is in store for you before you get back to your own country,
I know their
you would
weaknesses.
stay where you are, keep house along with me, and let me make you immortal. No matter how anxious you may be to see this wife of yours, of whom you are thinking all the time, day after day. Yet I flatter myself that I am no whit less tall or well-looking than she is, for it is not to be expected that a mortal woman should compare in beauty with an immortal. Goddess, replied Odysseus, do not be angry with me about this. I am quite aware that my wife Penelope is nothing like so tall or so beautiful as yourself. She is only a woman, whereas you are an immortal. Nevertheless, I want to get home, and can think of nothing else. If some god wrecks me when I am on the sea, I will bear it and make the best of it. I've had infinite trouble both by land and sea already, so let this go with
I'll
the
win,
rest.
or die trying. I'll get on it. Massacre them.
Yunsagi says, but if he loved his family, he would want to get back to them. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Of course, love conquer the most inhospitable of situations. She says, I used to read a lot when I was growing up. I loved the stories about Odysseus, Troy, Egyptians, etc. Historical stuff. Invented historical stories. Invented, perhaps, or perhaps there's elements of truth in there. I love the mythological stories, but this story, Odyssey, I've never read it to completion. I've started it once or twice and just put it down for whatever reasons, but I'm hoping that during the course of this Let's Play, which should be going on for the next couple weeks, that we'll be able to finish it. I'm actually pretty excited to finish it to the end, because the story of Troy is a lot more, you know, it is told more often, I think, and the Odyssey is kind of takes a back seat to Troy for to the Iliad for whatever reason. But yeah, it's been pretty good so far. I'm really enjoying it. Presently the sun set and it became dark, whereon the pair retired into the inner part of the cave and went to bed. When the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn, appeared, Odysseus put on his shirt and cloak, while the goddess wore a dress of a light gossamer fabric, very fine and graceful, with a beautiful golden girdle about her waist and a veil to cover her head. She had once set herself to think how she could speed Odysseus on his way, so she gave him a great bronze axe that suited his hands. It was sharpened on both sides and had a beautiful olive wool handle fitted firmly onto it. She also gave him a sharp adze, and then led the way to the far end of the island where the largest trees grew, alder, poplar, and pine, that reached the sky, very dry and well seasoned so as to sail light for him in the water. Then, when she had shown him where the best trees grew, Calypso went home, leaving him to cut them, which he soon finished doing. He cut down 20 trees in all and adzed them smooth, squaring them by rule in good workmanlike fashion. Meanwhile, Calypso came back with some augers, so he bored holes with them and fitted the timbers together with bolts and rivets. He made the raft as broad as skilled shipwright makes the beam of a large vessel, and he fixed the deck on top of the ribs and ran a gunwale all around. He also made a mast with a yard arm and a rudder to steer with. He fenced the raft all around with wicker hurdles as a protection against the waves, and then he threw on a quantity of wood. By and by Calypso brought him some linen to make the sails, and he made these too excellently, making them fast with braces and sheets. Last of all, with the help of levers, he drew the raft down into the water. Okay, I haven't quite finished the chapter there, but I just want to take a little bit of a break from the reading while I do a couple of things. Yunsagi, have you heard my new drums yet? I've got new drums. let me just play them for you while we battle. Oh, and this is my griffin, my griffin patriarch, my new pet. She is a beauty, and you don't want to get her on her wrong side. I'm gonna have to boost up the ball. Well, I don't know. The volume's not too bad for the drums. It's okay. But yeah, those are my new drums. The game volume seems a little bit louder though. OBS should be. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, what do you think, Yunzagi? How do you like the new drums? She says nice. Play them every once in a while. I do also have a new personal trainer, though he's not quite actually, let me take a look here if I can see if I can. No, I can't fix it right now. Yeah, we've got a new personal trainer. I've got a personal trainer. His name, he goes by the name of Izzy. And whenever it's time to get serious, we'll just pull him out.
It's go time.
It's go time. But his volume is a little bit too low. Let me just see if I can fix that right now, actually, while I've got him up. Izzy Mandelbaum. There we go. That should be a little bit. Oh, oops. Wrong one.
Your hero is under
go
attack.
time.
Alright, not bad. Maybe it's too loud now. I don't know. Anyway. Oh, he's got some more catchphrases. I'll give him some more. We'll have some more of Izzy on the channel at some point. But yeah. Ridiculous. But I don't know. I'm a ridiculous guy. Anyway, I wanted to to grab another drink and run to the washroom. So I'll be back in like in a couple minutes with more audio. But the gameplay, this is a pre-recorded campaign, so the gameplay
One of your units has no more
will
ammunition.
continue.
Victory is close enough to taste.
Assertive. Hungry for glory. Now we're talking.
Do it right, get rewarded.
shining Odysseus.
I'll make my mark! Courage and strong tactics!
Ithaca's lord. We've work ahead. This will surprise them.
It will be epic! It will be epic! I know their weaknesses. For glory!
Not an option.
I'll win, or die trying. We will go down in history. That will never work.
War makes the man. Glory awaits us. State your orders. Awaiting commands. Might prevails. They'll fall to us. Fighting for Ares. I live for battle. Loyal service.
Never faltering. Foes, beware.
That is beyond me.
Beyond my skills.
Companion of Ares!
Talk if you must.
Glory awaits us. Enemies beware. They'll fall to us. I pledge my loyalty. War makes the man.
I cannot do that.
Fighting for Ares. We will claim victory.
That's beyond me.
I live for battle. They'll fall to us. Without delay. To battle. Protect the settlement. I agree.
I'm ready to talk.
I am interested in hearing what's on offer. No he-
Defeat is unacceptable. Courage and strong tactics.
Sharp of mind. Most certainly. Best foot forward.
To war! I will! I'll make my mark! I know their weaknesses. Understood.
Odysseus the Cunning.
Fighting fit!
Odysseus of Ithaca.
I love a challenge. To victory! It will be epic. Defeat is unacceptable.
That will not work.
I'll win or die trying.
have a plan. Do not concern yourself with my methods.
That is not possible. Not a chance.
Ready for war.
great deeds. Shining Odysseus. Onward and upward.
I can't do it.
Words win through.
Awaiting orders. Hero material.
My goodness, I forgot to turn my microphone back on. I've been reading here for the past like 10 minutes.
That's clear enough.
I forget where I was. I'm gonna have to backtrack and reread some of this stuff.
We will go down in history.
I'm sorry, guys. I got up and got a. How far back was I? Yunsagi, are you still there? Yeah, I missed Saw.
That is not possible.
Oh my gosh, it was like 10 minutes at least.
I'm afraid I can't.
God damn, rookie night here. But yeah, when I get up, I like to turn the microphone off, just to, you know, just because me clunking around in my chair and stuff, the microphone picks up all that stuff. So yeah. Well, shit. Where was I? I think.
For duty.
That is nonsensical.
Okay, I think where we were was he had just completed. Odysseus had just. Yunsagi says, "Be right back." But yeah, Saw was here. Saw Valon was here, chatting it up with Yunsagi. Saw headed off to work at like 5 in the morning. Saw's in Australia, if I'm not mistaken. So he was on his way to work. Didn't want to miss his bus. But I'm pretty sure he was leaving at like 5 or 6 in the morning, which is what an ungodly hour to go to work. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious me. I still can't believe I was on a nice roll. I had a nice rhythm going with the you know, with the book. So I'm a little bit annoyed that I forgot to turn the microphone back on. Anyway, stupid is, stupid does. Before I start reading again, I just want to check a couple things.
In Ares' name. War is my business. Immediately. Make them pay. Get in there.
That's what I wanted to see.
Show me blood.
I do really love the music for this, but again, I just wish it was a little bit more diverse. That it just there's not enough of it. That if you play, you know, and I haven't even played this game a lot, probably. So this campaign, I've put in 30 hours in this per campaign, and then aside for that, it's probably less than another 20 hours. So less than 50 hours in total for the game, and you know, it's already starting to get repetitive, kind of thing. But I mean, 50 hours is a lot, obviously, but for a total war game, that's nothing. People play like hundreds, thousands of hours in total war games. So
Got it.
Yunsagi's back. Welcome back, my dear. Oh goodness, it's still snowing outside. What's the weather like out in Ireland?
Forward march.
I'm trying to convince I was talking to Wyvern last night, trying to convince Wyvern to go to Helsinki with me. So if we go, we'll maybe pick you up on the way in Saga, and we'll head to maybe stay out and have a little bit of a tour of Ireland. Give us the tour of Ireland, and maybe we'll head to Helsinki afterwards. But I don't know. Wyvern was he sounded quite opposed to it. It sounded like the weather would be too cold for him. Yinsagi says cold. Yeah, it's cold here too. I guess it's still pretty early. It's only March, so it's still quite early in the season. Yinsagi says, I heard that. Oh, you were here when we were chatting about that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to fire up the old canoe and pick him up and drag him along, and then we'll we'll take the canoe out to Ireland. I wonder how long would it take to paddle across the Atlantic? The only problem is Wyvern is on the west coast, so we'll have to portage a little bit to get him. Yunsagi says, I can't travel outside of Ireland. I didn't renew my passport. Yeah, you know what? Now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure my passport is probably either just about expired or it is expired. One or the other. And I'm not sure what's going to happen. Because, like, the travel restrictions, right? Like, we're all, like, required a medical procedure for traveling. But a lot of those mandates that in relation to that medical procedure are being dropped, but I haven't heard anything about whether they've been dropped for travel. I don't know, but I myself haven't had the procedure, and we'll definitely not be having it, especially in light of, you know, the recent events. Yunsagi says, I can't be bothered. Yeah, you know, me neither. But, you know, here's the thing. You know, there's more than one way. There's more than one way to enter a country, and it's, you know, it's not it's not easy to monitor all of the ports necessarily. So, you know, we can always slip into Helsinki, you know, under cover of night in the canoe. We'll just, you know, a foggy evening. We'll just slip into the country without anybody noticing. Yunsagi says no arrows in any part of the body. Yes, I agree. I agree as well. I agree, but I think all that foolishness is coming to an end. But the scary thing is now, like the main narrative. It seems like there's all, you know, the narrative is just completely. They've completely sort of forgotten about that. Like it's not even really mentioned anymore, very much. Though at the same time, I don't really pay attention to it too much anymore. I've got kind of my own stuff going on. So this guy, this is this agent. It's he's a Hydra priest. So there's in the game there's a war Hydra, the mythological Hydra. But we decided to go with the to go on the expedition to find the Griffin, which I think was the better choice. But one of these days we'll play an Achilles campaign, and maybe we'll go for the Hydra in Achilles campaign. Yunsagi says things will change in amazing ways in time. I agree. You know, that's the thing. Like my good friend, I think you're acquainted with him. He was on the channel a couple of times when we were covering the truckers, and my good friend T-Bone gets so worked up, and I'm just like, T-Bone, we're, you know, people, more and more people every day are becoming awakened, and you know, good times are ahead. Like, yes, there's definitely, you know, troubling things happening in the world, but the more people that become awakened, you know, the less troubling things would be. Yunsagi says they take people's minds to different things, away from trucking, etc. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's a distraction, and they've switched to a war narrative, and you know, I don't know. I don't know what's really going on, but I've kind of come to terms with I just want to enjoy my life as much as possible, and just be closer to family and friends and things like that, and just try and enjoy the things that I enjoy in life. I don't have control of this stuff, and just try and stay as informed as I can, and try and inform others. But I think I think what we're going through right now, in a lot of ways, is it's the old system is dying. Yunsagi says it'll get rough first. Yeah, I agree. It's gonna get really rough, because the old system is dying, and there are those that want to create a new system that is inherently inherently destructive in a lot of ways. And it's either we're going to go down that path, or we're going to create a new way. But I mean, calling it a system is a little bit yeah, is problematic. Like, you know, the old system, the way that we've lived, is dying, and there's those that want to implement a new system that's even more controlling than the old one. But I think in a more holistic way, if you step back and look at it even more so in, you know, our relation to the greater environment, and when I say environment, I include the cosmos and the universe, and human beings, in our relation to the universe, and our relation spiritually with the earth. I think what really is happening is it's the dying of an age that or the ending of an age that we've either come to the end of an age, or the end of the age is happening, and we're living through the beginning of a new age. And you know, so in a lot of ways it's the birth of a new age. And if you think of it in terms of, you know, birth, you know, like natural births in nature, there's always, you know, some element of you know, violence in a sort of way with births. Like, birthing is a very you know, messy sort of affair, right? And so I definitely think we're going to go through some troubled times, but I think we will be you know, there will be a new golden age that emerges after all these troubled times, is what I truly believe. Yunsagi says that won't happen. There will be a reset, but not the way they think. Yes, and the end of Kaliya Yuga. I'm not familiar with Kaliya Yuga. But yeah, the one last thing I wanted to add to that was that Kaliya Yuga in Hinduism is the fourth and worst of the four yugas, world ages in a yuga cycle, preceded by Dvapara Yuga and followed by the next cycle's Krita Satya Yuga. It is believed to be the present age, which is full of conflict and sin. Very, very fascinating.
Thy Ares, your warriors
Yes.
are rallying.
Yeah, I believe we're a golden age, and the chiefs, well, you know, the little bit of exposure I've had to some of the things that the chiefs, the elders, have said is that it's going to take about 100 years before this new age you know, to get through all these turbulent times. So we got a little bit of a bumpy ride ahead, but I think there is a golden age that will emerge after this. Morn! What's up, brother? What's up? Morn! Morn, it's go time!
Yeah, that's it. It's go time.
Oh my god. Morn, did you watch my video that I posted this morning? My first official Warhammer 3 review. Oh. Yunsagi says it'll be much quicker than that. Perhaps. Perhaps. I think, you know, like... a lot of it depends on how long it takes for people to wake up. Like, this recent... my god, this battle is turning sour. Turning sour. I thought this was going to be a cakewalk. We had a nice, impressive force lined up nice and neat, and it's turned into a shitstorm. Morn says, yeah, I checked it out. Gosh, I haven't watched The Office in years. I should rewatch it. It's somebody else was saying that too. It's awesome. It is. The Office is so good, so good. Yeah, I'm gonna do more videos like that, but I'll get a little bit better. I'm gonna try and get a little bit better with the animations and timing the animations to what's being said. And I think the best way, yeah, I have a couple ways that I can do it. Yunsagi says not all will wake up. Unfortunately, you are right. And you know, like, what had happened here recently in Canada, where we had, in a lot of ways, an awakening with the Freedom Convoy. Yunsagi says the majority will not wake up, I think. God, I hope that, well, you may be right. I don't know. You may be right. But what happened with the Freedom Convoy, myself and many of us who were, you know, following it and supporting it as best we could, what had happened was many people experienced an awakening, and myself, I can personally attest to this, that I experienced this euphoric feeling of freedom, and I never felt more proud to be Canadian than when this thing started. It was just such a beautiful thing. And here in southern Ontario, just there were people who supported it, but the vast majority of people, and people of my friends, my close personal friends, most of them, it didn't wake up at all. Like, it was, here in Ontario, it was, I don't know, like, it was like a parallel universe in a sort of sense. So, shoot, I don't know. Like, I think you may be right. The majority won't wake up. Maybe. But, yeah, in a lot of ways, I was very disappointed with that. I think we're going to win this. Maybe. It's a lot of their units have shattered, but it's turning into a bit of a scramble here. I think I've got it under control.
Soon hold the enemy's victory point.
It looks like we've got this. We've got this. Yunsagi says they get another chance some other place. It probably is. Yeah, I don't know. But, it's, people have their own karma and have to, you know, come to their own conclusions in life and stuff. But I hope to see, like, what I would love to see is a mass awakening. Morin says, I don't think you get another chance. I think you're just doomed eternally. The Dabai, and Yunsagi says the divine plan unfolds. Perhaps, Morin, perhaps you could be right. You know, I don't deign to try and know and understand the divine. I just hope I don't get doomed to eternity, because that sounds does not sound like a good time. You know, eternity is a long while, unfortunately. Look at the carnage there where we made our main stand. It, like, look at that. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. That's one of the most violent looking ends to a battle I've seen in a Total War game, in a historical one anyway. Yunsagi says, nobody is doomed eternally. None of God's children are doomed eternally, but the lizards and the demons are doomed eternally, I think. Because they're not God's children, and they have no place in Eden, and the serpent will eventually be banished for good. Morin says, we'll see who's right when we die. Well, Morin, what are you talking about, man? You're a Christian. Christians don't die. They, you know, Christian, that's not, Christians are those who, I don't know enough scripture to be able to quote it, but those who follow Christ will never perish. Yunsagi says, any left alive? No. But yeah, I don't know. I plan on partying in Valhalla for eternity, boys and girls. That's my plan, because I feel like if there's gonna be a place where there's a party, Valhalla is gonna have some good parties, my friends. And we'll get started in my longhouse in Helsinki, boys and girls. My goodness, man. Morin, we gotta make it happen. We gotta plan a trip to Helsinki. I wanna find Meru. I wanna find, when I visited Helsinki years ago for ClashCon, the original ClashCon, because the makers of Clash of Clans. I was huge into Clash of Clans, guys. Huge into Clash of Clans years ago, and I traveled to Helsinki. At the time, I ended up quite heartbroken when I was there. But anyway, we won't go down that rabbit hole today. But I traveled to Helsinki, and I met a girl there, a beautiful, beautiful girl named Maru, and I would love to go back and find her. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends of the channel, we gotta plan it out. Morn, let's do it. Let's head to Helsinki. We will party there when the time comes. This is a live cam of the harbor. Why is it so bad? Auto 720. This camera, but look at that. Look at, we go on the Ferris wheel. Fun. Yunsagi says, wrong, the creator made all and everything. There it is. There's my boat, icing death in the harbor. And guys, there is my longhouse. We will pack it full of our crew. and have a frackin' wild time. Let's do it. Let's go to Helsinki.
Glory awaits us.
I've been trying to convince Wyvern to go. Morin says, when our physical body guys, there you go. Star. I know you didn't mean it literally. But I don't know. That's the thing though, like language, we can argue about it all day long. But language in itself is just a shadow of what the truth is in life, and
I pledge my loyalty.
the truth of the divine will and stuff. So we'll never be able to express or even know what the true the ways of the divine mind necessarily. But there is one God and one, all is one. The universe, you think of the cosmos, it's all connected, it's all together. But I don't know, I was listening to Alan Watts the other day. The other thing is too that the more you look at reality and the way that it's put together, like when you start to look at reality at its fundamental level, when you get down to the quantum and atomic level, you realize that the stuff that things are made of is like not really there, that like it's like everything is so far apart. Our experience of it is solid and actually there. But anyway, Yunsagi says you get bored there. We won't get bored in Valhalla.
Defeat
I guarantee it. But yeah, guys, I don't know. Morn, talk to Wyvern, see if he wants to go to Helsinki. I mean, it's not. I'm going to be on house arrest for another number of months, so I'm not allowed to leave for a while. Morn says you should read the Gospels, Ragging, if you don't buy all the essential pieces of literature. I've read the Gospels, Morn. I just haven't read them enough to be able to quote the Gospels. Is what I mean. So I was actually reading a little bit of the Gospels during my recent hiatus from the channel in my where I was staying. But I have read the Gospels, and I'm I believe in God. I believe in and I don't know. The thing is, though, the trouble with the Gospels, again, is language. As I was saying before, language is limited to be able to express the true nature of reality. And what we were talking about earlier as well is in relation to the Odyssey and historical works, is that it's really difficult to express historical facts without bias. Derek and I were talking about that earlier, that it's even if you want to be unbiased in your record of a historical event, it's really hard not to put your own biases in. What happens is the time that you're writing and the culture that you've grown up in, the language that you speak, all put in biases that are implicit and subtle and part of your subconscious, and you don't necessarily realize you're putting them in there. And in terms of the Gospels that have been passed down to us in the various translations and the various forms of the Bible, because there's so many different forms of the Bible, not only do you have to take into that consideration that the record and even the original record, like the Gospels, were written after many I think generations after Christ lived. Not only you have to take not only that into consideration, but you have to take into consideration, and with a big dose of big dose of salt is or leap of faith, or I don't know what the expression I'm trying to say, but you have to take into consideration the fact that the church over the course of history has become very powerful. And that dates back even to ancient Egypt and the religious zealotry that kind of takes over in Egypt from the pharaohs that you know, they're, you know, from the golden age of Egypt, there comes a time where the church and the religion in Egypt slowly becomes more powerful than the pharaohs themselves, and in a lot of ways leads to the downfall of Egypt. So when we talk about the scriptures and the Bible and the Gospels, that you have to understand that the translations and the versions of the Bibles have certain biases that are implicit in there that may or may not be intended, but there are also biases that are put in there intentionally by the power structures of the church that have become quite powerful over time. Now their power has kind of waned over the last so many years, but anyway, sorry guys, that was a big tangent. I apologize. I'm just talking out of my ass right now. Yansagi says that includes the so-called bad guys. Yeah, true enough, but you know,
Odysseus of Ithaca.
when I don't know, I'm gonna come back to that in a second. So Yansagi says, I remember the excitement when Sheshlaman, or whatever his name was, found the remains of Troy. Oh yeah, okay. One says, I'll solve your translation issues. Just learn Greek and read the first manuscripts from like 60 AD. So yeah, 60 AD is, you know, like 2 generations past. Past the time when Christ lived, right? So even the original Greek manuscripts you have to take with a grain of salt as well. Yunsagi says, you read David Icke's books. I haven't read any of his books, but I've listened to many of his talks. He's excellent. But yeah, okay, here's the thing. So what Yunsagi you're saying with the you know, even so no one is eternally damned. Yeah. So what I'm saying is God's children are not eternally damned, and that Eden is for God's children. Now, and even the demons and the so-called bad guys are also created by the Creator. I agree with that completely. But the demons have no place, the reptiles, the demons have no place but in the fire. And yes, the Creator created the fire, but they will be eternally damned in the fire. That's, you know, the bad guys, the people who do evil will eventually end up there. You know, they may have their time in the sun, but it will pass, and God's children will inherit the earth. They will inherit Eden. That is my personal belief. Morn says, well, if you take those with a grain of salt, then you should take almost all historical records before 500 AD with a grain of salt. We have more proof of Jesus than we do of Alexander the Great. Well, I'm not debating the proof. I'm not debating, you know, whether the proof of Jesus. I'm just saying what has been omitted, and we will return to this. There's a great book. I don't know if I have it here or not. It's called The Swerve. Morn.
Favored by Athena.
I'm afraid I can't.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave you a link for a book, and I've covered a tiny bit on the channel previously. It's called The Swerve by Stephen Greenblatt. and it touches on this problem.
I've heard Odysseus is one of the wisest men
So
around.
one of the world's most celebrated scholars, Stephen Greenblatt, has crafted both an innovative work of history and a thrilling story of discovery in which one manuscript, plucked from 1,000 years of neglect, changed the course of human thought and made possible the world as we know it. Nearly 600 years ago, a short, genial, cannily alert man in his late 30s took a very old manuscript off a library shelf, saw with excitement what he had discovered, and ordered that it be copied. That book was the last surviving manuscript of an ancient Roman philosophical epic on the nature of things by Lucretius, a beautiful poem of the most dangerous ideas, that the universe functioned without the aid of gods, that religious fear was damaging to human life, and that matter was made up of very small particles in eternal motion, colliding and swerving in new directions. The copying and translation of this ancient book, the greatest discovery of the greatest books hunter of his age, fueled the Renaissance, inspiring artists such as Botticelli and thinkers such as Giordano Bruno, shaped the thought of Galileo and Freud, Darwin and Einstein, and had revolutionary influences on writers such as Montaigne and Shakespeare and even Thomas Jefferson. So what it doesn't say in the synopsis there is that the guy who discovered this bunk, like the swerve in this book, he talks about the monks and the life of the monks who translated the manuscripts. And so what happened historically, so a lot of the ancient knowledge from ancient Greece and from the Roman world was passed down in these manuscripts, right? They were written in these manuscripts, and these manuscripts, the materials that they were made out of were so expensive and so rare that what happened is when the Christian philosophers and the Christian monks started recording their own history and their own writings, that they would oftentimes erase them because the manuscripts were so valuable, like the materials that they were written on were so valuable and so rare. What they would do is they would erase the ancient knowledge and replace it with their own knowledge, with their own writings and teachings. And so the point that I think I'm trying to make is that 2,000 years ago, history, our history, it's hard to determine what the history is. And I'm not debating the existence of Christ. I'm just debating the there's a lot of brilliant and beautiful things in the Gospels, but you cannot take all of it as truth, as fact. Anyway, but yeah, I'm way behind in the chat. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna try and not go on a weird tangent. All right, so Yunsagi says they are there for a reason. Yes, exactly. I agree. Morn says, also, I don't believe all are saved. If all are saved, then what was the point of anything or any effort anyone or any choices anyone made? It would be fruitless to me. All of God's children will eventually be saved, but I think it may take, many lessons more lessons and more tribulations and more struggle for some than others necessarily. Yunsagi says they will not be eternally damned. I think the demons will. I think that's the nature of demons. They are pure hatred. Whether or not people in the world are, I don't believe that people in the world are pure hatred, but I don't know. I'm just going to say I don't know. Yunsagi says, you have no proof of Jesus. You have stories, but there was no proof he existed. And says, Morn says that Yunsagi, hello, there's non-biblical letters and stories about him written by people who had no relation to him around and shortly after the time he lived. Yeah, we don't have his robe, but the trouble is, though, I mean, to play devil's advocate, Jesus was a very common name, right? And so if you wanted to create a myth, if you wanted to create a legend, you could take stories and letters from various people named Jesus and pick the, be selective about the ones you have and put them together to create a narrative, right? I mean, you see how narratives are created nowadays as well, right? Saga says, if that's how you view is historically, then you shouldn't believe anyone existed that we talk about in history. Well, I mean, history in a lot of ways is, like...
Awaiting commands.
History in a lot of ways is sort of like... almost like an illusion. Like, the past doesn't exist. The future is just a dream. Or, what is this saying? The past is a dream. Or the future is a dream. The past doesn't exist. All we ever experience is the eternal now, something along those lines. But that's the gist of it. Like, there is no yesterday, there is no tomorrow. We are just experiencing the different rhythms of the eternal now. Like, we are living in eternity right now. I don't know how else to put it, but again, language is impoverished. You cannot experience, or you cannot express, the nature of reality with our meager tools. You can only experience it, the truth. You cannot express it, you can only experience it. Saga says, you're doing good at Ragnarok. And Morn says, at Ragnarok, the letters we have are pretty damning. It's about the Jesus we view as Christ. They almost always mention a Jesus in Israel who was crucified for his teachings and how he has his followers. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Like, I believe the story. I believe that Jesus lived, and I'm not a churchgoer, but I believe that faith is different than belief. That faith requires some form of sacrifice, perhaps, in giving up a part of yourself to I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I have faith in Christ, in Jesus, and his teachings. I mean, if you read the Gospels and you read the words that Jesus said, that the message is a benevolent one and one of compassion, and I mean, how can whether or not he existed, is irrelevant in a certain sense, because the message, the spirit, is there. So it's like, I'll give you an example. Santa Claus, okay? Everybody says Santa Claus doesn't exist, he's not real. Well, I would beg to differ. There is so much evidence that Santa Claus is real and Santa Claus exists. You see him everywhere when Christmas comes close around, and the magic of Santa Claus is a real tangible thing. The delivery of gifts in parents giving gifts to their children under the guise of Santa Claus. The spirit is real. Whether or not the living body of Christ is real, the spirit of Christ is real. Is a real thing. That's my humble opinion of it. Morn says there's a good Dostoevsky quote where he says if he found out Jesus wasn't the truth, he'd still rather remain with Jesus than the truth. I feel the same. Yeah, no, that's an excellent way of putting it, Morn. I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. But yeah, I sometimes am like
reinforcements are here.
A bit of a bad boy in terms of the things that I enjoy in life. I love to have a good time and things like that, but I would never do harm intentionally to others. And I believe in Christ's forgiving spirit and I would never want to do anything to put into question my relationship with the divine. But yeah, wow, we got into a real deep philosophic discussion on faith today. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious me.
The foe has sighted your hidden units.
Guys, I can't wait to play more of this live. My goodness. Like, just seeing the size of the armies coming together, and you know, with the griffins.
Your warriors have spotted hidden foes.
And Odysseus on his chariot now. I am looking forward to getting my greasy hands on this game some more. But I mean, the thing is, like, if you follow, you know, the scriptures completely 100% devoutly, you know, literally, you would just pick up and leave and just trust in God, and you know, like, you would leave your family and just go spread the word of God. Like, if you take it all completely literally, because that is the message. You know, that he's the message is, you know, complete sacrifice and complete giving yourself over to spreading the word of God. And some people, you know, some people do that. You know, the monks, the Christian monks, and there are many who have done that, and I have nothing but respect and admiration for anyone who can and has done that sort of thing. But I try to do it in my own way, but yeah, I don't know, I would have a hard time following it to the letter. But I try and show my reverence to the good works in my own way as far as possible. But I am a flawed human being, and you know, try to be as best a man as I can can be. Yun Saga says that makes it interesting to come here. Awesome. I that's what I'm, you know, that is the heart of the channel. If anything is the heart of the channel, is the philosophic exploration of the world. One of the reasons why I play these games is because Total War is a rare video game that gives us the opportunity to create a world, you know, like, to create a civilization in a particular way. And always the way that I try and build, I mean, maybe, you know, in some campaigns further than others, but the way I always try and build my my civilizations in Total War is aimed towards Plato's Republic. Like, that's usually the direction I try and take my campaigns. And in some campaigns, you know, we come closer to the Republic of Plato's vision than others. But it's in a sort of way, like, I feel like it's Total War to me is an experiment machine for philosophy. You know, a really cool experiment machine for philosophy. So we're going to try and incorporate as much as that sort of stuff into the channel as we possibly can. Morn says you should visit an Orthodox or Catholic monk convent, Ragnarok. They'll let you stay there for a couple of days as long as you do chores with them. It might be fruitful for you. Yeah, you know what? Definitely, I wouldn't mind visiting a Buddhist monk temple as well, that sort of thing. I just right now I'm under house arrest, so, you know, unless my brother is up for it legally, you know, I could get arrested if I'll end up back in, yeah, if I head out. Yunsagi says, "Do no harm" is the message in short. Yeah, that's it. Do no harm, and be forgiving and compassionate. You know, people make mistakes. We're only human. We are not divine. But I think the message too that gets lost, and Alan Watts used to talk about this a lot, is because Alan Watts became a philosopher and a Zen practicer, like a Zen Buddhist. Before he went through those transition, I mean, he was an academic as well, and I mean, to the core, he always remained an academic to his, well, maybe, yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't know. I don't know the transition, but Alan Watts was a preacher. Like he used to, I don't know if he was a minister, but he had his own, I don't know what the terms are, but anyway, he studied the gospel and the literature and stuff, and one of the things that he points out in many of his talks is that Christ's message, Jesus's message, was that we are all God's children. It's not just him. He's not just God's, you know, he's not just the Son of God. We all are. We all are. You know, and that gets lost in it. And that is, you know, and when I talk about, you know, you have to take certain things with a grain of salt in the scriptures, that's one of the things that I would refer to, is because that message that we are all the grain, or all the children of God, is a dangerous message for a church that has a power structure, that church has political motives, a church that wants to oppress people rather than open their minds. But yeah, Yunsagi says, true, we are. Yeah, guys, I want to get up and stretch. I've been sitting for a while. I do want to return. I don't know where I left off. I was gonna say maybe I'll start at the beginning of the chapter that we were at, but I think we're, because I was reading through and I had turned on, I forgot to turn my mic back on, so I was reading through a bunch of stuff when Saw and Yutsagi were talking in the chat, and I was reading through during that time, and I was reading for about 5 minutes at least, and I didn't realize that my mic wasn't on. So I want to return to the Odyssey a little bit, but I forget where I was. I think where I left off was Odysseus had just put together his raft and was about to set out, I think is where I had stopped. I don't know if Yunsagi, if you can verify that, but I'm just gonna get up, have a little bit of stretch, and I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes, guys. Yunsagi said David Icke said that over 30 years ago. Yeah, David Icke is a brilliant dude. Morn says, we are children of God, but Jesus was begotten from God. He has divinity. I don't fear organized religion like most people do. It's up to the churchgoers to keep their leaders accountable. Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, the church itself, bringing the community together, is a beautiful thing as well. And it's an important thing. And you see, if one lesson should be learned from the pandemic, it's that people need places to bring the community together, and places where they can share their faith and share their help and support for one another. And like it or love it, religion, churches are a good thing, that a good thing for communities.
Allow me to assist.
But yeah, I'll be back in like a couple minutes, guys.
The will of the gods. The crossing went well. My request will be offered in all humility.
That will not work.
too weak to fight.
That's not an option.
Ready for war.
I cannot do it. I'm afraid I can't.
I'll have to refuse.
I'll make my mark. Off we go. A bad idea. I decline. We will go down in history.
Odysseus of Ithaca.
For glory!
Odysseus the Cunning.
We will go down in history. Take them out!
Alright, I have returned. Quick little break. How are we doing for time? We're 7 hours in. Which means we've got about 4 hours left of... so we're on the home stretch. We've passed over the halfway point. We're on the home stretch. Oh, what is this? Inching towards Sparta. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. How interesting.
Wisdom in
Very... Oh, that's what we've been fighting here this last little while. I've been so engaged with the chat and with reading the Odyssey that I haven't been paying too much attention to... I mean, I've been catching a little bit of clips from the battles and stuff, but... Oh boy, I think we got a big, intense battle coming up here. Morn says, people have their fear over religious organizations taking advantage, but these same people gladly get exploited by corporations and the government because it's not religious. You know, yeah, like, putting religious in quotes there, and, you know, like...
great deeds.
Capitalism or the perversion that capitalism, because what Adam Smith wrote about capitalism, and again, this is something that I touched on a little bit in one of my original series, my Bretonia Peasant Nation series. We read a little bit, a tiny bit of Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, but the Warhammer community wasn't ready for Adam Smith. But anyway, I touched on it a little bit, but capitalism isn't even recognizable anymore. Like, what we have now is some perverse form of capitalism, like consumerism, like to a degree, and like that's, you know, the really disturbing thing to me is that this age that we live in now is going to be remembered as the consumer age, and like with this recent pandemic that happened, the vaccines, people could not consume them fast enough. The people who had, you know, who weren't, there were people out there who could not consume them fast enough, and that's exactly what it was. Like, and you know, the people who were making them couldn't sell them fast enough, couldn't make them fast enough, couldn't sell them fast enough. But anyway, I digress. What the point I wanted to make was the point that Morn is making there is that, you know, consumerism, and, you know, it's a form of religion. It is a form of zealotry. That you look at, you know, shopping malls in a certain sense are the new cathedrals, or used to be, but now they're creating them online. I used to say that all the time, that our you know, hyper consumer capitalist way of life is a form of religion, and, you know, participating in the rituals of that religion have, you know, and, you know, what's his name, Russell Brand, you know, in relation to the pandemic, pointed out that there were certain things, there are certain things about it that became hermeneutic, in that there were certain types of knowledge and things about the Wuhan virus and everything that followed, that became sacred and taboo to talk about if you were talking about it in the opposite light. But yeah, Morn says, if you're not worshiping in a religion, you're just worshiping the dollar or some other material. Yeah, no, exactly. Are you familiar with Zizek, a philosopher? He's an awesome philosopher. Slavic philosopher. I can't pronounce his first name. Morn says Fauci's a religious leader to some. More than a religious leader, he's a religious zealot. He is fanatical. He's a fanatic, a religious fanatic.
Favored by Athena.
Morn says also Ragnarok. Come on now, the war in Ukraine cured COVID.
Never falter.
Morn. Yansagi says that took attention away from the truckers. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, what do you hear? You don't hear. There was a huge trucker convoy headed to Washington, and you don't hear anything about it. And the thing, you know, also took attention. Morn says that Yansagi sadly. Yeah, and you know, take attention to the illegal activities of the Canadian government, freezing bank accounts, invoking the Emergencies Act, using police brutality and police violence, military police, to clear up the protests in Ottawa. Like a lot of, you know, and Yunsagi says it was meant to do that. Yeah, but you know, people have become awakened, and I keep telling my good buddy T-Bone, more and more people are becoming awakened all the time, and I'm looking, you know, I think the future is bright, and I personally, you know, I want to do my part to awaken as many people as possible, but if people choose to continue to worship, like Morn says, worship the dollar, worship figures like Fauci, that is their choice. I'm not gonna participate. I'm going to separate myself from that system of control and live independently and enjoy my life and be close to family and be close to friends and prepare for the worst but hope for the best and have fun. You know, we're here, we live in the Garden of Eden. We are here to have fun. You know, if you look at the way that animals, God's you know, birds, for example, birds are out there having fun. Chipmunks are, you know, yes, there is an element of survival to life, but you know, there is an element of playfulness. You know, don't take life too seriously. Yusagi said it was meant to do that, and Morn says, remember, if you're attacking Fauci, you're attacking science. Gosh, what a blowhard creep. He's a lizard. What do you expect? The guy's a lizard. You know, the other thing is he's incredibly stupid. You know, one of the most stupid people I've ever, you know, I've never met him, but I've ever, you know, encountered in my life or seen. Yeah, one of the most boneheaded people. Insagi says they had some in Europe, but it will get very bumpy first. Yeah, I sadly think you are. I think there will be a storm. You know, there's no doubt. And you know, for many people, and in a lot of ways, the storm has already started. You know, it started with the Wuhan flu. You know, but Guys, got a little secret for you. I ride the storm. My bike, it's called a Norco Storm. So I can kind of get away with saying that. And not to mention, I have webbed toes, you know, like in a storm situation, if I'm out to sea in the storm, I'm just gonna dip my toes in the water and swim through it, you know. The storm is not so turbulent under the waves, so just use my Buddhist breathing techniques to or you know, I'll just hitch a ride with an orca. But I don't fear the storm. I think fear is an illness. You know, I understand that the storm is coming. I'm prepared as best I can in my current situation and try and get as many people informed for the storm. But it is what it is. Yansagi says he does as he is told. Guys, we've got a major siege battle happening here at Sparta. This is so far the settlements that I have seen in the game so far. This is the best siege settlement I've seen in the game. I think it's one of the biggest ones, and it's a rock. It is not easy to conquer this, and you guys, this is gonna be a long siege battle, and you guys are gonna see exactly what I mean. Yansagi says you swim well. Actually, not really. I've always struggled as a swimmer, to be honest. I've always been a weak swimmer. It's just lack of experience, and a fear of the water. When I was little, when I was a kid, I remember my mom. When I was a kid, I used to quit everything. I wish I had played hockey, but I complained incessantly about the when my parents put me into minor hockey when I was a kid. I complained incessantly about the socks. The socks made my legs itchy, so they just they couldn't put up with it, so they took me out of it. They're like, nope. Like, I never quit, but my parents took me out of it. And with swimming, when I was put in swimming lessons, the chlorine in my eyes, I hated it, and I complained incessantly, and eventually convinced my parents to allow me to quit. Also quit Boy Scouts. I was a bit of a quitter as a kid, which is one of the reasons I'm so, a campaign like this, I want to finish it. One of the reasons I, certain campaigns on the channel, I am, almost obsessively dedicated to completing them. The Egyptian campaign, for example, is because of that. Because if there's one thing with YouTube, I don't want to be unsuccessful because I quit, because I gave up. I want to, I don't want to be unsuccessful on YouTube for a lack of putting in hard work. If I'm unsuccessful on YouTube, it's because I'm not very good, which is worse, I guess. I don't know. Yansagi says I'm okay if it's shallow. Yeah, I mean, I love swimming. I love being in the water, so long as it's warm. Growing up in Nova Scotia, like, if you go swimming in the ocean on the coast of Nova Scotia, it is cold. The Atlantic is cold. In the summer, the lakes, the water gets warm. But I do know how to swim. There was a summer that I spent on the lake with my friends. With my friends, and we were all summer long, we were out on this raft and having raft wars, like basically King of the Castle, but on a raft. That summer I learned how to swim, because I was sort of the runt of my friends and ended up in the water quite a lot. But that was my youth growing up, one of my fondest summers, fondest memories for summers. It was a glorious summer. But I can swim, but I'm not a strong swimmer. And yeah, when people find out I have webbed toes, I'm like, oh, you must be a good swimmer. But it is not the case. Not the case. Yansagi says the cold water didn't help him, made such a fuss. I didn't have to go to swimming classes. Okay. Yeah, it's you know, it'd be nice to have the luxury to be around, you know, a pool or in a temperate climate where you can go swimming, and it's you know, like, my goodness, you know, if you've ever visited the tropics or the Caribbean, the water is just, it's gloriously warm. It's just like, oh, it's wondrous. And in comparison to the water on the coast of Nova Scotia, it's big difference, big difference. But it's one of those things. So long as you can grit your teeth and you'll get used to it. So yeah, this settlement, it's layered, and it's one of the first settlements, one of the first siege fortresses in Troy that I've seen, where the towers, it has an inner layer of towers as well, which will make it a little bit trickier for the griffins. But we'll try and pick off some of these units that are straggling around here. Yunsagi says it was before heated pools been there. Being in Alaska as well. Oh man, I bet the weather is, or the water is frosty in Alaska, sure, for sure. I think we chased Morn away. I don't know. We upset. Maybe Morn decided to get up and just head to a monastery and become a full Christian monk. I don't know. Either that, or maybe DM Wyvern locked him back up in his basement. Who knows? But Morn disappeared, which is too bad, because we got a big old battle here, and my lovely Griffin is getting to work. Ooh-yah. Beautiful backdrop to Sparta as well. It's nestled in between these mountains. It's a good reflection of the campaign map, where it's positioned on the campaign map. You don't always get that with Warhammer. Warhammer sometimes the campaign map and the battle maps don't necessarily match with the backgrounds. Yunsagi says Ori went quiet and lurks. Yes, that's true. That's true. I hope we didn't chase him. I hope we didn't upset him. More, I love that kid. Yunsagi says I like the Griffin. Yeah, the Griffin Patriarch is awesome. The baby Griffins are fun too, but they don't have the same impact as the Griffin. And the Griffin Patriarch, it gains experience over time. Like, it has four levels up that it can get. So I think it's still at its original level. Like, it's not its most powerful yet. So we can unlock different abilities. So I'm excited to see what those abilities may or may not be. But yeah, the music is not bad. It you know, gets you in the mood. So I'm feeling that the opposite side of the settlement is the best place to make the attack, where our small force is positioned. So we're just slowly making our way over there with Odysseus's troops, and I'm thinking that when we do make the attack, when we make the assault, that we should do it all of our forces together. Anytime I do sieges where I split my forces, unless it's really well planned, it usually ends in disaster. And especially in this game, where if you're splitting up your forces in a siege, you're essentially just exposing yourself to more tower fire, and the towers are murder machines in this game. So you want to avoid the towers at all costs. And yeah, you've got nothing to shut them down. You don't have artillery to shut them down in this game. Trying to shatter that unit of slingers because they'll come back if we don't shatter them. But at the same time, I don't want to get caught. The Griffin will take damage from the spears. Here's one of the Griffin's abilities. It doesn't do... It's disruptive to their formation and stuff, but it doesn't do a ton of damage to them. But the Griffin, I think, is bigger than the any of the Griffins in Warhammer. The flying birds. I would say it's probably the Griffin Patriarch is probably close to the same size as the dragons.
Just watch me.
Archers ready.
Yeah, just gonna get organized over here. Trying to separate the units a little bit. Just take a minute. But yeah, this is a nice siege map. I like it. It's just too bad we don't have siege engines to assault it with. But the Griffins definitely make a massive difference for sieges. Make things a lot easier. Look at this, it's pretty big. And it's layered. Lots of walled, yeah. Be fun to defend, I'm sure.
Forward we go. Giants. Ready for battle. Attack.
Those renowned Laconian axemen could be pretty deadly. The trick is, the important thing is to try and take out those slingers. The dangerous thing is now most of the units in the fortress are in positions where it will be tricky to see. to avoid the towers. Like, they're all in positions where potentially the griffins will get shot by the towers. But also, they're also exposed to other ranged units. The slingers really shouldn't do all that much damage to them, though. The towers will. The towers are accurate and do quite a bit of damage. Yeah, that's the... This is one of the few settlements that... fortresses that has towers within the walls. And the other thing is, too, with the flying units, you can land the flying units in this like you can in Warhammer, but you can't capture any, they don't have any capture point value. So even if we wanted to capture the towers, we wouldn't be able to do it with the flying units. We'd have to do it with our land troops, our regular land troops. Ooh, baby. But yeah, I'm glad that we're getting through this pre-recorded stuff. We're slowly getting through it. We're over halfway through it, now that I think about it. Because we're halfway through today's stream. Oh, well over halfway through. We're on the home stretch. We've got a little more than 4 hours left to go. No, less than 4 hours. 3.5 hours. Did I start early today? Yeah, you know, okay. I'm thinking that we're supposed to finish at 11. We were supposed to finish at 10. We're scheduled to finish around 10 o'clock. So that's beautiful. Yeah, about 3.5 hours left of the stream today. Yeah, so I'm trying to... we've got just enough range to peek in there and hit those spears. Just enough. But yeah, we're gonna be finished by 10, around 10. And tomorrow we've got a 10.5 hour stream, which should be easy peasy. It's all pre-recorded audio, so I'm gonna probably nap all day depending on how many people are here. I'll be popping into the chat on keyboard, but then that'll be it. All the pre-recorded stuff is done, and we'll actually get to continue this campaign live from Valhalla. So I'm super excited for that. But I'm also very excited for the content that I'm going to be creating over the next couple weeks. Yeah, I don't know how good the Hydra is or Cerberus, but the fact that the Griffin can fly just has so much more appeal to me. Like, unless, you know, I'm probably on my own. I don't know if I'm going to do it on my own time or if we'll do it on the channel, but I definitely want to try out the other two legendary creatures, and I definitely want to try out the Cyclops. We're going to try and recruit the Cyclops in this campaign. But I don't know that I would would want to use those over the griffin, because the griffin is just so much more powerful because it's flying. And walled settlements are such a pain in the ass to conquer in this game that, you know, having a flying unit is just way more valuable. I don't know if I would ever want to go after the other legendary creatures. That the griffin just seems like the best choice. Not to mention, the griffin is far more majestic than the others. I mean, Hydra, Hercules slayed the Hydra. You know, Hercules didn't slay the griffin. And then Cerberus, isn't Cerberus like guardian of Hades or something? Like Oda Hades? So, I don't know. Uh-oh. Okay, I thought that griffin was bugged out there for a second. Yunsagi says having an air force is good. Yes, indeed. And you know, the other thing is too, like, there are other flying units in the game, but they're rare. They're very rare, and the other flying units in the game have got nothing on the griffins. Like, the griffins crush them, and because it's a unique unit, you can't recruit the other. Like, no one else can recruit it. So we essentially have air dominance in every single battle, which is awesome. Yunsagi says doggy creature. Yeah, Cerberus, the doggy creature. I don't know. I definitely want to try them out and see how they are. They're probably stronger in like melee and stuff. So they're like, I would guess that they're very powerful as well. But I just in terms of flexibility and for sieges, I feel like the griffins are probably the most useful. Yeah, we're just trying to wear them down as much as possible. Griffins are slowly taking some damage, and trying to avoid those towers. Hooah. All right, well, why don't we continue a little bit more of the Odyssey here while this battle fights out, and pick up where we left off. So Odysseus is putting together his raft, and Calypso is wishing him well and sending him off to his home. So he's preparing to make his way home. Let me just put my glasses on here first. That will help the situation a little bit. Alright, in 4 days he had completed the whole work, and on the 5th Calypso sent him from the island after washing him and giving him some clean clothes. She gave him a goat skin full of black wine and another larger one of water. She also gave him a wallet full of provisions and supplied him with much good meat. Moreover, she made the wind fair and warm for him, and gladly did Odysseus spread the sail before it, while he sat and guided the raft skillfully by means of the rudder. He never closed his eyes, but kept them fixed on the Pleiades, on late setting boots, and on the bear, which men also called the wain, and which turns around and round where it is, facing Orion, and alone, never dipping into the stream of Oceanus. For Calypso had told him to keep this to his left. Days 7 and 10 did he sail over the sea, and on the 18th the dim outlines of the mountains on the nearest part of the Phaeacian coast appeared, rising like a shield on the horizon. But King Poseidon, who was returning from the Ethiopians, caught sight of Odysseus a long way off. From the mountains of the Solymi he could see him sailing upon the sea, and it made him very angry. So he wagged his head and muttered to himself, saying, "Good heavens, so the gods have been changing their minds about Odysseus while I was away in Ethiopia, and now he is close to the land of Phaeacians. where it is decreed that he shall escape from the calamities that have befallen him. Still, he shall have plenty of hardship yet before he has done with it. Pherion, he gathered his clouds together, grasped his trident, stirred it round in the sea, and roused the rage of every wind that blows till earth. Sea and sky were hidden in cloud, and night sprang forth out of the heavens. Winds from east, south, north, and west fell upon him, all at the same time, and a tremendous sea got up, so that Odysseus' heart began to fail him. Alas, he said to himself in his dismay, whatever will become of me? I am afraid Calypso was right when she said I should have trouble by sea before I got back home. It is all coming true. How black is Zeus making heaven with his clouds, and what a sea the winds are raising from every quarter at once. I am now safe to perish. Blessed and thrice blessed were those Danaans who fell before Troy in the cause of the sons of Atreus. Would that I had been killed on the day when the Trojans were pressing me sorely about the dead body of Achilles. For then I should have due burial, and the Achaeans would have honored my name. But now it seems that I shall come to a most pitiable end. As he spoke, a sea broke over him with such terrific fury that the raft reeled again, and he was carried overboard a long way off. He let go the helm, and the force of the hurricane was so great that it broke the mast halfway up, and both sail and yard went over into the sea. For a long time Odysseus was underwater, and it was all he could do to rise to the surface again, for the clothes Calypso had given him weighed him down. But at last he got his head above the water and spat out the bitter brine that was running down his face in streams. In spite of all this, however, he did not lose sight of his raft, but swam as fast as he could towards it, got hold of it, and climbed on board again so as to escape drowning. The sea took the raft and tossed it about as autumn winds whirl thistledown round and upon a road. It was as though the south, north, east, and west winds were all playing battledore and shuttlecock with it at once. When he was in this plight, Ino, daughter of Cadmus, also called Leucothea, saw him. She had formerly been a mere mortal, but had been since raised to the rank of a marine goddess. Seeing in what great distress Odysseus now was, she had compassion upon him, and rising like a seagull from the waves, took her seat upon the raft. My poor good man, said she, why is Poseidon so furiously angry with you? He is giving you a great deal of trouble, but for all his bluster, he will not kill you. You seem to be a sensible person. Do then as I bid you. Strip, leave your raft to drive before the wind, and swim to the Phaeacian coast, where better luck awaits you. And here, take my veil and put it round your chest. It is enchanted, and you can come to no harm so long as you wear it. As soon as you touch land, take it off, throw it back as far as you can into the sea, and then go away again. With these words she took off her veil and gave it him. Then she dived down again like a seagull and vanished beneath the dark blue waters. But Odysseus did not know what to think. Alas, he said to himself in his dismay, this is only some one or other of the gods who is luring me to ruin by advising me to quit my raft. At any rate, I will not do so at present, for the land where she said I should be quit of all troubles seemed to be still a good way off. I know what I will do. I am sure it will be best. No matter what happens, I will stick to the raft as long as her timbers hold together. But when the sea breaks her up, I will swim for it. I do not see how I can do any better than this. While he was thus in two minds, Poseidon sent a terrible great wave that seemed to rear itself above his head till it broke right over the raft, which then went to pieces, as though it were a heap of dry chaff tossed about by a whirlwind. Odysseus got astride of one plank and rode upon it as if it were on horseback. He then took off the clothes Calypso had given him, bound Eno's veil under his arms, and plunged into the sea, meaning to swim on shore. King Poseidon watched him as he did so, and wagged his head, muttering to himself and saying, "There now, swim up and down as best you can till you fall in with well-to-do people. I do not think you will be able to say that I have let you off too lightly." On this, he lashed his horses and drove Aegae, where his palace is. Some good-looking dudes, but not terribly well armored. I feel like they're a little bit lightly dressed for a siege. I feel like the guys with just the skirt on are just like, oh, were we doing the siege today? Shit. Yeah, wear a little bit more, protection, boys. Come on, get it together. But Athene resolved to help Odysseus. So she bound the ways of all the winds except one, and made them lie quite still. But she roused a good stiff breeze from the north that should lay the waters till Odysseus reached the land of the Phaeacians, where he would be safe. Thereon he floated about for 2 nights and 2 days in the water, with a heavy swell on the sea and death staring him in the face. But when the 3rd day broke, the wind fell, and there was a dead calm, without so much as a breath of air stirring. As he rose on the swell, he looked eagerly ahead, and could see land quite near. Then, as children rejoice when their dear father begins to get better, after having for a long time borne sore affliction sent him by some angry spirit, but the gods deliver him from evil. So was Odysseus thankful when he again saw land and trees, and swam on with all his strength, that he might once more set foot upon dry ground. When, however, he got within earshot, he began to hear the surf thundering up against the rocks, where the swell still broke against them with terrific roar. Everything was enveloped in spray. There were no harbors where a ship might ride, nor shelter of any kind, but only headlands, low-lying rocks and mountain tops. Odysseus' heart now began to fail him, and he said despairingly to himself, "Alas, Zeus has let me see land after swimming so far that I had given up all hope, but I can find no landing place, for the coast is rocky and surf-beaten. The rocks are smooth and rise sheer from the sea, with deep water close under them, so that I cannot climb out for want of foothold. I am afraid some great wave will lift me off my legs and dash me against the rocks as I leave the water, which would give me a sorry landing. If, on the other hand, I swim further in search of some shelving beach or harbor, a hurricane may carry me out to sea again sorely against my will, or Haven may send me some great monster of the deep to attack me, for Amphitrite breeds many such, and I know that Poseidon is very angry with me." While he was thus in 2 minds, a wave caught him and took him with such force against the rocks that he would have been smashed and torn to pieces if Athene had not shown him what to do. He caught hold of the rock with both hands and clung to it, groaning with pain, till the wave retired. So he was saved that time, but presently the wave came on again and carried him back with it far into the sea, tearing his hands as the suckers of a polypus are torn when someone plucks it from its bed, and the stones come up along with it. Even so did the rocks tear the skin from his strong hands, and then the wave drew him deep down under the water. Here poor Odysseus would have certainly perished, even spite of his own destiny, if Athene had not helped him to keep his wits about him. He swam seaward again, beyond reach of the surf that was beating against the land, and at the same time he kept looking towards the shore to see if he could find some haven or a spit that should take the waves aslant. By and by, as he swam on, he came to the mouth of a river, and here he thought would be the best place, for there were no rocks, and it afforded shelter from the wind. He felt there was a current, so he prayed inwardly and said, "Hear me, O king, whoever you may be, and save me from the anger of the sea god Poseidon, for I approach you prayerfully. Anyone who has lost his way has at all times a claim even upon the gods. Wherefore, in my distress, I draw near to your stream and cling to the knees of your riverhood. Have mercy upon me, O king, for I declare myself your suppliant." Then the god stayed his stream and stilled the waves, making all calm before him and bringing him safely into the mouth of the river. Here at last Odysseus' knees and strong hands failed him, for the sea had completely broken him. His body was all swollen, and his mouth and nostrils ran down like a river with seawater, so that he could neither breathe nor speak, and lay swooning from sheer exhaustion. Presently, when he had got his breath and came to himself again, he took off the scarf that Ino had given him and threw it back into the salt stream of the river, whereon Ino received it into her hands from the wave that bore it towards her. Then he left the river, laid himself down among the rushes, and kissed the bounteous earth. Alas, he cried to himself in his destiny, or in his dismay, "Whatever will become of me, and how is it all to end? If I stay here upon the riverbed through the long watches of the night, I am so exhausted that the bitter cold and damp may make an end of me. For towards sunrise there will be a keen wind blowing from off the river. If, on the other hand, I climb hillside, find shelter in the woods, and sleep in some thicket, I may escape the cold and have a good night's rest, but some savage beast may take advantage of me and devour me." In the end, he deemed it best to take to the woods, and he found one upon some high ground not far from the water. There he crept beneath 2 shoots of olive that grew from a single stalk, the one an ungrafted sucker, while the other had been grafted. No wind, however squally, could break through the cover they afforded, nor could the sun's rays pierce them, nor the rain get through them, so closely did they grow into one another. Odysseus crept under these and began to make himself a bed to lie on, for there was a great litter of dead leaves lying about, enough to make a covering for 2 or 3 men even in hard winter weather. He was glad enough to see this, so he laid himself down and heaped the leaves all around. Then, as one who lives alone in the country, far from any neighbor, hides a brand as fire seed in the ashes to save himself from having to get a light elsewhere, even so did Odysseus cover himself up with leaves, and Athene shed a sweet sleep upon his eyes, closed his eyelids, and made him lose all memories of his sorrows. Whew! Intense chapter there, guys. That was book 5, and goodness, Odysseus survived the storm, survived Poseidon's wrath. We are just about ready, making our preparations to make the assault on this fortress. We're just getting organized, guys. What's on the timer? 24 minutes on the timer. I'm taking a break. I want to get up and stretch. It's probably going to be a bit of a longer break. It's getting to the point in the stream, these long streams, even though it's kind of a light stream in a way that I'm not, it's pre-recorded gameplay, but I mean, I'm still here providing commentary all day. It's been 8 hours. We got 3 hours to go. I'm going to take 15 and I'll be back, and yeah, we'll push through the rest of this.
Your hero is under attack.
Foes at the ready! A match for any man! Archers ready! Serving our queen! Foes! Moving up!
Ready to serve! Forward march! There'll be history! Not a problem! Achaea forever! That's your command! Understood!
Your ladders have a foothold on their walls.
Odysseus! I can and will.
Your warriors are attacking the gates.
Understood. For the Achaeans! Wreak havoc! Let's see blood!
Foes strong!
You are about to capture the gates.
Bring death! Masters of war! Moving up! Those at your command! On the move! Combat ready! For the Achaeans! Foes beware! Trained and ready! Forward we go!
Distarred warriors! A match for any man! Forward as one!
Wreak havoc! Trained ready! Go with them! Looking good! Arms up! We'll show them! Consider it done! For Achaea! Come wait! Achaea endures! Awaiting order! Without question! Odysseus! This is going to get nasty.
Your warriors have been routed.
You shouldn't even be here. Odysseus! Smash their defenses! Ready for battle! Now we're talking!
The enemy gates have been destroyed.
Withdraw! Odysseus!
Slay the foe!
Pull out!
By Ares, your warriors are rallying.
Trained and ready. Forward we go.
Good and ready. Odysseus.
Let's see blood.
Your warriors are rallying.
Odysseus.
Divine might.
Retreat. Wipe them out.
Combat ready.
Attack! For Ithaca. Attack! No mercy!
At your command. There'll be history.
To battle!
Born for it.
I shall prevail!
Pull out. Ready to fire. Retreat. Masters of war.
I'm ready! Odysseus!
Retreat.
Poised for action! Odysseus! Feel the power! Slay them!
Withdraw. Retreat.
Looking good! Odysseus!
Withdraw.
We're beyond words now! Odysseus! Ready for battle!
One of your units has no more ammunition.
Right true! Don't falter! Your Odysseus is inevitable! My time is now!
Foes! Moving up!
Unleash havoc! Hungry for glory! Go at them! Work for me!
You have captured the gates.
Battle homes! Sharp shooters! Destroyers of men! Off to battle! Onward, sisters!
Hit hard! To war! I shall prevail! Foes beware! Now we're talking! Immortal Achaea!
You unfortunate bastard!
At them!
Giants!
Let's see! Don't hold back! Does your mother know?
Foes ready!
You're the one who'll die!
Forward march!
We are Achaeans! Athena, guard me!
Ares, witness us!
I'm ready! Odysseus! Good and ready! Your godlike power ends here! Feel the power! Absolutely! Bring death! No question!
Foes!
Attack! Let's see blood!
No mercy! Pull out! Odysseus! Slay them!
This is going to get
There'll
rough.
be history!
Fierce and skilled!
Let's do this!
Foes at your command!
Take the ground with your guts! Seriously!
Sister warriors! It shall be done!
Come back, you worm!
Moving up!
Attack! Odysseus! Looking good! Achaea forever! For Achaea! Here we go! To victory! To battle! I shall prevail!
Awaiting orders! Ready to fire! Advance, men!
For the Achaeans! Forward march!
You have lost a unit.
Ready for battle! Arrows ready!
I'll win or die trying.
Odysseus of Ithaca. With sword and with wit.
We will go down in history. I always knew we'd win. I'll make my mark! Awaiting orders! I'll make my mark! Hero material! Defeat is unacceptable. Forging war! I'll win or die trying.
We are triumphant. I decline. I have a plan. Odysseus of Ithaca. Victory awaits.
Courage and strong tactics.
Odysseus the cunning.
That will never work.
I know their weaknesses. You can count on me. I love a challenge. It will be epic. We will go down in history. I'll make my mark.
Divinely blessed.
To war!
Ever faithful.
Defeat is unacceptable. On the march. Set up watches. Companion of Ares. I'll win or die trying.
War makes the man. To battle! With courage!
I keep the rituals.
Wisdom, wit, and expedience. Wisdom, wit, and expedience.
Beyond my skills.
We're not starting from a good place.
I pledge my loyalty.
My shady skills are yours.
All listen when the gods speak.
I can make your enemies disappear. This won't work.
I cannot do it. I live for battle.
Knowledge is the weapon I wield.
I will listen, assuming you speak sense.
The helping hand of fate.
Born for war.
Courage and strong tactics. I love a challenge.
That's not an option.
I'm afraid not. I cannot do that.
They'll fall to us. In Ares' name.
Discretion personified.
Disengage.
Abandon the field.
Osbin, welcome back, buddy. That strength rank has fallen quite a bit. What are you talking about? Yeah, about... You missed it, but about half an hour ago, we just fought an epic siege at Sparta. So while the strength ranking has fallen, we've increased our territory and we've taken a very powerful stronghold. It's a really as far as the siege maps in this game are the limited amount that I've seen thus far, it's my favorite one so far. Like it's a solid, well-designed siege map in my opinion for this game. The siege maps in this are kind of very basic for the most part, but it's a nice siege map. I like it. I would put it up there. Like I would love to play it with like Warhammer armies or Rome 2 armies. You know, that wouldn't be bad. They should make they should make a Total War that like is like what is that game? Was it Marvel versus Capcom? A game that's kind of like Marvel versus Capcom, but for Total War games. So like you know, like have all the Total War game armies in it, and have, you know, Rome 2 versus Medieval 2 armies, or Rome 2 armies versus Warhammer armies. I guess the Warhammer armies would crush everything pretty much, you know. It wouldn't be fair, but you know, be interesting.
Never faltering. That won't work.
I guess you could kind of, you know, you could kind of do it. Yeah, that's why our strength rank has fallen quite a bit, because those, as useful as those sword skirmishers are, they get shredded in siege battles. Pretty much.
What is necessary.
I will help you. So yeah, our army's disintegrated, but these sieges are no joke, and
we've got a long hike.
Though the war with Sparta is not over, while we've taken Sparta, they've still got potent forces in the field. Fighting Sparta in this is not to be taken lightly, for sure. Yeah, sorry, my break took a little bit longer than I was expecting. I was talking to my brother briefly, and cleaned up in the kitchen a bit. Usually when I do these, do these long streams, the kitchen turns into a disaster because I'm just like trying to get a bite to eat really quick or whatever. Usually I set things up, but like by the end of it, you know, the kitchen gets turned into disarray. But then I popped in. I just wanted to say hi to Wyvern and DM Wyvern and Freewater. They're streaming
I'm afraid not.
Divinity Original Sin 2. I don't know what the hell that is, but yeah, they're streaming that. So I just popped in and said his chat's a lot of fun. Yeah, so I was trying to troll a Wyvern a little bit, which is, you know, usually what I do when I go by his channel. So I was trying to troll him a little bit, but he's usually I get some good laughs out of him. I love hearing that guy laugh. It's hilarious. But yeah, Mercy the Mad playing Greasus Gold Tooth, Episode 5, Bigger Booms, Warhammer 3. I'm just gonna pop into Mercy's stream for a second here. I just want to ask him something. See if he's always, every time he's on. Okay, I'm gonna wait till he's finished this battle because he's so focused in the battles that it's hard to get him in the chat when. But yeah, I just want to ask Mercy something and see if he responds. See if we get a response out of him. Yeah, brewed my fresh tea, but yeah, the break was a little bit longer than I was expecting because I got caught on Wyvern's chat and I was chatting up with some of his subscribers and didn't get away as quickly as I thought.
I am gone.
Yeah, he's playing as the ogres. Greasus Gold Tooth, Episode 5, Bigger Booms, Warhammer 3. Yeah, you know, one of the things with Warhammer 3 that it's, you know, Warhammer the games have been over the top, but Warhammer 3 is like that much more over the top. But yeah. Anyway, let me see here.
I'm afraid I can't.
A well-placed blade can avert a war. Landfall. The dead.
But yeah, we've got we got a little bit of fights with the Sparta left. We have not finished them off.
Too much. That is nonsensical.
Got a little bit more work to do.
War is my business. Ship docked. Enemies beware.
Yeah, we'll try to get through one more. We will get through one more chapter of the Odyssey, one more book. We're getting to. I think the next book is as far as I've gone. Like I don't think I've read any further. Look at these guys, heavy shielded spearmen now available. They cost gold to recruit and they have bronze for upkeep, but in comparison to anything else we have in the army, those bad boys are going to be a lot more stout than anything we've had. So they're available at Ithaca now. So we will yeah, the royal barracks, I'm kind of debating, should we just wait for the royal barracks to become available? We just need more bronze. Cannot build, you have the insufficient funds. Oh, we need more gold for that. 425 gold. Interesting.
That is beyond me.
I can make any problem go away.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, Mercy the Mad is so meticulous with his battles that
That is not possible.
That will not work.
takes his time. So they take a little bit of time. But I mean, that's the way Total War battles should be played. Should be taking your time, and they should. One of my chief criticisms of the newer Total Wars is how quick the battles are and how many the battles are. I would rather just see less battles, but the battles be longer in general. It's kind of the direction I would personally prefer.
Break out the good wine, and let's talk.
Oh shit, sorry guys. Just working on a little bit of stuff on the side here. I just feel like the chat's a little bit quiet, and it's approaching the end of my day. The campaign itself is calming down a little bit. I'm just in the process of trying to trade for some resources and whatnot. Some of the stuff that we need. And so I feel like the war with Sparta, while it's still Sparta is still a danger, it's approaching its end.
I'll win or die trying.
What am I looking for here?
War makes the man.
God damn it. Every time I click, I guess I can't work on the side. Every time I click in the screen here, it
Fighting for Ares.
Well, work on that stuff later. My apologies, guys, for the distraction.
I will do what is necessary. Knowledge is the weapon I wield.
Got 8 minutes left on this video.
My knowledge of the area is of great advantage.
Which one is this? I'm not sure which one it is.
I enjoy solving not all rumors are bad.
My guess is it's the second last one.
Might prevail.
We got an hour and 20 minutes left on the last one, on the final one. Oh wait. Yeah. Wait.
We will go down in history.
How many more videos do we have left today?
Ready for war.
Shit. Do we have
Accurate
3 more
knowledge
hours?
leads to faster progress.
Surely we can't have 3 more hours.
I hear and interpret. I keep the
I don't know.
rituals.
We'll find out in 8 minutes which video we're on. And I'll give you guys an update how much is left to the stream. Goodness. But yeah, in this last home stretch, we'll read one more book of the Odyssey. And then call it a night. Wrap things up. Warhammer 3.
I know their weaknesses.
I don't think I like the Warhammer 3
Subtle blade.
battle UI. I don't know. I guess it'll just take some getting used to. But like the icons above the units and stuff, it just, to me it looks messy. And I don't like the highlights for the units, like
I can be most
look
useful.
like the units look like they've been outlined by a radioactive highlighter, in my personal opinion. I mean, you know, you're not going to confuse which units you've taken control of, but it's yeah, je ne sais pas. It's a little bit much in my opinion. I think, you know, like the highlighting for the units should be very subtle. You know, like, I don't know. Anyway, I'd rather see the game go in a different direction. The game's going in different directions, and you know, you know, I know I harp on this a lot, and I'm gonna continue to harp on it, but I'd like to see, it's one of my criticisms with this game as well, but I'd like to see a cleaner, the cleaner the interface, the more simple and subtle it is. Let us enjoy what your artists have done. Don't clutter the screen with unnecessary visuals that you know, are supposed to I don't know, unnecessary visuals that for controls and stuff, like, I don't know. You know, for example, like, okay, I'll give you an example of what I mean. Like, in Total War, hovering above the unit in the battles, right, you've got like a little icon which denotes what type of unit it is, whether it's like spears, swords, slingers, all that sort of stuff. You know, yeah, so you've got an emblem on top of it, right? Which denotes the type of unit it is. So you have that, and then in Warhammer, for example, you have underneath it, you have a health bar, and you have a morale bar. And then underneath that, you have the banner. So, if I were developing the game, you know, and okay, here, so you've got information on here about these stacks, right? Telling you, so there's 4 units in there, telling you the march stance, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, that's not too bad. It's, you know, but what I'm saying, so in battle you have the same thing, it's just different information. But what I'm trying to say is that what I'd like to see, if I were in charge of developing the game, I'd want to do it more subtly. So, you know, for example, here, the number of units that are in the army, you should be able to tell, like, get rid of all of this stuff, or get rid of most of this stuff. Just leave the photo, just leave the picture of the general, and then how tattered this is, or you could have something around, I don't know. But you know, in battle UI, the battle UI, for example, like, you know, all you should really require is the banner, right? Have the colors of the faction, and then the symbol on here denotes what unit type it is, and how tattered the banner is denotes how their morale is, right? So as their morale drops, the banner becomes more tattered, and as the unit itself gets diminished, you can tell what the health of the unit is as the unit is getting diminished. You know, or like the unit models, how much, you know, how much blood they have on them should denote the health. And in that way, you still have a visual for all of the information. You just have to be a little bit more careful of how you're reading that. But like, I don't know. I hate playing video games that remind me constantly that I'm playing a video game. Like, I want to play Total War so that I play Total War games because because of the immersion aspect. I want to feel like I'm in ancient Greece with these mythological creatures, and, you know, taking part in this epic Odyssey that Odysseus is set out on. That's, you know, that's just my personal opinion. I would enjoy the games more, but, you know, to each their own. And obviously that stuff is in there to, you know, help the players and you know, make the game more more friendly in terms of you know, controlling the units and playing the battles and stuff, and understanding what's happening and all that sort of shenanigans. Yeah, Mercy is still fighting the same battle. I don't know if it's a siege battle or a minor settlement siege battle. He's playing as the ogres. I'm not even sure what faction he's fighting against. It looks like maybe it might be Skaven. I don't know. But oh, maybe it's Nurgle. Oh shit, I missed that. God damn it. Why doesn't it say? It should say. Actually, I can tell here. Let me rewind it one more second. Okay, so it's right over. Pretty sure this is episode 13. Let me. Yeah. Hour 22 minutes. That's episode 13. So we're on the last hour and 20 minutes. Sorry, guys. I apologize. Yeah, I did start maybe like 5 or 10 minutes early, and I think this string of videos worked out to be a little bit less than 11 hours. That's good news for me. I find, you know, these 11-hour streams are exhausting, even though it's you know, not to mention too, I'm not used to, you know, streaming. So getting back for an 11-hour stream, like a 4-hour stream, is my ideal performance-wise. I think that's the best performance-wise for me. It's my ideal amount of time. So but yeah, we're just at about 9 hours, so we got an hour and 20 minutes. That's not bad.
Not a chance.
With sword and with wit.
To war!
I have a plan.
That's beyond me.
But yeah, I'm just waiting for Mercy to finish this battle, and I'm gonna turn the audio from his stream on, and I just want to see if I can get his attention for a minute or two and ask him a quick question if he'd be interested in doing something. But yeah, let's see what kind of response we get from Mercy the Mad.
It will be epic.
He's an awesome Warhammer content creator. He does top-notch stuff.
Great deeds.
And channel growing very, very fast. Like when he started, he was you know, my channel had big head start on him, and he's got well over 10 times as many subscribers as I do. So he definitely knows what he's doing in terms of working with YouTube's algorithms and whatnot, and providing the kind of content that people want to see, right? Which you know, I produce a lot of strange stuff. It's probably an understatement, but you know, it is what it is. I'm a strange guy, so what can you do? But we've rebuilt our armies. Odysseus, we've kind of we've more of a Warhammer shaped army there with the range. We've gone like balls deep with range units. I don't know if I think it's just sort of a temporary thing. I'm planning to put those spearmen in his army when we have access to them. I mean, we have access to them now. It's just a matter of, I guess probably the best way to do it is recruit a general there and
Ithaca's lord
transfer them over. Though they're expensive to recruit because they require gold to recruit. They require, we got plenty of bronze, so we can afford their upkeep, but it's just a matter of recruiting them. And the other thing is I want to upgrade Ithaca's main settlement chain. So I can't remember what I decided to do eventually, but eventually we will get access to some more elite infantry that do a much better job at holding the line. Like once you get those bronze armored troops, it makes a big difference in holding the line. Like these light infantry, they melt pretty quickly against ranged units, and there's a lot of range in this game. And in sieges, they just basically disintegrate in sieges. We're getting sieged out there, but very confident that in a you know, I would be shocked if we were to lose.
I enjoy a challenge.
Oh, excuse me. I would be shocked if we were to lose defending walled settlement siege. I would be genuinely shocked.
Undermining in silence.
Mercy finished the battle. It looks like that was a quest battle or something, because there's a cutscene after it.
I pledge my loyalty. Victory beckons.
Looks like I don't know. I'm not interested in the story for these this stuff. Like the Vortex story was kind of interesting.
Save the replay. Why not?
Victory. So he's won. I think he just won the campaign. Maybe. No, maybe that couldn't. Surely that couldn't have been.
What are they called?
Campaign.
Field battles or something. Fortress.
I interpret the will of the gods.
Defeat is unacceptable.
I think it'd be cool if they had those fortress battles in the main campaign, but they were sort of special like quests or something. Hey Ragnarok, how you going, man? So like, yeah, so these quest type battles, survival battles. These survival battles, as far as I know, they're not intended to be in the Immortal
Oh, it was a survival battle. That's what it was.
You know, I reckon it'd be really cool if they still had them in there, but not have this narrative campaign or anything, but have like special little.
Can you guys hear him okay?
Narrative campaigns, if you know what I mean.
Should be
like,
able to hear him fine.
I feel like it'd be cool if like little mini, like a mini version of this. Like maybe you had maybe you get a message saying like, Khorne's forces are attacking your nation or something like that. And basically you have a mini version of this where you just have to defeat Khorne. You have to go into the Khorne realm.
I hope I don't get
and do this battle and everything to defeat Khorne to stop these demons from coming or something like that.
I mean, we're not playing it. We're only playing his audio, but it may pop up on his channel, like the
realm divide or the
YouTube algorithms are pretty sophisticated in
that kind of thing,
recognizing copyrighted material.
Sort of semi-randomized
that sort of stuff is big business.
And late game crisis.
Yeah, look at that. 83 gold for those guys to recruit them. So it'll take us a little while before we can recruit a bunch of them. And
hey,
our
what
food.
do you run away? We killed him. He should be dead.
Lies are a weapon. Is not. The bear still clings to life.
More cutscenes. Yeah, no, I asked him another question and he, I don't know if he missed it or he did say hello. I wonder if I send him a super chat. All right, I'm gonna send him a super chat, just a couple bucks.
That will never work.
When I am free, you will know the wrath of a god. The bonds
Defeat is unacceptable.
And you grow weak.
Wisdom in you
Is not complete.
Fighting fit.
The Lord of
I have a
Shadows
plan.
is a shadow no more. With his curse broken, he can pursue his burning desire to enact revenge and dominate the world.
Whatever. I want that bear meat. I'm hungry. They'll just drop the traditional Immortal Empires experience when they release the character and race packs. Yeah, I don't know. I think like in Battle Brothers, it's really cool because like once you get to the end game,
all right,
like because I'm sure like most of you have probably done a paint the map like complete map completion type
battles.
Well,
once they let us play
some
with
of
the
you might
rest
have
of
done
the
that, or you've
factions.
contemplated it, or you've at least played
$5
late
super
game
chat.
campaign where you had to paint a
Buy
large
and
portion of the map.
see what Mercy's got to say.
And like towards the end, it just becomes kind of like busy work. You know, you're just like, you know. But yeah, I think.
But yeah, Mercy's got
like,
great insight in the
that,
game.
Like none of those things that I mentioned were particularly good, like the you know, the realm divide or the rebellion in Rome 2. But I think they could do something like that where there's like a special dilemma or whatever that happens. Like after a certain amount, maybe it happens around like turn 200 or something like that. And basically, if you keep playing till turn 200,
accident.
then
I don't know what
happens
happened
where
there.
you
It was a
lose
little
all
bit
your
of a
settlements,
glitch.
so you lose a whole bunch of your settlements, and a bunch of your heroes die and stuff, and you basically get knocked back down a little bit. But then you get the opportunity to get like even more like epic stuff, and new factions come onto the map that weren't there before. Like it's sort of like it like regenerates the world again, and then you get to play this like second campaign. But the second campaign is different. It's like you've already got a realm to protect, and you've got all your shit built up and everything. But now you have to like deal with new challenges. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, would you be up for a competitive team siege battles once they let us play with the rest of the factions? Competitive team siege battles. Yeah, I guess so. Sounds pretty cool. Would you be up for it? Oh, you did it twice then. Sorry about that. I hope that wasn't because I didn't read it fast enough. Yeah, well, thanks for the double super chat. Much appreciated. But yeah, I'm up for that. I'd be up for some multiplayer. What was that message? Second soul. Oh yeah, we got 2 souls now. Yeah, we're winning. Oh no, gold. Oh, that's us. Yeah, gold should try. We're winning. We're the only one that's got 2 souls, so don't worry, I'm a noob with YouTube. Oh, that's alright, I'm probably a noob with YouTube as well, so. Oh, I've got a little bit of movement left. That's weird. I wonder if that's because of...
Alright, cool. He's interested. I like it. I like it. So,
Prague, yes.
yeah,
This guy's
thinking about putting together a tournament, like a monthly siege tournament for Warhammer 3, and it'll just be a small tournament, just 4 teams, so 3 battles.
Sounds
you know,
like
first 2 battles,
or even better, 2 Marines in World War II.
2 teams
As
play.
once said.
in each of the battles, and then the winners go on to the final battle. So I think
the other thing I was going to say
fun.
about it is that you have it optional. So basically, you have it
anyway,
the dilemma is going to happen.
Mute Mercy now, but that is good news. So just dip the, just put the, plant the seeds of what I've got, what I've got planned, boys. But I'm hoping that we can get some big names involved. I'm hoping we can get Turin involved. I'm hoping that we can get Heir of Carthage involved, and like, the big whales out there that I would love to see involved. Like, obviously, would love to see Legend get involved, but Legend, last time I heard, he was retired from multiplayer, so that's a big doubt. But you never know. But there's some big guys out there that I think would be interested. Lore Master of Sotek, and I think Siege competitive sieges are definitely something that has been untapped for Warhammer. Now that we finally have some settlements potentially worthy of some fun sieges and some new mechanics for sieges, could be interesting. Pixelated Apollo, this is another big, obviously big if, but he's a siege guy, though last time I checked, I'm pretty sure he's retired from Warhammer Total War, so but you never know. And the biggest whale of all, and I've got a plan to try and lure him in, is Angry Joe. And the thing is, Angry Joe has already got a team. Angry Joe, Other Joe, and Alex. He's already got a team. So, I don't know. But I'm in the process of putting together a team. I got DM Wyvern, myself, though DM Wyvern hasn't agreed to it, but it doesn't matter. But the third slot, I think we'll keep open and just have a rotating, just invite different people for our third teammate. Get some ringers in there, and but yeah, I think DM Wyvern, him and I are gonna be the double dragon, and yeah, I don't know. We're planning. We're actually, let me search for this, guys. I'm excited for stuff that I've got planned, and since there's not a since things have tapered down or quiet, anyone who's watching the end of this this stream, there's some little Easter eggs for things I have planned. But double dragon, for those of you those young fellas out here who've never heard of it. Here it is. Guys, take a look. Feast your eyes on this. This is a game from my youth. Double Dragon, right there. Wyvern and I, we're gonna try and get the emulator, and we're gonna play it. But we're planning a Warhammer 3 as the brother and sister from Grand Cathay, and it's going to be our Double Dragon campaign. So I'm really looking forward to that, playing that with Wyvern. But I want to wait for the grand campaign. So we've got it sounds like we've got a while to wait for it. But anyway, good things take time, folks. Good things take time. But yeah, Wyvern and I, I'm hoping Wyvern can be my teammate for our King of the Castle sieges. Is there anybody else that I can no, as far as my subscriptions, nobody else is streaming right now. It's just Mercy Freewata and DM Wyvern streaming this evening. It's Monday night, so quiet night.
We will play.
God damn it! How did I end up? My goodness, I gotta unsubscribe to this crap. I ended up subscribed to some news channels, like when I was following. I try to stay updated, but freaking subscribing to a news channel is a terrible idea because they post so much crap.
I cannot do that.
It's just non-stop.
Not possible. I'll have to refuse. Odysseus the Cunning.
But yeah, all right. So there you go. Anybody who's watching, that's something in the works. But I don't think
We'll camp here.
covering like having competitive siege battles right now is worthwhile because the diversity of factions available for the game are so poor. It would be nice to try out some of the siege maps and stuff like that, which I may or may not do, but we're gonna be scouting some siege maps, and it's gonna be a new series on the channel.
An ambush.
Just looking into
favored by Athena.
Some of the fortresses, and that'll kind of be the prelude for what I've got coming in the future. So I'm excited. Lots of good things coming for the channel. Tomorrow I am doing a siege overhaul video. It's actually ready. I finished it already. So that'll be airing tomorrow. It's another short video, but I think in that short video there's a lot of information packed. It's more of a rant than anything, but there's some interesting information packed in there. And then of course tomorrow we've also got one more pre-recorded part of this Odysseus campaign, and then we're on to live footage on Wednesday.
Those who oppose me meet Hades. Your enemies will fall.
But I think I'm going to try and post a video every day. I don't know if that's too much content, but I've got nothing but time, and I want to try and generate as much traffic to the channel as possible. Like I've got, you know, this may be my last chance for, you know, to get the channel some momentum behind it. Like I'm never gonna give up on the channel. Like this is obviously something that's gonna be a hobby of mine, but this may be my one and only chance to, well, I mean, I don't want to say one and only, my last chance to really push the channel to the next level and try and get the channel to
forward as one.
To somewhere where I can make a living off of it. That's the goal.
I live
but we'll see what happens. Let me read some more of Odysseus. We're on to book 6. Actually, you know what, I have read some of this. I can tell because it's underlined. Looks like a short chapter, so that's good. I'm up for a short chapter. The meeting between Nausicaa and Odysseus. Let me just have a swig of tea before we start this up. So here Odysseus slept, overcome by sleep and toil, but Athene went off to the country and city of the Phaeacians. I don't know how that word is pronounced, or that name. A people who used to live in the fair town of Hyperia, near the lawless Cyclops. Now the Cyclops were stronger than and plundered them, so their king Nausithous moved them hence and settled in Cytherea, far from all other people. He surrounded the city with a wall, built houses and temples, and divided the lands among his people. But he was dead and gone to the house of Hades, and King Alcinous, whose counsels were inspired of heaven, was now reigning. To his
I'll
house
hear what you have to
then
say.
did Athene hie in furtherance of the return of Odysseus. She went straight to the beautifully decorated bedroom in which there slept a girl who was as lovely as a goddess, Nausicaa, daughter to King Alcinous. 2 maidservants were sleeping near her, both very pretty, one on either side of the doorway, which was closed with well-made folding doors. Athene took the form of the famous sea captain Diomedes' daughter, who was a bosom friend of Nausicaa and just her own age. Then, coming up to the girl's bedside, like a breath of wind, she hovered over her head and said, "Nausicaa, what can your mother have been about to have such a lazy daughter? Here are your clothes all lying in disorder, yet you are going to be married almost immediately, and should not only be well dressed yourself, but should find good clothes for those who attend you. This is the way to get yourself a good name, and to make your father and mother proud of you. Suppose then that we make tomorrow a washing day and start at daybreak. I will come and help you so that you may have everything ready as soon as possible, for all the best young men among your own people are courting you, and you are not going to remain a maid much longer. Ask your father, therefore, to have a wagon and mules ready for us at daybreak, to take the rugs, robes, and girdles, and you can ride too, which will be much pleasanter for you than walking.
Make yourself comfortable.
For the washing cisterns are some way from the town." When she had said this, Athene went away to Olympus, which they say is the everlasting home of the gods. Here no wind beats roughly, and neither rain nor snow can fall, but abides in everlasting sunshine, in a great peacefulness of light, wherein the blessed gods are illuminated forever and ever. This was the place to which the goddess went when she had given instructions to the girl. I just want to double check that I've got the microphone on. The last time I was reading through this stuff, I neglected to I had muted the mic, and yeah. Anyway. Alright, when she had said this, Athene went away to Olympus, which they say is the everlasting home of the gods. Here no wind beats roughly, and neither rain nor snow can fall, but it abides in everlasting sunshine, and in great peacefulness of light, wherein the blessed gods are illuminated forever and ever. This was the place to which the goddess went when she had given instructions to the girl. Vivid description of Olympus there. Pretty cool. Got it highlighted in my book here so that I can pick it out easily, but I might come back to that at some point for a video. By and by, morning came and woke Nausicaa, who began wondering about her dream. She therefore went to the other end of the house to tell her father and mother all about it, and found them in their own room. Her mother was sitting by the fireside, spinning her purple yarn with her maids around her, and she happened to catch her father just as he was going out to attend a meeting of the town council, which Phaeacian eldermen had convened. She stopped him and said, "Papa dear, would you manage to let me have a good big wagon? I want to take all your dirty clothes to the river and wash them. You are the chief man here, so it is only right that you should have a clean shirt when you attend meetings of the council. Moreover, you have 5 sons at home, 2 of them married, while the other 3 are good-looking bachelors. You know they always like to have clean linen when they go to a dance, and I have been thinking about all this." She did not say a word about her own wedding, for she did not like to, but her father knew and said, "You shall have the mules, my love, and whatever else you have a mind for. Be off with you, and the men shall get you a good strong wagon with a body to it that will hold all your clothes." On this he gave his orders to the servants, who got the wagon out, harnessed the mules, and put them to, while the girl brought the clothes down from the linen room and placed them on the wagon. Her mother prepared her a basket of provisions with all sorts of good things, and a goat skin full of wine. The girl now got into the wagon, and her mother gave her also a golden cruse of oil, that she and her women might anoint themselves. Then she took the whip and reins and lashed the mules on, whereon they set off, and their hoofs clattered on the road. They pulled without flagging, and carried not only Nausicaa with her and her wash of clothes, but the maids also who were with her. When they reached the water side, they went to the washing cisterns, through which there ran at all times enough pure water to wash any quantity of linen, no matter how dirty. Here they unharnessed the mules and turned them out to feed on the sweet, juicy herbage that grew by the waterside. They took the clothes out of the wagons, put them in the water, and vied with another in treating them within the pits to get the dirt out. After they had washed them and got them clean, quite clean, they laid them out by the seaside, where the waves had raised a high beach of shingle, and set about washing themselves and anointing themselves with olive oil. Then they got their dinner by the side of the stream, and waited for the sun to finish drying the clothes. When they had done dinner, they threw off the veils that covered their heads, and began to play at ball, while Nausicaa sang for them, as the huntress Artemis goes forth upon the mountains of Taygetus or Erymathus to hunt wild boars or deer, and the wood nymphs' daughters, aegis-bearing Zeus, take their sport along with her. Then is Leto proud at seeing her daughter stand a full head taller than the others, and eclipse the loveliest amid a whole bevy of beauties. Even so did the girl outshine her handmaids. Oh baby, we can finally start planning an invasion of Knossos, which I am very much looking forward to. But yeah, we just got a little mopping up to do with the Spartans there, but it's they don't hold any settlements, so it shouldn't be too difficult to get rid of them. When it was time for them to start home, and they were folding the clothes and putting them into the wagon, Athene began to consider out how Odysseus should wake up and see the handsome girl who was to conduct him to the city of the Phaeacians. The girl therefore threw a ball at one of the maids, which missed her and fell into deep water. On this they all shouted, and the noise they made woke Odysseus, who sat up in his bed of leaves and began to wonder what it might all be. Alas, said he to himself, what kind of people have I come amongst? Are they cruel, savage, and uncivilized, or hospitable and humane? I seem to hear the voices of young women, and they sound like those of the nymphs that haunt mountain tops, or springs of rivers and meadows of green grass. At any rate, I am among a race of men and women. Let me try if I cannot manage to get a look at them. As he said this, he crept from under his bush and broke off a bough covered with thick leaves to hide his nakedness. He looked like some lion of the wilderness that stalks about, exulting in his strength and defying both wind and rain. His eyes glare as he prowls in quest of oxen, sheep, or deer, for he is famished, and will dare break even into a well-fenced homestead, trying to get at the sheep. Even such did Odysseus seem to the young women, as he drew near to them, all naked as he was, for he was in great want. On seeing one so unkempt and so begrimed with salt water, the others scampered off along the spits that jutted out into the sea, but the daughter of Alcinoius stood firm, for Athene put courage into her heart, and took away all fear from her. She stood right in front of Odysseus, and he dubbed whether he should go up to her, throw himself at her feet, and embrace her knees as a suppliant, or stay where he was and entreat her to give him some clothes and show him the way to the town. In the end, he deemed it best to entreat her from a distance, and cast the girl should take offense at his coming near enough to clasp her knees. So he dressed her in honeyed and persuasive language. "O Queen," he said, "I implore your aid, but tell me, are you a goddess or are you a mortal woman? If you are a goddess and dwell in heaven, I can only conjecture that you are Zeus's daughter Artemis. Goodness! Odysseus has got the lines. A smooth talker. Yeah, happily married man, or well, miserably married man, because he's been separated from his wife and family all this time. But he's his honey words. I feel like you know, not bad. All right, so I can only conjecture that you are Zeus's daughter Artemis, for your face and figure resemble none but hers. If on the other hand you are immortal and live on earth, thrice happy are your father and mother, thrice happy too are your brothers and sisters. How proud and delighted they must feel when they see so fair a scion as yourself going out to a dance. Most happy, however, of all will he be whose wedding gifts have been the richest, and who takes you as his own home. I never yet saw anyone so beautiful, neither man nor woman, and am lost in admiration as I behold you. I can only compare you to a young palm tree which I saw when I was at Delos, growing near the altar of Apollo, for I was there too, with much people after me, when I was on that journey which has been the source of all my troubles. Never yet did such a young plant shoot out of the ground as that was, and I admired and wondered at it exactly as I now admire and wonder at yourself. I dare not clasp your knees, but I am in great distress. Yesterday made the 20th day that I had been tossing about upon the sea. The winds and waves have taken me all the way from the Ogygian island, and now fate hath flung me upon this coast, that I may endure still further suffering. For I do not think that I have yet come to the end of it, but rather that heaven has still much evil in store for me. And now, O Queen, have pity upon me, for you are the first person I have met, and I know no one else in this country. Show me the way to your town, and let me have anything that you may have brought hither to wrap your clothes in. May heaven grant you in all things your heart's desire, husband, house, and a happy, peaceful home, for there is nothing better in this world than that man and wife should be of one mind in a house. That's a really great quote, for there is nothing better in this world than that man and wife should be of one mind in a house. That is a beautiful sentiment, and I like it. And I think our modern age has sort of lost sight of that. That man and woman are often of two minds. Anyway, it discomfits their enemies, makes their hearts of their friends glad, and they themselves know more about it than anyone. To this, Nausea answered, Stranger, you appear to be a sensible, well-disposed person. There is no accounting for luck. Zeus gives prosperity to rich and poor just as he chooses, so you must take what he has seen fit to send you, and make the best of it. Now, however, that you have come to this country, you shall not want for clothes, nor for anything else that a foreigner in distress may reasonably look for. I will show you the way to the town, and will tell you the name of our people. We are called Phaeacians, and I am daughter to Alcinous, in whom the whole power of the state is vested. Then she called her maids and said, Stay where you are, you girls. Can you not see a man without running away from him? Do you take him for a robber or a murderer? Neither he nor anyone else can come here to do us Phaeacians any harm, for we are dear to the gods and live apart on a land's end that juts into the sounding sea, and have nothing to do with any other people. This is only some poor man who has lost his way, and we must be kind to him, for strangers and foreigners in distress are under Zeus's protection, and will take what they can get and be thankful. So girls, give the poor fellow something to eat and drink, and wish him in the stream at some place that is sheltered from the wind. On this, the maids left off, running away and beginning calling one another back. They made Odysseus sit down in the shelter as Nausicaa had told them, and brought him a shirt and a cloak. They also brought him the little golden cruse of oil, and told him to go and wash in the stream. But Odysseus said, "Young women, please to stand a little on one side, that I may wash the brine from my shoulders and anoint myself with oil. For it is long enough since my skin has had a drop of oil upon it. I cannot wash as long as you all keep standing there. I am ashamed to strip before a number of good-looking young women." Then they stood on one side and went to tell the girl, while Odysseus washed himself in the stream and scrubbed the brine from his back and from his broad shoulders. When he had thoroughly washed himself and had got the brine out of his hair, he anointed himself with oil and put on the clothes which the girl had given him. Athene then made him look taller and stronger than before. She also made the hair grow thick on the top of his head and flow down in curls like hyacinth blossoms. She glorified him about the head and shoulders as a skillful workman who has studied art of all kinds under Hephaestus, and Athene enriches a piece of silver plate by gilding it, and his work is full of beauty. Then he went and sat down a little way off upon the beach, looking quite young and handsome, and the girl gazed on him with admiration. Then she said to her maids, "Hush, my dears, for I want to say something. I believe the gods who live in heaven have sent this man to the Phaeacians. When I first saw him, I thought him plain, but now his appearance is like that of the gods who dwell in heaven. I should like my future husband to be just such another as he is. If he would only stay here and not want to go away, however, give him something to eat and drink." Oh, a little foreshadowing here. Would want her husband to be just as he is. She's gonna end up marrying his son. Guaranteed. That's awesome. Thrasmachus. Is that his? Telemachus. Telemachus. Telemachus is gonna end up with Nausicaa. That's pretty cool. Interesting stuff. Fate bends another twist. Anyway, we'll see. Is that how it's gonna work out? We'll have to wait and find out. They did as they were told and set food before Odysseus, who ate and drank ravenously, for it was long since he had had food of any kind. Meanwhile, Nausicaa bethought her of another matter. She got the linen folded and placed in the wagon. She then yoked the mules, and as she took her seat, she called Odysseus. "Stranger," said she, "rise and let us be going back to the town. I will introduce you at the house of my excellent father, where I can tell you that you will meet all the best people among the Phaeacians. But be sure and do as I bid you, for you seem to be a sensible person. As long as we are going past the fields and farmlands, follow briskly behind the wagon along with the maids, and I will lead the way myself. Presently, however, we shall come to the town, where you will find a high wall running all around it, and a good harbor on either side, with a narrow entrance into the city. And the ships will be drawn up by the roadside, for everyone has a place where his own ship can lie. You will see the marketplace with a temple of Poseidon in the middle of it, and paved with large stones bedded in the earth. Here people deal in ship's gear of all kinds, such as cables and sails, and here too are the places where oars are made. For the Phaeacians are not a nation of archers. They know nothing about bows and arrows, but are a seafaring folk, and pride themselves on their masts, their masts, oars, and ships, which they travel far over the sea. Lucky for Odysseus, he's a man in need of a boat. I am afraid of the gossip and scandal that may be set on foot against me later on, for the people here are very ill-natured, and some low fellow, if he met us, might say, "Who is this fine-looking stranger that is going about with Nausicaa? Where did she find him? I suppose she is going to marry him, Perhaps he is a vagabond sailor whom she has taken from some foreign vessel, for we have no neighbors. Or some god has at last come down from heaven in answer to her prayers, and she is going to live with him all the rest of her life. It would be a good thing if she would take herself off and find a husband somewhere else, for she will not look at one of many excellent young Phaeacians who are in love with her. This is the kind of disparaging remark that would be made about me, and I could not complain, for I should myself be scandalized at seeing any other girl do the like, and go about with men in spite of everybody, while her father and mother were still alive, and without having been married in the face of all the world. If, therefore, you want my father to give you an escort and to help you home, do as I bid you. You will see a beautiful grove of poplars by the roadside, dedicated to Athene. It has a well in it and a meadow all around it. Here my father has a field of rich garden ground, about as far from the town as a man's voice will carry. Sit down there and wait for a while till the rest of us can get into the town and reach my father's house. Then you will think we must have done this. Come into town and ask the way to the house of my father Alcinous. You will have no difficulty in finding it. Any child will point it out to you, for no one else in the whole town has anything like such a fine house as he has. When you have got past the gates and through the outer court, go right across the inner court till you come to my mother. You will find her sitting by the fire and spinning her purple wool by firelight. It is a fine sight to see her as she leans back against one of the bearing posts, with her maids all ranged behind her. Close to her seat stands that of my father, on which he sits and tops like an immortal god. Never mind him, but go up to my mother and lay your hands upon her knees. If you would get home quickly, if you can gain her over, you may hope to see your own country again, no matter how distant it may be. So saying, she lashed the mules with her whip, and they left the river. The mules drew well, and their hoofs went up and down upon the road. She was careful not to go too fast for Odysseus and the maids who were following on foot along with the wagon, so she piled her whip with judgment. As the sun was going down, they kept to the sacred grove of Athene, and there Odysseus sat down and prayed to the mighty daughter of Zeus. Hear me, he cried, daughter of Aegis-bearing Zeus, unwearable. Hear me now, for you gave no heed to my prayers when Poseidon was wrecking me. Now, therefore, have pity upon me, and grant that I may find friends and be hospitably received by the Phaeacians. Thus did he pray, and Athene heard his prayer, but she would not show herself to him openly, for she was afraid of her uncle Poseidon, who was still furious in his endeavors to prevent Odysseus from getting home. Bum, bum, bum. Poseidon is still PO'd. Still PO'd. We got a little defensive siege here. This tea just went through me. I need to run to the washroom. I'll be back to close out the stream. We've got 38 minutes left and counting, guys. I'll be back.
Awaiting order. Halt!
Back, boys. Auto resolve says home stretch. Auto resolve, eh? Interesting. Interesting. All right, here we go. The AI has split up their forces. They've got a pretty large force. But as far as I can remember, I think this is my first defensive walled settlement in this campaign, if I'm not mistaken. Interesting stuff.
Your hero is under attack.
Whew, I'm just gonna kick back and relax for the end of this stream. Rainy battle. That's the nice thing. At least the AI will play battles on, you know, different weather conditions, because in general usually you want to fight with clear skies, right? So you can see what's going on. But you know, I mean, you don't really notice it, but I feel like, you know, the rain should have more impact on the battle. Like, morale of troops should be lower in the rain.
The foe's ladders have a foothold on your walls.
You know, fire arrows should be, you know, considerably diminished, if not diminished completely. What else? You know, units should fatigue more quickly, I would think. Maybe. Depending on, you know, temperature. Maybe they should add a temperature statistic in the game, and definitely they should, actually, come to think of it. But I guess, you know, like the terrain, like whether you're fighting in desert or winter, that it does have effect. I know there's like, most Total Wars have pretty have campaign effects that will be reflected on units like attrition and stuff, but to what extent it happens, even in Warhammer, I'm not sure.
One of your units has,
you know,
no
with
more
Warhammer,
ammunition.
where you've got a great climate system, I don't know if there's much impact in the battle, the way the battles are fought, or the way that the statistics are affected for for climate. Like, I'm not sure what impact climate actually has on battlefield statistics, but I'd be interested to find out. Have to research that if I think about it, but probably won't. But yeah, temperature would be a cool, like, temperature in combination with weather, like, you know, cold rain. You would think maybe units take a little bit more damage. Their morale is you know, lowered by that. You know, some little things that impact the battle, and then have certain units that are you know, immune to that sort of stuff a little bit. Like if you've got you know,
the foe has sighted your hidden units.
You know, specialty units that are more you know, on top of their armor, they're wearing fur or something, are less affected by, you know, the temperature and stuff. Or, you know, they perform worse in hot temperature, right? Yeah, it would be cool. It would be super cool if when you recruit an army, recruit a unit, right? And you recruit a unit type, like it's a spare unit. And over time, you could give it different suits of armor and you could train them into becoming like a more elite unit. So that essentially, it's the same, it's the same group of guys. They just become more elite over time, right?
Your warriors.
But yeah, I'd be interested, if you, a specific type of spare unit, if you could suit them up with different types of armor. Like, you wouldn't have to make the options like super complex, but maybe different armor for different situations, different weapons for different situations, kind of thing. But yeah, that's something I'd like to see in a historical Total War. You could introduce it with like some kind of forge mechanic. Yeah, give a little bit more depth and customizability for your armies. That could be an interesting thing. They do have a forge in
you are about to capture the gates.
Three Kingdoms Total War, which is not bad. Essentially, when you control, it's a special settlement where when you build it, basically what happens is there's a random chance that you'll get a oh, look at that.
Close enough to taste.
Wow. Boom, they just all shattered. Mass shatter. Yeah, so the way that building works, the Forge in Three Kingdoms, there's a randomized chance that you'll gain a weapon from the Forge, like an armor piece or a weapon, but you can only equip those weapons and stuff on the generals, which is cool, especially when you're playing Records mode, because I believe that affects the whole unit, that if you upgrade the weapons on your general and stuff. Look at the carnage. God damn, there's no better game out there than Total War games. Total War is the bomb. If you're not playing Total War, what the hell are you doing? God damn it. It's really great that we have such a diversity of Total War games, and it makes me really sad that the majority of the Total War community only plays Warhammer, because there's so many other great Total War games out there. I mean, yeah, arguably Warhammer's the best, arguably, but man, there's a lot of great Total War out there. It's a great time to be a Total War player, that's for sure. Ooh. Yikes. Yikes. That looks like it hurt. Oh my gosh.
I'll win or die trying.
As you get weapons and stuff in this to equip for your generals, and they do make a difference statistic wise. I don't, well, maybe, yeah, maybe they're, no, it doesn't look like, I don't know, are they reflected on the unit model? I'm not sure. Because the nice thing about Three Kingdoms is when you know, and I think now with Warhammer 3 is that when you equip weapons and armor, that it changes the unit model. I mean, I know it's just an aesthetic thing, but it draws you a little bit more into the game. Like, I'm an aesthetic guy. Like, I think there's definite value to aesthetics. Anyway, especially in video games, you know, you have the same game functionally speaking, like, but if you don't have the same aesthetics, like, you know, it's like board games very rarely transfer well to online games. You know, chess, for example. Chess is an exception, I would say, to a certain extent, because playing chess online is a lot of fun, but you don't get that tactile feeling of playing with the board. But Axis and Allies, if you guys are familiar with it, is a game that I love. The board game, I love playing it, but I hated the online version of it. It just felt really yeah, it just was not fun for me. I think this is their last settlement, Sparta.
That's clear enough.
Pretty sure.
Forward march. We'll camp here. I'll win or die trying.
I cannot do that.
Well, they've got another army down there. Yeah, see, Sparta. Because any of Odysseus' faction, any of the landlocked settlements, you can only build the main settlement chain. But he does have the option to build buildings in foreign territory, enemy occupied settlements, which is cool. A little give and take, but unique faction mechanic. The island of the Cyclops.
The wise listen.
Yeah, it takes a bit of time to get the growth, so that you can unlock the good stuff.
That's not an option.
And the resources, usually you need quite a bit of gold, and gold is much rarer than the other resources to upgrade to the higher tiers. Well, it is obviously the rarest resource, and it's the only resource in the game that has a limited amount. Everything else is unlimited, but gold is unlimited, or is limited. There's a limited amount in the game. We got through a decent amount of Homer's Odyssey today, but not as much as I thought we would. But I think what I'm going to do moving forward, so tomorrow is the final part of this pre-recorded stuff. But what I was thinking, so this series is going to continue to full map completion. We're going to complete the Homeric quest. I want to get Homeric victory, and then I want to get full map completion, because I love this map, so I want to conquer the whole thing. So we're going to continue this Sunday to Thursday in the mornings. And what I was thinking is what I could do is on the weekend, I will pre-record the Monday part, and then on that day we'll read through the Odyssey, and then the rest of the week will be live. So, oh yeah, I can't wait to get those spears in the field.
I know their weaknesses.
Oh yeah, look at that. Very nice, very nice. Finally some elite infantry. They're not the most elite infantry that's available to Ithaca, but they will be much better than at holding the line than anything we've had up to this point. Like light years behind anything that we've had for holding the line.
Odysseus is sure to say something worth hearing.
20 minutes. Boys.
What can I do for silver-tongued Odysseus?
Just get a little barter in. We need more food, and we've got a surplus of bronze right now.
Naturally.
Defeat is unacceptable.
My shady skills are yours.
Ooh, I just going through my
Courage and strong
just going
tactics.
through my subscription my subscriptions and just seeing what's popping up, because my channel, I subscribe to pretty much majority Total War stuff, so keep a close eye on what's going, or at least try to keep a close eye on what's going on Total War wise. And there is a video here by Logic EU. Actually, I'm gonna put it in the I'm just gonna link the yeah, obviously I'm subscribed. 1.35 subscribers, so he does a lot of multiplayer stuff, I think. Very entertaining, his multiplayer stuff. But anyway, his video, the name of the video, the title, is how to get 120% physical resistance. Sounds good. Though physical resistance doesn't prevent all of the damage in the game. There's different types of damage. Like if I think ward save prevents everything. So if you get 100% ward save, you're basically invincible, I think. But yeah, 120% physical resistance would... I don't think that protects you from magical damage. Or what else is there? I forget. God, it's been so long since I've played Warhammer. Forget how the game works. But anyway, the link is there. Logic EU. You want to know how to get 120% physical resistance? Check it out. I'm going to check it out after the stream in about less than 20 minutes. Yeah, finishing a little bit early tonight. I think tomorrow's stream is a little bit early as well. Like it is less than 11 hours, so that's good. Yesterday was the longest of the streams, these marathon streams. Marathon is almost over.
The helping hand.
Yeah, just scouting things up, setting things up for so we've already got a I forget what they're called. But if we build the building there, we'll be able to recruit units there. Safe haven. Setting up some safe havens so that we've got lots of options for recruiting troops when we make our invasion. But it should be pretty easy to invade Knossos. Doesn't look like we're gonna have too much resistance there, but I'm just mopping up Sparta, and then we'll make our way down there and get to that.
Faulty information will disrupt their progress.
Their greed will be their downfall.
But yeah, maybe I'll try and get to bed early tonight. I've got a couple of thumbnails to work on, but the video for tomorrow is already finished. The thumbnail's not ready for it yet, but I think
show no fear.
I think I've got an idea. I've got a basic idea. I've just got to find some stuff to put together for it. But it's a rant, like it's a short little rant. But yeah, there's some good information in there as well. I've added some like I picked a couple of things out from a documentary from Curiosity Stream, which is an awesome streaming service. Probably my favorite streaming service by far. Looks like we're finishing things up on the battle here, boys. The end of Sparta. The birds are moving in. The Iliad. If one among you meets his fated death by the throw or thrust of the spear, let him die. No one shall know dishonor if he dies defending. I didn't catch all of it, guys. Sorry. But here we go. Last battle of the night. Minor settlement siege, and last battle of the night, and last battle for Sparta, I think. No, I think they have one more army that's lingering at the edge of the map there. Last battle of the night. Maybe Sparta might survive for a little bit longer. I am sleepy. Long day, not as long of a day as yesterday, but still, these 10-hour plus streams are a little bit exhausting.
As you say.
Yeah, but with now that we have the Warriors of Artemis, the Griffins, and now we're recruiting those Spear Marines, nothing is gonna get in our way. Odysseus is gonna start ripping through some
the gods smile.
Enemies.
Reinforcements are here.
The numbers in this game are really, really important. You know, you don't want to underestimate. That's why we're trying to put together these big armies. It's double stack. But you know, I gotta say, you know, these big battles, Troy seems pretty well optimized. You don't, from what I've noticed, we haven't seen a whole lot of freezing, which, you know, even in Warhammer 2. The large-scale battles. The battles in Warhammer 2 get bigger than this. You can get like 4 armies on the field at a time. By virtue of so normally, right? You can only have, oh my gosh, that's fantastic. So you can have 4. The maximum amount of armies that can participate in a battle are 4, right? You can have 1 attacking or defending army and then 3 reinforcing armies. Now you can only field 2 of those 4s at a time. The other 2 come on as reinforcements. However, in Warhammer they put in the AI control ability, and so what happens is if you make an attack in Warhammer 2 and give over AI control to your reinforcing armies, then they will act as allied armies and will show up on the field at the same time as your other 2 armies, allowing you to get 4 armies on the field at the same time. I mean, you're giving up, you're obviously taking a big liberty, because you're giving control of half of your army to the AI. However, it has the advantage, the AI, the attacking force, or the enemy army, will only be able to field a maximum of 2 armies. So you're able to double the units on the field at a time. So it does have an advantage. It has a disadvantage, but it has an advantage. So having said that, you can get bigger battles in Warhammer than in this. Like, though I guess you can get, you could get situations where
victory
you have allies and they reinforce. So you could get 4 versus 4 battles in this. It's a lot more rare. But yeah, optimization wise, I feel like this is optimized just as well as Warhammer 2, maybe better, but we would have to test it out.
Your warriors have been routed.
Which kind of makes sense. The demand, for this should be a lot less in terms of the animations, for sure. Not that there's not good animations in this, it's just the animations are way more complex in Warhammer 2 and Warhammer 1, 2, and 3, just Warhammer in general. But yeah, apparently a lot of optimization problems with Warhammer 3, so we'll have to see how that all works out. But they're working on it. That's their main focus right now. Their main focus, the last thing that I saw posted on Steam, on their Steam page, the community page, the developers said, the developers for Warhammer 3 said that their focus right now, basically what they said was their focus right now is on creating a foundation, an optimized foundation for the game before adding more content, which is a brilliant way to go about it. And yeah, okay, maybe some of the players have had their fill of Warhammer 3 for now and have left, but we still have Warhammer 2, and Warhammer 2 in its current state is arguably better than Warhammer 3 in my opinion, which is why we're going to be playing some Warhammer 2 over the weekend. But yeah, but yeah, Warhammer 3 will get there. Good things take time, boys. Good things take time. How much time? Speaking of, we've got 6 minutes left in the stream. Thank God, I'm exhausted. Starting to get a little bit of a headache. Tomorrow will be a nice, easy day for me. Looking forward to tomorrow's stream. Actually, it's going to be beautiful. Yeah. And then Wednesday, finally we're caught up and we can play some live content here for this campaign, which is gonna be freaking beautiful. Oh, I can't wait. Those giants, get some close-ups of the giants in action. My goodness, those guys are beastly. Get in there, lots of action with the Griffin, the Warriors of Artemis,
you will soon hold the enemy's
Odysseus. Oh boy, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I can't wait. Yeah, because a big part of the fun of the Total War games is building your army exactly the way that you want it And you know, it usually takes time in a campaign. Like when you start a campaign, you don't, you know, your armies are pretty crap for a long time usually. So getting your army built up to that elite fighting force, that indestructible fighting force, usually takes a bit of time. And where the campaign is saved right now, it's pretty close to that. Ooh, baby, baby, baby. Can't wait. Can't wait. But yeah, tomorrow, I think the majority of the campaign is going to be the conquest of the island of the Minotaur, Kenosis. That's what we're headed towards. But yeah, those of you, anybody who stayed till the very end here, or anyone who's watching this afterwards, thank you very much for watching. Everyone who tuned in earlier, thank you very much for watching. It's been a pleasure having you here. But I'm gonna sign off here. Play a little bit of drums for you here. I am having a lot of fun. It's good to be back. Sorry, I'm starting to ramble. Have a great night, guys. Enjoy the last 3 minutes of the campaign. We'll just do a little bit of building before I sign off. But yeah, see you tomorrow. Ragnarok signing out.
Shining Odysseus.
It will be epic. Hero material. I love a challenge. Complying. Courage and strong tactics. Defeat is unacceptable. Awaiting orders.
Ever faithful. By my wits.
I'll make my mark. I know their weaknesses. We've docked.
That will never work. That's beyond me.
I solve your problems. To war!
Wisdom, wit, and expedience.
We will go down in history. Courage and strong tactics. Companion of Ares. I love a challenge.